Good stuff. All right. Welcome, board members, staff, public stakeholders, all to the USBE meeting for June 1st, 2023. We will call the meeting to order and want to thank our Utah Highway Patrolman, Chris Horrocks. As always, in case of emergency, the two west doors leading to the hallway are available to use if we need to exit the building. So thank you for being here. And I've asked Member Hymas if he would lead us in the pledge. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Member Hymas. Let's do a roll call and see if we're here, and if so, where. We might all be here in person. Member Carey is, okay. He's arriving in person, though, not online, okay. Member Bogus? Yes. Member Booth?
Yes, I'm here.
Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Member Green?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hart?
Yes.
Member Hymas?
Here.
Member Carey is arriving shortly. Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Norton?
Here.
Member Reel?
Present.
Member Straight?
Yes.
Member Wood?
Yes.
And Member Moss is here. All right. Well, our first item of business is our board member message, which we always look forward to. And this month it is Member Sarah Reel. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen here.
Thank you.
All right. See if it can go into the full mode. There we go. Will it present here? Let me see if I try the other one. All right, there we go. Thank you. I'm going to start by doing a little storytelling to set the scene here. When I was growing up, I had no idea what I wanted to be. And initially, I was sure, if I can get this to move here. Is there a trick, Kelsey? Make it go. My screen's showing something different. No, PDF. All right, let me see here. Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, there we go. This is even better, the dramatic picture. So I had no idea what I wanted to be when I grew up. And initially, I was sure I'd be the first woman in the NBA. This was pre-WNBA. And my mom tells this story about when I was young, and we were walking around Jackson Hole, and I saw a wax statue of a very old, wrinkly cowboy, and I declared, "Mom, that's what I want to be when I grow up." Needless to say, I have always been on my own unique path. I'm not sure if my parents had some magical insight or if it was just who they are, but my parents raised their 4 daughters to be honest, hardworking, kind women with no judgment and only unconditional love. If we were good humans and got good grades, the rest was up to us. This freedom to be ourselves is obvious when folks learn that my mom, Kimberly, never played a ball sport in her life, and she was so into fashion that she got her bachelor's degree in it. Well, her first 2 daughters, myself and Angela, wouldn't wear pink, wouldn't grow out our hair, owned 0 Barbies, and constantly got yelled at for throwing balls in the house. I'm certain this was not Kimbo's vision of having daughters. Luckily, she got pink-loving dancer fashionistas with her other 2 daughters. All 4 of us real girls are very different. An artist, an accountant, a teacher, and me. I like to say that I'm a hybrid of them all. My mom always says, "How did I get so lucky to have so many good, successful children?" And I always reply, "How did we get so lucky to have parents who loved us unconditionally and gave us freedom to be ourselves?" My message this month isn't a real family history, although I will talk about my family all the time, but to give you some background on the day at Juniper Takeout in Logan, Utah, in 2009, when I told my parents that I was gay. I had spent the last 6 years hiding this from my family, and it was a painful, scary, isolating journey. In retrospect, I can't believe I waited so long. My parents and my 3 younger sisters were nothing but accepting and loving, and as I continued my journey of being my true self, I realized how big of a privilege that is. In fact, not one person in my life, from extended family on both sides, childhood friends, church friends, college friends, work colleagues, professors, advisors, supervisors, or neighbors have ever once outwardly judged me, told me I was wrong, or treated me differently. However, I've seen friends and women I have dated be disowned from their family, banished by friends, kicked out of their homes, and lost jobs, all because they were gay. I am lucky. Many generations before me fought for me to have the privilege of being here today. This month is Pride Month, and that's why I chose this month for my member comments. And I have a confession. I know Pride Month is often associated with rainbows, but I don't even really like rainbows. It's true. Here's the deal. Pride Month isn't about rainbows, and rainbow flags aren't about pushing some agenda. We live in a state where youth suicide is the #1 cause of death. And when some kids know their life at home isn't safe, when you are sitting in that closet feeling isolated and alone, even if you aren't ready to come out, those small acts, like a teacher with a flag on their desk or a neighbor who has a flag in their yard, those rainbows can save a student's life. Let me give you some data. More than 1.8 million LGBTQ youth aged 13 to 24 seriously consider suicide each year in the United States, and at least one attempts suicide every 45 seconds. LGBTQ youth who live in a community that is accepting reported much lower rates of attempting suicide, and having at least one accepting adult can reduce the risk of a suicide attempt among LGBTQ young people by 40%. LGBTQ youth who report the presence of trusted adults in their school have higher levels of self-esteem, and access to supportive peers is protective against anxiety and depression, including among those who lack support from their family. This is Utah data, findings from the 2021 National School Climate Survey demonstrate that students attending schools with affirming LGBTQ resources and support report more positive school experiences, including lower victimization and absenteeism and higher academic achievement. And the last one is LGBTQ youth are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. Honestly, I loathe policy discussions around flags in classrooms. And you know what? We wouldn't even need rainbow flags as a sign for safety and acceptance if our LGBTQ youth weren't actively targeted by hate groups. Because of this reality, I openly talk about being gay and wave a rainbow flag that I don't even love rainbows, even though I don't even love rainbows. I do that for those who need it, those that are not as lucky as I am. And in doing so, I've been called a groomer, anti-family, anti-child. Nothing hurts me more than being called a groomer. The ironic part about that accusation is that if you are part of the LGBTQ community like I am, you know firsthand the last thing you would ever want to do is force someone to be something they're not, because you know exactly how that feels. What I hate even more is knowing these students, Utah's children, have so many needs. We are behind on innovating, behind on finding better classroom support, we're losing teachers, and every single culture war or rainbow flag debate takes us farther away from getting our students the education they deserve and helping them achieve academic excellence. My message is not about flags, and it's not about rainbows. It's about our students. All of our students, no matter their background, religion, race, sexual orientation, we represent them all, not just the ones we agree with. And when a teacher walks into the classroom, they are there to educate and support all their students, not just the ones they agree with. Public schools are a public good. given to all Utahns to provide opportunity for everyone to succeed. And I'm certainly not here to argue policy about if flags should be in schools. To be very clear, I firmly believe that that should be a local issue, one best addressed by LEAs who are closest to the community they serve. My message today is to tell my story. Me, someone who felt different their whole life, who spent almost 6 years in isolation, alone, questioning my beliefs, my future, my relationships with my family and friends, and by some grace of the universe, I was accepted for who I am. And because of this privilege, full of acceptance from family and friends, coworkers, my life didn't miss a beat. I continued my trajectory that has brought me to where I am today. But my story is incredibly unique, and that is something I think about every day. Not everyone is as lucky as I am. So as we start Pride Month, I hope we can all be kinder, more accepting, more open-minded. I hope we can stop screaming about rainbows and take that energy and put it towards tackling the real issues facing our students. I am here on the board to serve students, not attack them. And this is critical. If we want our students to achieve academic excellence and have the freedom and opportunity to learn, we must provide a safe learning environment. Pride Month isn't about rainbows. It's about safety, it's about love, it's about acceptance. And lastly, to the brave, beautiful queer students in Utah, know that you are loved, know that you are important, you are perfect just the way you are. Know many educators and people in your community support and love you. I know there are some loud, small factions who are trying to make you feel lesser than, make you feel like you are bad or wrong. You are not. You are not alone. I am right here, and this month you'll see a sea of people who are here for you too. Many of them are visiting here today. They didn't come to hear me speak, but to show you that they are here and they support you. Teachers, PTA volunteers, legislators, local school board members, elected officials, community leaders, and parents. We are here. Don't give up. We need you in this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Member Reel, excuse me. Thank you very much. And thanks to our visitors for joining us. We've got next up the education highlight from Kelsey James.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Kelsey James, Board Communications Coordinator. This month, schools have either already ended their school year or are wrapping up their last week here. So what I want to do is look forward to summer and look at just a super small sampling of some of the many programs and opportunities there are for students throughout Utah during the summer. Again, this is a really small sampling, and I know that a lot of schools are busy with both in-person and online summer school courses, and a lot of schools are also serving or providing lunch and sometimes even breakfast to the students and families in their community. Recently, CCSO also recognized Utah's efforts in providing support and resources for summer learning opportunities to schools in the state. So if you're looking for something more traditional, you might want to look at Granite Park Junior High in Granite School District. They have a little bit different format for summer school, as you may know it. Students come, they get breakfast, they go to 3 different class periods, they have lunch, followed by an enrichment activity Monday through Thursday, and then on Thursday, if they go to their classes, they also get to go to a field trip on Thursday afternoons, which can be anywhere from swimming, hiking, museums, anything like that. They do a lot of fun things just to keep students engaged and learning throughout the summer. If you're looking for something a bit more interactive, maybe you're participating in Clear Creek Summer Day Camp in Alpine School District or in the STEM Science Summer Camp, which is a partnership between Box Elder School District and Utah State University. In Clear Creek Summer Day Camp, students are learning through outdoor experiments, essentially. They go out into the forests, into the fields, into the deserts, and they are learning about trees and soils and out the local wildlife and everything like that through hands-on experiments. And a similar thing with this science summer camp, 4th through 6th graders are doing hands-on, project-based, fun, engaging learning every day to learn more about science, engineering, and math. Or maybe you want to stretch your creative muscle. Well, there are a lot of music and fine arts options for you, especially in Ogden School District. They have a variety of programs that you can choose from. If you're a little older, maybe you can participate in the Advanced Drama program, which in just 6 short weeks mounts a full production, which this year they will be performing Peter and Wendy. So just in 6 weeks, they learn all the lines, they learn things like prop setup and set design and lights and sound and managing all those tech aspects. Or if you're a little more musically inclined, you can join their bagpipe camp, which I didn't even know young people still played bagpipes. I thought that was kind of aged out there, but they do. Pipers have 2 weeks. They learn the basics and some refined techniques of bagpiping, all to either help current or perhaps future members of the Ben Lomond High School Bagpipe Corps, which also I didn't know existed and is really fun. You should check it out sometime. If you're a little younger, there's a elementary theater camp, which they combine some sort of STEM learning aspect along with their theater. So they learn, they act and sing and learn some of the basic drama concepts, but they're also learning about sea animals and what we can do to advocate for ocean life. So at the end of that, they perform a little program for the parents about ocean animals. Or you can join the elementary mariachi camp, which, recently there was a superintendent got to see some students in a mariachi band perform, which was such fun. And these students have the opportunity to learn kind of the basics of mariachi, both the singing, the cultural aspects, and the actual instruments involved in mariachi. Or maybe you want some outdoor adventure. Utah is full of outdoor recreation, and students should not be left behind. Canyons and Jordan School District partner with Pivot Adventure, which is a nonprofit organization specifically to reach out to middle schoolers, and especially middle schoolers who may have mental health struggles, either something as simple as needing to increase their confidence, or something more serious where they're looking for good coping mechanisms through outdoor activity. So they can enroll in hiking, they go rock climbing, they go mountain biking, there's resiliency courses, all sorts of things just to get kids outside, away from the screens or staying at home alone, and not just outside, but with each other and with a guide who can help not only increase confidence through the technical aspects of learning how to mountain bike or rock climb, but also, what do we do when we try something and we're not good at it? Because as a climber myself, I can tell you that is a big part of these sports. And what do we do when our friend is struggling with something? How can we help them? So these are just, like I said, a really small showing of some of the mini summer programs that are available throughout the state, some of which are financed either by the school district in its entirety or through partnerships to make sure that students can either have access at low or free cost, and that families who want to participate can. And that concludes my highlight, barring any questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Anybody want to know how to build a pot gut trap at Clear Creek? It's catch and release, I promise, but we caught a lot of pot guts at Clear Creek. It's a great camp. Thank you. Yeah?
I actually have a few students involved in the Pivot program, and it is amazing. Their parents are reporting amazing outcomes for their students. The other thing I'd like to mention is that all of our LEAs in our schools have green space, and you can go by any field during the summer months, and especially, and see lacrosse and soccer and track and all kinds of outdoor activities. And it just never ceases to amaze me. But it also, I think we take it for granted sometimes. But that too is a partnership that I think we need to recognize the LEAs for. Without that space for those students to have those types of experiences, they would be in front of computers and TVs and in their own homes isolated. So, you know, sometimes I just drive past a field and honk and wave, and the kids look at you and wave and think you're crazy, but that's okay. I just think that's an unrecognized community LEA partnership that should be recognized.
Thank you, Member Hart. Any other comments, questions? Sib, Junior Dixon.
Thank you, Chair Moss. I had a conversation with a parent recently, and she was talking to me about her concern about her children during the summer and social media and how to keep kids off of screen time when they have more free time. And I love the phrase she used of, I've challenged my children to learn something new this summer. And so that's kind of the summer rule in our house. Everybody has to learn something new, including the adults. So I took that to heart, and I've started, poor children that are around me, they become a focus group. So I was at a focus group of about 15 young women last night and asking that same question, what is one new thing you're going to learn this summer? And I was surprised at how many students, how many of these teenagers were engaged in something. It was either coding camp or somebody who loves art was going to learn the medium of watercolor. Somebody else was taking a cooking class. There was just something that every student was involved in, or every teenager. And these were, ages 11 to 17. And I asked them, where are you accessing these courses? Now, granted, I live in a neighborhood where people have means, and so there's more access for these families. But they also were taking advantage of school things that were free, neighborhood things. I love that some parents had organized a coding camp in their backyard, and there were probably snacks involved. But isn't that great that parents were organizing opportunities for learning? So I think that's also something we might highlight and think about. How do we get families more involved in making sure that kids have access, but also taking advantage of some of the skills that our community members and parents have to keep kids learning during the summer. And I think sometimes we get in a very traditional mode of we either have after-school programs, which are out-of-school programs, which are so valuable, or school programs, and yet we have a lot of community members and family members that could also help with continued learning. So just something I've been thinking about of how we might expand our sphere of influence of how we engage communities in ongoing learning for kids. It's just something now I've changed my vernacular instead of what are you doing this summer to what new thing are you going to learn this summer? Thanks.
Thank you, Superintendent. Yeah, my kids often ask me, why can't it be like what you guys had in the 80s? And I tell them, everything we did in the 80s is still available. You just have to choose it now, and parents and teachers who make those options available are doing amazing stuff. It's a hard force we're pushing against, but thank you, Kelsey, for all those good examples of people doing that. So, all right, next up is public comment, and I think we have just three, I believe. So we can do 3 minutes each. We sort of have a between 2 and 3, depending on the numbers, but we can do 3 minutes today. So we've got, I believe, John England and from Libertas, then Renee Pinkney with UEA, and then Mary Catherine, also in person. So, Mr. England.
You have to push the button.
Speak. Oh, it says it right on the device. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to just share some quick thoughts with you. I am John England. I am with the Libertas Institute, and we just have a couple concerns with the chronic absenteeism rule that you'll be discussing later this afternoon. I just kind of wanted to share some of those concerns with you and some possible solutions. You guys making the decision on what that is, that's why you guys make the big bucks, and I'm just here offering some advice. But I did send an email to all of the board members with some of these same ideas. I was part of the Legislative Advisory Committee with Representative Johnson and Deputy Norman that came up with HB 400. I also worked with Deputy Norman and Representative Johnson on it to try to ensure some of these same points that we're adding there. And so I appreciate the opportunity to work with them during the session. One of the main themes that came through that committee work and our work during the session was a desire to help individual students and not to punish students and families for absenteeism. There's a wide variety of why students are absent from school, and rarely did I see in my time, so I'm actually a former elementary teacher and principal, and rarely during my time did I see that using punishment actually helped improve absenteeism. So the inclusion of compulsory education and truancy procedures in the rule give the appearance that the board is focused on punitive enforcement rather than encouraging strategies that help students. And while I do not think that's the intent of any of the board members here, that it may be helpful to make it clear in the rule for both the benefit of parents and LEAs that that is not their intent. And this could be done by adding language to the definition of chronic absenteeism that clarifies that a student can be chronically absent without violating compulsory education laws, and that clarifies that LEAs should avoid punitive measures in hopes of improving attendance. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Renee Pinkney with UEA. There we go.
I always struggle with the mics. I'm going to stay back here. Thank you very much for having me today. And I want to thank all of you for your time and attention to the amendments to R277607, the attendance promotion and chronic absenteeism prevention. When I visit schools, I ask our educators how they're doing. Is this year better than last year? What are their challenges? And without fail, it doesn't matter if it's elementary or secondary, chronic absenteeism is something that all of our educators are very concerned about, and they want to be able to understand how to help and why students are not coming to school. And that's something that I experienced in my classroom as well. And it seemed to all start prior to COVID, but then was exacerbated after that. And as you are aware, and teachers are painfully aware, students can't learn if they aren't in school. And as just mentioned, there are many reasons why students don't attend school. And most of us believe that every child, no matter their color, their background, where they live in Utah, who they are, has the right to a safe, supportive, and well-resourced classroom that is welcoming and fosters a strong sense of belonging. Parents need to be partners with our educators to ensure their students' needs are being met. Teachers and parents working together is a natural partnership. It always has been, and it always will be, in order to reach our mission to educate every single child. We know that our students and their families need to feel part of their neighborhood public school community. HB 400 directs local education agencies to include certain evidence-based strategies for children as part of their efforts to reduce student absenteeism. If students don't feel safe psychologically and physically, if they don't feel supported, if the resources, including time, people, and money, are lacking, and if they don't feel like they belong, they may choose to be absent. Some students fear being bullied or harassed, and that may surpass their desire to learn. We need an approach that addresses and celebrates every child, an approach that supports the family. Student success is at the heart of everything we do. Let's make sure that our students and educators can thrive and reach their full potential. I appreciate you and what you do for our public schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Mary Catherine?
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. My name is Mary Catherine Perry. I'm the Director of Policy and Government Affairs for the Policy Project. We are a nonprofit organization dedicated to removing barriers to opportunity in education and the workforce. We are the group behind the Utah Period Project and the Teen Center Project. As part of our advocacy work and legislative partnering, our group intentionally finds and creates ways for students, positive and uplifting ways for students and families to engage with their schools. As you know, teen centers are a space-based solution with concrete supports for students, including laundry, showers, a pantry, and an adult who can connect students and families with outside resources for more sustained and comprehensive care. Teen centers are located within a school and operate during the school day. They are not overnight facilities. Through our work with the legislature, we advocated for and secured $15 million as an appropriation specifically for teen centers. The compendium of budget information for this appropriation states that the legislature's intent was, quote, to appropriate funds to create a grant that will support and expand teen centers and services in Utah schools, primarily for vulnerable and at-risk students. We have traveled all over Utah, meeting with superintendents, principals, and families, and as we did, two things became clear to us. Number one, the rule and the application for the Teen Center grant, with some small adjustments, could make the application process for our LEAs more accessible and more straightforward. Number two, it also became clear that principals and superintendents felt strongly that teen centers could and should serve a broader range of students and families, not just students experiencing homelessness. Often, vulnerable and at-risk students aren't technically classified as homeless, but lack basic resources and support at home to ensure their success. We appreciate your service and attention to this new appropriation of funds for teen centers. Superintendent Dixon and her staff have been incredibly supportive, and their knowledge and expertise on this has been invaluable. We believe teen centers are critical. They're a critical support for students as they strive to stay on track academically, maintain dignity and confidence while at school, complete high school, and then graduate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think that concludes our public comment. And we are 15 minutes ahead of schedule, aren't we?
Just move on.
Jinx. I gotta note the wins when we can get them, Molly. You know. So, moving on to USDB, we will move into our capacity as the board for the Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind. And I guess we'll turn that to Superintendent Coleman before we go into any public comment that might apply to USDB. Come on down, right?
Yeah,
Am I? Are you coming up? Okay. I don't know. It's in there. There you go. Oh, yeah. Do I look off? Oh, gotcha. That's always productive use of time. All right, good morning, our USDB leaders. Good to have you. And I have on the agenda, first item is a public comment from Tamara Flint. Am I reading this correctly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So Tammy's my assistant. She's not actually making a public comment.
Okay, I thought,
Okay.
we're going,
Wondering.
Molly and I were puzzling over that. We thought,
concerned.
Tamara's always welcome to make public comment if she'd like, but.
Yeah. I'm going to have a little chat with her now. No, not really. But we have this item on the agenda because this month and next month we have an item on the agenda that is a compliance item for approving the fee schedule and the fee policy. And so we're required to have public hearing time on that. And so that's what that item is meant for. The same thing will happen next month when you actually take a vote to approve the fee schedule and the fee policy that we have. And by the way, nothing's changed with those from last year. Just FYI, they're exactly the same.
Okay. With that, let's turn then to Carl Empey, our finance director, right? Mm-hmm. All right, for the USDB monthly budget update.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chairs, and board members. It's a pleasure to be here. The financial report that we are presenting is for the first 10 months. They ended April 30th. We continue to remain financially solvent. We've got plenty of cash on hand to pay all of our bills, and the finances look really strong. The revenues and inflows of monies for the 10 months totaled $40.2 million. Our expenditures were $40.7 million, leaving us $2.5 million excess right now. This is a busy time of year as we are spending money to close out the fiscal year. A lot of bills are coming due, and we'll report next month what that surplus is. A couple interesting things to bring to your attention is the number of students served. Just to kind of bring to your attention some trends that we started off with 339 students back in September of total campus students. That has grown to 395, so an increase of 56 students over the school year. The total number of students receiving services, we started off at 1,870 and ended with 2,278, so a total of 408 increase. The number of services really exploded that we're providing to students. Started off at 3,753, and we ended at 5,659 at the end of April, an increase of 1,906. So that represents a 51% increase of services that we're providing to our students throughout the school year. The three fund balances that we report to you on is first the Land Grant Enrichment Fund. The balance in that is $559,863. Our donated fund is roughly, well, I'm just going to give you the amount, $271,486, and our foundation is at $1,108,000. The next 2 pages is the budget status report that gives all of the supporting detail for those numbers that I just referenced. Then the next report is our enrichment fund projects and our year-to-date spending. Of the $1,514,000 that was authorized, we have spent $790,000, leaving a balance about $751,000. And we've got a lot of summer camps and a lot of activities that we anticipate spending the large portion of that money on. So, Mr. Chair, that is the financial reports. I'd be happy to answer any questions that any of the board members may have.
Thank you, Director Empey. Any questions, comments from board members? Seeing none, we can move, I guess, to the fee schedule.
Okay, the school fee schedule that's in your packet, as Superintendent Coleman mentioned, is to have 2 public consecutive hearings. We'll have one this month that you just had, and we'll come back in August and have you give the public opportunity to comment. We only have 3 fees. It's very simple. The fees are, the athletic fee is $100 per student per activity. The study abroad fee is really a deposit of $500. When the kids actually get ready for their trip, we refund that $500 back to them, and that's spending money for their trip. It really is to keep the kids from canceling at the last minute, and we've incurred all of the airlines, the hotels, and the travel agent fees. And then the last fee was new last year, and that is we start up a driver's education program, and that fee is $250 per student. The fee schedule in the blue is the fees that we charge the school districts, the greater than 3% districts, for services that we provide to them. And then the amber color, pink color, salmon color, whatever color that is basically miscellaneous fees that we charge our staff, lunch fees, copy fees, and so forth. So we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have on the fee schedule.
Questions, comments, Vice Chair Hart, and also Member
Yeah,
Bogus. Sorry, I may have you out of order.
Can you just clarify, you charge your staff 10 cents a copy?
Well, that's what we can charge up to. We don't do that anymore. We really need to get with our copy providers and see what that cost is and bring that down. But it doesn't obligate us to charge them 10 cents a copy. We have very few color copies being made throughout the year.
Like, how do teachers just, like, write a check?
They write a check, or they can just pay on the portal for the copies that they make.
Okay.
It's personal. It's not work copy related.
Oh, it's personal
Yeah,
copies?
personal, yes.
Okay, all
So
right.
sometimes
Woo!
we actually allow incidental copies. But
Okay.
like sometimes they'll come and say, hey, I need to do this thing personally, and I'm doing this many
Okay.
pages.
No,
Can I
that's-
pay for it? That's what we charge them.
That's a great service. I was just concerned I mean, it's an innovative way to reduce the number of copies, but, you know.
All right, Member Bogus and then Member Lear.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question about in the LEA fees, you have in there out-of-state tuition, and I'm wondering how many students you have on that?
2 right now.
And how that actually, maybe that's something
We-
that I missed when you were speaking, but.
We just have one, and and it graduates. It was from White Pine, Nevada. We had one from Evanston too, didn't we? Wyoming?
We had some from Star Valley.
Star Valley. But we just have one currently, so they just graduated.
And how does that work, I guess, maybe is my question, do they cross the border to attend a school here in Utah? Or are they one of your campus students that comes and lives on campus? I guess I don't truly understand what that would be.
They're typically campus students. They come and reside on campus during the week, and then they have to go to home, an aunt or an uncle on the weekends. They usually find someone on the weekends that they're staying with, but they are with us Monday through Friday, and they live on campus.
Interesting, I just didn't know.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Nevada doesn't have a school for the deaf, and neither does Wyoming, so those are the 2 that usually contract with us.
Awesome, thank you.
Member Lear.
Hi, thank you. I noted that you have so few fees. That would be a dream situation for any school, so lucky you guys in so many ways, and the students too. Anyway, my question was, if you're providing services to a student who attends Granite School District, and that student is eligible for fee waivers, who is it that pays the fees? Does the USDB or who waives the fees or who absorbs the fees? Granite or USDB?
USDB does.
Okay, that's helpful to know. I'm always really concerned about that, and there's no perfect answer, but I appreciate knowing. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, Barbie Faust on your staff, in fact, all your staff members are terrific support to us when we reach out and ask them for questions and clarifications and any assistance. So I just want to give credit to the board staff for all their help.
Thank you. All right, on to item 3.4, information item on the Mill Creek portable site work.
And I guess that's me. This is the contract that we discussed briefly last month at the meeting, saying time was of the essence. We couldn't wait until today for the meeting for the direction. And so Chairman Moss gave us permission last week to proceed to issuing the purchase order. This is a contract with a company called HK Consulting. The dollar amount is $147,000 and change. It's to disconnect the utilities at the Mill Creek Portable, tear the portable apart. Just breaks our heart that we have to do that, and then transport it up to the Salt Lake campus in Mill Creek, and then reassemble and rebuild the portable and reconnect the utilities. Understand they've already disconnected the utilities over at Mill Creek Elementary, and we'll be seeing tractors preparing the site work at our Mill Creek campus, and then we'll probably be seeing the portable being located here in the next 3 weeks. So that's the update on that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and we had a couple questions about the contract and the larger scope of work and MOU, and appreciate giving us the info on that, and I'm glad it's moving along. Any questions from board members? Seeing none, we can move to 3.5, an action item on school-based mental health screenings.
This item, Mr. Chair, is the one item we need the board to vote on today, and that is we're required to, every LEA is required to make a declaration one way or the other for under the new law about excuse me, doing mental health screenings in schools, and we need the board to approve our option, which is to be a non-participating LEA, and so that's our recommendation, and I'll just tell you the reason behind that is because here's a good analogy. You know how every school does vision screenings? It wouldn't make sense for USDB to do vision screenings because we're way past that at the diagnosis stage and in the weeds. Same thing with the mental health needs of the kids on our campuses. We have school psychologists and others according to their IEPs, and we're very familiar with their mental health needs. We don't need to do a screening either.
All right, I see Superintendent, no, that's you. Okay, just making sure I don't miss. All right, Member Davis, Member Earl, Vice Chair Earl, and Member Hart. Vice Chair Hart.
Yeah, thank you. I just remember you coming and expressing to us that the mental health needs and the emotional supports are much greater in your school than in a lot of schools because of the data and the rates of potential abuse and some other things. So I guess I'm just following up to that meeting a long while ago and just checking with you. How do you get to know what the individual needs are without a screener? I'm assuming it's because you have a smaller population and can really just dive in and have individual conversations with kids. But what do you typically do instead of something like this that a larger school would do?
Well, this is for a screening. Like if you were in a large LEA and you just gave it to every child to find if there's issues. Every one of our students on our campuses has an entire IEP team, and they evaluate, diagnose, discuss every single need of that child. And so a screening would be actually redundant.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Earl?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that the board approves the USDB to opt out as participating LEA for school-based mental health screenings, Utah code. I don't need to read that, do I?
No. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Booth. Any discussion on the motion? Member Earl?
Yeah, I'll just quickly speak to it. I think that screeners are just that. They're broad analysis. Their effectiveness, they may be effective, may not. It just depends on what you're using. I think in this case with these students that knowing what your students need already, instead of waiting for the screener to give you an indication, I think in this situation, I think that it's very appropriate to move beyond an extra step that is not necessary. So thank you.
Vice Chair Hart, Member Bogus?
No, she made them.
Okay, Member Bogus.
Oh, I was just getting ready to vote, sir.
Okay. Well, seeing no other lights.
I'm ready. I'm first in line.
All right, we'll start at the top then. The motion is that the board approves the USDB to opt out as participating LEA for school-based mental health screenings. Member Bogus.
Yes, sir.
Member Booth.
Yes.
Member Klein.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Vice Chair Earl.
Yes.
Member Green. Yes. Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
Member Hymas.
Yes.
Member Carey.
Yes.
Member Lear.
Yes.
Member Norton.
Yes.
Member Rio.
Yes.
Member Straight.
Yes.
Member Wood.
Yes.
And Member Moss is a yes. I realized, I think we've had everybody here for the first time, so we can move from the roll call votes. All right, that is passed unanimously. Thank you. And item 3.6 was initially noticed as an action item, but it will be this month just an information item. So turn that to Superintendent Coleman.
Thank you. This is, we wanted to include this in your packet so you're up to date. This is the draft, a very rough draft of the strategic facilities plan that was recommended by the auditors from the Office of the Legislative Auditor General in their space utilization study. I have trouble saying so many big words in a row sometimes, so I have to really be careful. Anyway, this is for your information. It's an update. We met this week with the subcommittee from the board that was appointed by the chair, and that included Vice Chair Earl and Board Member Norton and Board Member Wood, and as well as the Executive Director of DFCM and Scott Jones from your board office here, and myself and the two associate superintendents. And so we went through this, and this will still be modified and revised and updated, and then we will be meeting again as many times as necessary as a committee before it comes back to the board for approval, so that you can say to the legislature, this is the plan that we have for USDB, and then hopefully get them to release those funds. So we won't go into depth on this since it's a draft, but we wanted to have you aware of it and be able to read through it, understanding that it will be updated.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from board members? Really appreciate the newly appointed committee for digging in and working on the issue. I've also spoken with PEA leadership. They're appreciative that the committee is working with Superintendent Coleman. They're anticipating hearing the report and are happy that things are moving forward, and looking forward to hearing from them, I think, at PEA first, and then later on. It's still being discussed, but PEA's in the loop, and they're glad the work's moving forward. So thank you. Seeing no other lights, let's go to number 3.7. This is the, right, that was just information, yeah. So 3.7, USDB Boston stateside adventure presentation from Dr. Patton, Associate Superintendent of the Blind.
Thank you. So this is a video our students, USDB students, and also outreach students went to, as you recall, the School for the Blind changed instead of study abroad. We are doing stateside adventures. And this spring, we went to Boston, and we're able to meet with the Perkins School for the Blind, and you'll see various other entities. The kids had to submit different artifacts as far as in regards to the requirements that were given to them. So it was very educational and really heightening their awareness of our expanded core curriculum. I do want to mention, we really try hard to make sure that the videos are accessible to the public as far as our blind, visually impaired individuals and our deaf, hard of hearing. This one is not audio described, but will be once it's on the website. So I know that we don't have any issues with the board itself, but anybody that is joining it from the public, we wanted to make that aware that it will be accessible. So go ahead.
So before we went to our trip to Boston, we had coursework, and it ranged from a variety of topics, such as travel skills, learning how to navigate the airport, navigating a busy city, and communication skills, such as how to communicate your needs effectively, especially to those people who don't know you, like maybe a stranger who asks for a stranger who you're asking for help in public, or maybe even the flight attendant on the plane. So you need to be able to explain what you can see in layman's terms. Like, I can see about a foot in front of me, I can see all color, large detail, like colors, but not fine detail, like facial expressions, all that good stuff. And just a bunch of other skills that you will need to be successful in our trip to Boston.
So something that I did before I went to Boston, I researched a bunch of, because we went to Salem, so I researched a bunch of cool facts about Salem and the Salem witch trials. And then I also researched a bunch of history about Boston itself prior to the trip. And when I was on that trip, and I just knew what they were talking about as they were talking about it, and I was able to make that connection of learning it prior to this trip. We went to the Perkins School for the Blind out there, and I had a light bulb moment. I was like, wasn't this the school that Helen Keller went to when she was little? And it actually was the school that she went to, and they have a cottage named after her and Anne Sullivan, which was her teacher. And so something that we learned when Helen Keller was 6-ish years old, she ended up having to go to this school because she could no longer see or hear. So, yeah, and that happened when she was 19 months old, when she lost her hearing and her sight. And I was like, yeah, it's a lot.
Honestly, in person, it gives you more knowledge, and you're learning so much there when you're in person. When you're reading a book about it, or listening to auto descriptive about it, you're not really getting a whole lot of travel experience with the learning experience, with the learning of history about it.
My favorite thing we did was finding famous people at Fenway Park. Luke Bryan, Bruce Springsteen, Florida Georgia Line, Kane Brown.
Yeah, this was actually my first time to Boston. I've never been to the Northeast, and so it was really interesting to go down there. And I mean, it's really cool. They got Salem, which we went to Salem. A lot of history down there. That's one of my favorite parts, was the history, for sure.
I love how diverse downtown Boston is, because there's a little Italy there. So all the Italian settlers settled in a little area of Boston, and then there's another area where all the Jewish people settled. And as we went all on this trolley tour around Boston, it was really cool to look at the cultural differences and the cultural impacts that each of those cultures had on the city of Boston and the history, and ultimately they contributed to what Boston life is like now. From the architecture, the food, the customs, the way people talk there, the lingo, and yeah, it was awesome.
They're fantastic, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I think that the kids speak for themselves, and these are videos that are going to be so great to be able to have on our website to be promoting future trips. The School for the Blind we're going to be doing things a little bit different than the School for the Deaf. We're not going to be doing a study abroad trip in the next couple years. We're going to be doing two or three possibly different stateside adventures where we can have more kids come and learn those same skills. One of the big things that they learn are orientation mobility skills, as far as navigating through our own airport here at Salt Lake City. But also, I laugh because I've been with them, and you have to laugh because it can be very stressful. It's stressful enough for us to go to the airport, right? Let alone having to navigate with no vision. So the other thing that's very critical for our students is to be able to navigate different transit systems. Boston, we also had a trip to Washington D.C. earlier this year with 5 students, and that was fairly easy for them to navigate because of the transit system that's set up in Washington D.C. versus the one in Boston. So it's very important. If you think about, we take those things for granted because we can see the signs and we can get an awareness of our surroundings. But those are the reasons that we take our kids statewide, not just our campus kids, but all kids statewide who have a vision loss are eligible to go. They just have to apply and be able to explain why they want to go, and then we take them. Is there any questions? I'm very happy to answer anything that I can.
Questions, comments? Member
Yeah,
Green.
is that okay?
No, got it.
Cool. You just answered kind of what it takes for a student to be able to go. Do parents come with that? Do they come with you, or is?
No, not at
Okay.
this point in time. We do have parent meetings throughout, so the parents are very much aware of what's happening and what's going on and what's required. But the students start months before, as far as they have to submit a video application, they also have to submit an essay, they have to submit some history that they've researched about the city and what their goal is and objective. And then we create our own goals and objectives as far as what we're wanting them to learn. And they had to every night, I'll be honest, it is so not a vacation, which you would not think it would be, but the students every night have to submit an artifact of what they learned that day, and they have to do a video recap of what they learned in regards to the expanded core curriculum. So all of these students that went, we had a presentation at the advisory council, and those kids know that expanded core curriculum and why those 9 areas of the expanded core curriculum are so important to them in their life. And anyway, does that answer? That was probably more than what you wanted.
No, those, I had some other follow-up questions, but you answered it. I think it's wonderful. It's really a good video, too.
Thank you.
The parents want to come. We don't allow them to come because then they get overindulged sometimes or taken care of. We want them to be independent.
And I will say that with the blind school doing a couple of different stateside adventures, we might be able to have more complex kids come, or some kids with some more cognitive disabilities and whatnot. And I'm open to the fact it might be that it's appropriate for a parent to come if there's some health issues or or whatnot. So I don't think that I want to say that absolutely not. We wouldn't be, but if the students can. We want them to be independent. We want them to do this on their own, and so do the parents. So, thank you very much.
Member Lear.
And I just, in response to Member Green's question, I think I mentioned before, there's a young woman in my neighborhood who takes advantage of the services of USDB, and I had the same thought, and I've watched her mature for 3 or 4 years now, working with her a little bit more closely, and I had the same concern, and I think it is so impressive. I think the best thing about this is that parents don't go, that these young people learn to navigate these difficult situations on their own. And I've just watched this young woman really come into her own between about the ages of 14 and 17.
Yeah.
Partly because of those experiences.
Just really quick, one of the situations that we have happen we set up is that we kind of get lost in a transit system, and they have to figure out how to get back to their own, or where we're going and who are they going to ask. And there was a situation when we were in London, actually, where we said, okay, nobody knows what we're going to do. What are you going to do? And they each had to go and ask somebody individually, and somebody had to walk up to somebody and ask them, tell them where they needed to go and where they needed to get that information from. And that was extremely hard. That's extremely hard for us, let alone somebody that's, got a vision impairment with a cane in there. So it's those kind of problem-solving skills. And if they had a parent, we all as parents would want to jump in and say, you need to be going here, so da-da-da-da-da-da. So anyway, we're trying to teach those independent skills.
And what, if I may, how old and do they have to be before they can go on the trip?
16.
16?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Dr. Tanner. On to Superintendent Tanner for the Southern Utah School of the Deaf presentation.
All right. So we'll just go into our presentation. This is within the School for the Deaf, and this is our program. We're going to go into we have 3 programs in one at the Southern Utah School for the Deaf. It's also the same director is responsible for outreach services for the deaf, and he's also responsible for the School for the Deaf online services. So if we're looking just specifically at the campus program, you can see some images here of the portable that our students are housed in out there. That's located in St. George, and we partner with the Washington County School District that serves them in the Bloomington Hills Elementary School. There are currently pre-K through kindergarten. We have 1 first grader. Actually, there's 19 students now. All students have a hearing loss. They all have to qualify again through an IEP or a 504 process. And we follow the Utah State Core and their IEPs for their instruction. So there are approximately 5 students per class. So there are currently 19, 3 teachers, 2 aides. On the outreach, you'll see the outreach, there are about 500 students that we serve along the entire state in outreach classrooms. These are the teachers, the itinerant teachers that go out. They're traveling teachers. There are 11 of those. They serve them by either driving to their location or they sometimes do some Zoom meetings. Primarily, though, it's one-on-one. And then we have our School for the Deaf online services. There have only been like 3 solid students that are totally online, completely online. The rest of them are students in another school across the state, in the district, or even actually with USDB if they need to make up some credits, that are taking some of the online coursework. We even have students that are taking advantage of elementary courses in the online. I'm going to do a brief video from our and it's not showing up, that's why you have backup plans, from our outreach director and the director over all these 3 programs.
My name is Adam Billings. I'm the director for Utah Schools for the Deaf outreach and online programs. Early on, the district was really the ones that approached us and said, we have the students, we just don't have the space for you. So I spent a couple weeks there working one-on-one with district reps, trying to find a location to house a classroom for the deaf. And they had the students, but they didn't have the classroom. And we ended up having to go to a Montessori school and working out a way to use their classroom space to start the program. And now we've been moved from location to location, but we've worked very closely with the district to make sure that the services are provided for the kids. And now our location is at Bloomington Hills. It's behind Bloomington Hills Elementary School. And again, our elementary students move into the mainstream for part of the day, for part of their programming. And we work very closely with those teachers. And it's working with Washington County School District has been a pleasure. They've been very good to work with. They understand the need of our services, and we understand our place with them. Having students in a location where the teachers understand the disability or the need of the student, the specific need of the student is really important. The teachers come in, they're teachers of the deaf, they understand that, if they see a student with a cochlear implant, they know exactly what to do, and that instruction and intervention is happening throughout the day. We also have our own interpreters that come in. We bring in our OT, PT, all of the services that a regular school would provide, but we're able to do that at their level with the communication that they need. Students are able to see other students that look like them, that have the same needs as them. They feel less of a isolation or a feeling of seclusion because they're the only ones that have this or the only ones getting this service. Our online program was started in 2019, and we piloted some math classes first. It was very successful. The following year we moved into English, and we started providing more English classes. We got 2 teachers involved. Now we're providing all required math content, all required English content, most history and social studies and science content for high school students. A couple years ago, we decided we wanted to expand to the elementary program for online learners. So we hired a couple teachers to develop some content for us. Right now, that content is being used in just a few locations across the state, and it's coming from the St. George location. So we have a teacher there that reaches out to students in hard-to-reach areas and provides an online curriculum specifically for deaf and hard of hearing. We're also doing outreach services virtually for the first time, probably in the nation, for Vernal, because we had a need for a teacher there and we couldn't hire somebody in Vernal. So we are trying to incorporate online learning into our outreach programs and into our regular classroom programs. So the hope is that in the future, with a location in St. George, we would also have teachers that could work from that location to serve other areas of the state in outreach services as well as elementary ed programming. In the last 2 years, our programming has gone from 5 to 6, 7 students in the classroom to now we have 20. And so it is growing, and not all of those students will stay with us, but we expect many more to come. And we need to have programming that will allow us to provide a K through 12 program for the kids as they get older and they need those intensive services. Right now it's happening in the younger ages, so our preschools are very big and, little kids grow up. So we know that will continue to be a need for school-age kids.
All right, so that is for the 3 programs out there. That's obviously, we're looking at facilities out in that area for the Washington County area. The one thing I want to highlight, you notice we started this a few years ago. We started with 5 students and we're at 20. So you can kind of see how it's growing, even though the numbers are small in the scope of hearing students. In the scope of deaf students, that's pretty significant increase to go from 5 to 20 within just a few years. So we have a lot of students out there. We started with the younger grades and worked on their needs, because the older grades, we know there's needs out for older grades. We're providing an outreach teacher for those services at this point. But it would sure be nice as these kids get older to also have an opportunity for those students as they age to have peers that they can associate with and still stay at home and live with their families. So and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I think Member Bogus is first up.
I just have 2 quick questions. One, in the video, he said that you, quote, couldn't hire, end quote, anybody in Vernal. Was that because of money or the inability to find a credentialed individual that could do the work?
Yeah, we've interviewed for that position many times, and they don't want to move to Vernal, is basically the problem. And so we will get them, and some of once they find out they're going to Vernal, will be like, yeah, I'm out, and they don't want to do it. So we actually have it hired, and then before they even start, they've canceled, or some people don't even apply for the job. We've given a hard-to-fill stipend for that, even as an incentive, and still haven't. I believe, though, we have an individual who has agreed to take that role next year, so praying they stick with it.
Awesome. I have just one other quick question. In your PowerPoint, in particular, there's a beautiful girl with a pink shirt on in the top center. And then down in the right-hand corner, there's an image of some kids watching a slideshow. And it might seem like an awkward question, but for students who have visual impairment, it just seems to me that it might be hard to look at that on a wall. And maybe this is just me thinking beyond the scope in a tangential way, but is there a purpose for how that's projected? Like an educational purpose, or would a high contrast be better? And I'm just asking because it just struck me as odd that it wasn't on a screen. It's on a gray wall.
Those are all deaf students. Not a single one in there have visual impairments. All those students only have a hearing loss.
Yeah, we don't have any classrooms there for the School for the Blind. We're only serving in outreach. the parent-infant program and in charter schools in Washington School District. So at this point in time, there's not the need there for a blind classroom. So it's only deaf, hard of hearing.
Okay.
That probably is a very clear-cut answer for you.
No, well, knowing that the students are all blind makes better sense.
But you know what? I'm so impressed that you even noticed that, because that's so great that you said, what's going on here? Would it be better to have contrast? I'm so impressed.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your answer, too.
All right, thank you. Back to, unless there are further comments or questions, back to Superintendent Coleman for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so my report, have a couple of items here. Number one, we had our awesome USDB graduation on Thursday. Wait, was it Thursday? Wow, that was already a week ago. It seems like it was yesterday. Anyway, it was very, very awesome, and several of you have gone in past years, and this year the chair was there, and also Leanne Wood actually spoke. So impressive in sign language. And it was, I thought, oh yeah, she's going to say a couple of words, because she doesn't really brag about herself, but she just kept signing and signing directly to these students who were fixated on her, like a board member actually learned sign. It was awesome. And it wasn't bad. It was really good, too. It wasn't, so anyway. And then, yeah. And also, Dr. Dixon was there, which we really appreciate her support. And I know she comes every year that she's able to and doesn't have a conflict, so that was really nice. We had probably the feedback this year was it was the best ever, and not just saying that as a platitude, but the families, you genuinely, with tears in their eyes sometimes, but even extended family members came over and just said, I just don't know what our nephew or niece would have done without this, and it was pretty awesome. And really a lot of kudos to our staff, and I particularly mentioned the interpreters, the IT staff, our facilities people. Just in this meeting, you can see how we have interpreting and so forth, but with us, everything is audio described for the blind or visually impaired, and it is signed and for the deaf, and it's also broadcast so families can see it far away. We also had a family who is Venezuelan, so there's one interpreter in the state who can interpret in listening to the English proceedings, interpret in in Venezuelan sign language while he's, it's actually three languages at the same time, because you don't, like, sometimes when people will voice and sign, it's English and ASL, which are two different languages, but you get used to doing those together. He can also do Spanish, so he's quadrilingual, I guess. Anyway, and I watched, and he was sitting in the audience with, facing this little family, because one of our graduates has the family that's from Venezuela. And I just thought, if anyone even knew the logistics that went behind this, we have such incredible people. And so anyway, it's just really, really fun experience, and I wanted to share that with you. School wrapped up this week, of course, another year in the books, and we've got 48 summer camps throughout the state over the next 2 months. And so that's what you saw when Carl reported on the finances. The last half of the enrichment funds basically are going to be spent on those types of things that are coming up here, and that's heavy toward the end of the budget year. And also, I receive calls from you once in a while. This week in particular, one board member reached out to me to just say, how is it going? Is there anything I need to know before the meeting? And do you feel like you have the support you need from the board? And I shared with this board member, I said, genuinely, and the concern was, well, you only get 45 minutes to an hour a month. I said, no. It's so different than it has been in the past. We really, and not just me, my staff, our staff, I should say, has expressed the same thing. We genuinely feel the board is engaged, and it's incredible with all the work you have to do on so many other things. You have bigger fish to fry. But we really genuinely feel the support with the appointment of the subcommittee, with the appointment of Board Member Wood, who comes to our advisory councils, and just everything. I want you to know that as a former board member, I know what you have on your plate. I was in your seat. And we didn't do a fraction of the due diligence that you do when it comes to USDB. And so I'm really grateful for that on behalf of me and the staff. We notice. And so I love getting those calls just to have informal chats. If you ever have a question about anything, feel free to reach out. And I don't care if it's late at night. I'm always up and always available. So that's my superintendent report for today, unless the associates have anything else. Do you have anything more?
One thing, I've just got a notification from the auditors that did our space study. They will be presenting on that on June 13th at 1 o'clock.
At Public Ed Appropriations?
At Public Ed Appropriations. They will be present there. Will be
Thanks.
presented there.
And then I just wanted to say also that you received an email, I think it was Tuesday, with all of the ongoings for the School for the Blind. And any of those, there's a lot, I realize that, and there's a lot of information to go through. But anything that you would like to attend, just reach out to me, and we're more than happy to have you. We would love you to attend any of it. So reach out to me, and we can make those arrangements. That'd be great.
That's all we have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Coleman. I see Vice Chair Hart has a light.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one correction. We do not have bigger fish to fry. You are big fish, and that's just really important distinction, although I appreciate the sentiment.
Well, thank you very much, and I'll have a couple of comments later if you don't mind. I'll share part of my board chair's report. It was a really cool graduation, so more to come on that, but it was a very inspirational and great event, and watching Member Woods sign and seeing these kids receive what she was doing up there was pretty darn cool. So thank you all. Thank you very much for being with us. And we can move then. We will swap superintendents and turn the time back to Superintendent Dixon for our superintendent's report.
Thank you, Chair Moss. Good to be with you, board members and community, the multi-thousands watching online, I'm sure. I love that segue of being able to attend USDB graduation. It just phenomenal experience to see one of our board members signing, giving a speech that people in the audience and the students could understand. It's a great opportunity, and I'll talk a little bit more about it as well. All right, I think Ryan is driving, right? All right, we'll start with Employee of the Month. I don't know if Kathleen's here. Oh, there she is, yay! All right, because are we ahead of schedule? Are we on schedule?
We are, but we don't talk about it.
I know, we don't want to jinx it.
No.
Come on up, Kathleen, sorry. Have a seat right there. So I'm really excited to introduce you to our Employee of the Month, Kathleen Mag, who works in child nutrition programs. I have been doing these Employee of the Month reports for a long time, and I don't know that I've ever seen one like this. So I'm really excited to share Kathleen with you. She's amazing. We had a chance to celebrate her earlier with those who supervise her and get to spend time with her and love her. And this is typical of what happens when school hears that the state office is coming to monitor or to audit or to give help. Imagine how you feel when you're in a school and you hear, oh, the state board is coming. You know, somebody's coming to monitor. And so Kathleen, in her wisdom and her good humor, turned that around and created a training for our LEAs called The State Agency is Coming. Is that great? And so this is a presentation that she did to provide to the cook level staff. So when we go into, we're not the health department, but it can feel like that when we go in to monitor, are you serving the right things? Are you following the procedures? And so kind of preempting that to say, hey, we're coming in and here's what it could look like and feel like, and adding some humor to it, but making sure that they understand what we'll be looking for and the rules and regs are. It was so well received. Like, this just became a big hit for people to get this kind of training before we come in to monitor. So I think one of the comments from the LEAs that I loved is she just nailed it and really took away a lot of the angst that we were having about them coming in. And so setting that standard for us in the agency to really help people before we come in to kind of understand what will it look like, sound like, feel like, be like. So Kathleen is the lead specialist over administrative reviews, and not only did she train all of the, create this training for the cooks, but she trained all of our new CMP specialists so that when they go out in the field, they understand what it's going to be like and feel like, and help them not only be really knowledgeable, but help us shine, right? Director Kathleen Britton. So really putting CMP on the map as one who really prepares them to come out. She's always willing to help new directors understand the process of the monitoring and let people know that we're there to succeed. And she's willing to help. And when there's a shortage of staff or something's happening, Kathleen's the first to jump in and say, let me help you with that. So just really a shining example of going the extra mile to say, it's not just about doing my job to come in, but I want you to understand how we're here to help you. So that when you hear, oh, the state office is coming to help you, that we mean it. So congratulations to Kathleen Mag. I just want you all to. And I think I mispronounced your name. It's Mog, isn't it? Yeah, I was using that short A sound. Please forgive me, Sarah Wiebke and Kathleen especially. So thank you and congratulations, Kathleen. And I think we'll move to acknowledgement of student art. Is Rachel in the room? Is Rachel online? Oh, there she is. Thank you, Rachel. Rachel College, take it away.
I'm online. I would love to be
Okay,
there. in
Rachel,
person,
we
but-
can't hear you, so let's see if it's your computer or our room. Try speaking. It's just very low volume.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
One moment, Rachel, we're going to turn the volume up in the boardroom.
Okay.
Rachel, can you try once more, please?
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Fabulous. I would love to be there with you today. I just caught a contagion of some sort that has made it so that I get to join you, though, through technology. So today we have a couple of really exciting, fun things to share. The video you will be seeing is from Washington County School District, and you'll see Legacy Elementary's BTS Arts. Fifth graders are performing 4 different rhythm patterns in a 4-beat meter, and they're covering standards of performing and identifying rhythm patterns. Desert Hills High School Chamber Choir, you'll see them sing with appropriate tone over appropriate range and identifying and applying following symbiotic skills, balance, dictation, intonation, and correct breathing and singing posture. You'll see Pineview High School Band, and they're demonstrating fluency, and the Washington County School District Art Show. You'll see some pieces there, and then the Desert Hills High School Orchestra. You'll see them becoming familiar with and being able to produce tone and technique. And then finally, the Crimson Cliffs High School Jazz Ensemble. And they're going to, and then, as well as the Crimson Cliffs High School Dance. So if we want to show the video, Ryan. And then, thank you for the video. If we're looking around the room, you'll see some art from Megan Hallett, BTS arts educator in the Salt Lake City School District. Those are in the back wall, the animal portraits from Escalante Elementary. At Escalante, they do at least one collaborative unit each year in each grade level, so that students understand and experience contemporary art making practice that allows for big community-wide art making and enjoyment. You'll also see work from Cassie Walker's classroom in Canyon School District, Lone Peak BTS arts educator. You'll see animal drawings. They're Sophie Green inspired animal drawings. And the 5th grade students chose an animal to research and then write about. And part of their research, they learned how artist Sophie Green used their paintings to educate and promote conservation through realistic paintings of endangered animals. Then you'll see Chinese watercolor and calligraphy. And this was a collaborative lesson with a Chinese language dual immersion teacher, where students were taught the traditional art of Chinese watercolor. And they were able to understand and explore visual art strands and their world language core. And then you'll see Fabiana Rodriguez inspired monoprint. The 5th grade were reading biographies of people who brought about positive change, and they were able to learn how artists use artwork to promote positive change, and they were able to then explore the art of printmaking. And then in you'll see Jayotaku from fish print and observational fish drawing. And when studying the essential question, how does technology affect your life? ELA students wrote expository texts about how technology affected the lives of those in the stories they read. And they were asked to reflect on how the camera affected their life and how would they share an experience or memory if they didn't have access to one. And that is all of the wonderful art I have for you today.
Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate you being online when you're not feeling well. And I think that's the first remote work we've had in introducing the art, and you did it very well. So thank you and get better. We really appreciate you. I want to draw the board's attention also that we replaced some of the collection out in the hallway with the art that you saw last week. And it's been so fun to have people come in the building and ask about it and be able to talk about the pieces, because it was so fresh on my mind of the students talking about how they came up with the art and knowing about it from you hearing from the artists. That's also a special treat to be able to share the perspective of how the art came to be. And I appreciate the board continuing that tradition. It was started probably 8 or 9 years ago by then board member Spencer Stokes. And just so appreciate that you've all been willing to carry on that tradition. I think it just changes how we feel when we walk in the building. So we'll be taking the pieces that we took down and placing them in the admin suite and some other places in hallways in the building. All right, from that we'll move to introducing you to our amazing new employees, Michelle Watts.
Thank you. Michelle Watts, HR Field Office Director for USBE. And these are the new hires from April and May.
And thanks for your patience. This new system that we have just takes a little bit to connect.
Thank you. Elizabeth Payne, Special Education Licensing Specialist from Sandy, Utah. She previously worked at Salt Lake City School District as an inclusion facilitator for students with severe disabilities. Jeff Green, Web Content Editor from Vernal, Utah. Previously worked at Uinta School District and is as an IT technician. John Pohl, software engineer from South Weber, Utah, previously worked at Roland Hall as a computer science teacher. Young Lee, IT systems administrator from West Jordan, Utah, previously worked at U First Credit Union as an IT systems analyst. Oh-Him Kim, financial analyst 2 from South Korea, previously worked at A-Core Concrete Specialist as a senior accountant. Annette Cottle, Financial Manager 1 from Clarkson, Utah, previously worked at Utah State University as a business manager. Melissa Harrington, Travel Specialist from Salt Lake City, previously worked at the Department of Health and Human Services as a financial analyst. We welcome our new employees. We're excited to have them here. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. We hire the best people. I'm just so excited about our new employees. If you will indulge me, I am going to take a little bit longer on my remarks today because I just have so much to celebrate. And the end of this school year is a lot about celebrations, and I love to be a part of that. First of all, I want to introduce you to somebody who, when we think about our school years, we think about people that were mentors to us. As students, we had teachers who mentored us. As those of you who were teachers probably had other teachers and principals who mentored you. And as an educator of 42 years, I've had a lot of mentors along the way, but I want to talk to you about somebody that came to my office recently. Former Weber superintendent, Jeff Stevens, brought his father by to meet me and greet me. Ron Stevens was a superintendent in Murray School District. I was a teacher, and I had just earned my master's degree in school counseling. And at the time, Jordan did away with all of their elementary school counselors and put them into the secondary system and decided to have school psychologists at the elementary level, primarily for testing for special education services. And so the counseling jobs went away in my district, and in order to get a counseling job, I had to leave Jordan. There just weren't any openings. So the way I ended up here is a long story, and I feel like it was very much divine intervention. But I came to Murray. I was hired just almost over the phone, making a call to see if they had any counseling openings. And they had a female counselor, Phoebe Innes, who had been there for 45 years. And her office was this little box, and she had posters on the wall that had been there for probably 40 years. So when I moved in and took the posters down, everything just kind of peeled off. And I'll never forget, Superintendent Stevens was so gracious and hired me, but he came to see me on my second day of work, and he said, "What can I do for you to help you do your best work?" Now, you all have heard me use that line. I got that way back in the 80s from Superintendent Stevens, who came to my office and asked me that. And I am very spatially aware, and environment is important to me in order to do my best work. So I said to him, "Would you mind having someone paint my office?" And mind you, again, it's like this little box of an office, but it just was full of holes and missing paint. And he said, "I would be happy to." Within 2 days, my office was painted. And I've never forgotten that kind of servant leadership. And I watched him do that with every employee who came to Murray. He would greet them and ask him how he personally could help them. And he has spent his life doing that kind of work. At one point, he was approached to serve an LDS mission with his wife, and was given the opportunity to go to a lot of, what might seem like some really exciting places. It was an opportunity to go work in an education service in the South Pacific. And so they would be stationed in New Zealand. And another opportunity came up to work in the criminal justice system with juveniles. And he chose staying in Utah and working in the criminal justice system because he felt like that's where he could better serve. So I just want to honor an early mentor of mine, Ron Stevens, who took the time to say, "What can I do to help you do your best work?" And something that I've tried to emulate and take to heart, although I don't know that I'm as responsive as he was in that moment. But I love that he came to visit me a couple of weeks ago So I could thank him personally and reflect on the important role that mentors play in our lives. And all of us have had educators who have played in that role. So I want to start today's comments by introducing you to one of my mentors. And knowing that as students are leaving our systems and moving on to different grade levels, they're thinking about how these teachers have made a difference. So last month, we did not get time to go through the stock take that we engaged in, meaning that we take stock of how we're doing in accordance to the strategic plan. And I wanted to focus on Goal 2 today with effective educators and leaders by introducing you to Superintendent Stevens and going on from there. I want you to notice the verbs. What you see here, again, remember we have the 4 goals, we have goal leaders, and then we have strategies that staff work on that you approve to carry out. By you, I mean the board, and this was a previous board, but to carry out the work of the strategic plan. So notice the verbs: support, assist, evaluate, lead, promote, and increase. These aren't just nice thoughts, they're very actionable. And then when we look at the topics, they're around effective mentoring, continuous personalized professional learning for our educators, improving our educator preparation programs, and leading change in the perception of teaching as a profession. That was one that I know Board Member Earl had us add that was very important. Making sure that every student has a highly effective teacher, and then understanding the important role that school leaders play in the way that we provide education to our students. So those are the strategies that we've been working on, and I want to highlight a few things. Under 2A, in providing mentoring, we have long had mentors. They've been required forever in code, and yet we haven't had funding to provide for mentors. That's been left to the locals, and we haven't really ever done a robust job of providing training for mentors. We've dabbled in it. We've been in and out trying to figure out our role as a state board, but we've very intentionally hunkered down on helping mentors know what their role is. It's very different than just tapping the person next door and saying, Carol, would you go mentor Sarah? She's new in the school. Even though you don't teach in the same content, just go help her out, will you? And that unfortunately is sometimes how it happens. So we've been really working on mentoring. And the Mentoring Advancement Pilot Project, or MAP, we're in phase 3 with that. And we've created these professional learning modules so that they can be done at any time. So rather than going out face to face, others can add to them and embed them in what they're doing locally. So Granite took these 10 modules and put them right on Canvas with their existing mentor academies. And I know that Cache County and Early Light Academy, Provo School District, Salt Lake City District, they have also uploaded into their own Canvas accounts and added some additional things. So in May of 2022, we also released a teacher mentor licensing endorsement. People have asked us for that from the field for a number of years, and we finally made that happen, and we've had such positive feedback about that for mentors to feel like I've been trained, I'm working in this, and I actually am certified now I have this endorsement to be a mentor, and that should really mean something. So it's really been well received, and we've had quite a few applications. I think by the end of the year, I don't have an update, but I think we have over 40 so far for the first cohort, which is great. All right, Ryan, if you'll move to the next. So the next strategy is, again, thinking about continuous personalized professional learning for our educators and leaders. And we have known about what quality or effective professional learning looks like for a long time, but we don't always do what we know. I think in this space we've had a knowing-doing gap, because sometimes we have a day and it's just easy to pull everybody together instead of saying, what do you need to do your best work? How can I help you? What kind of support do you need? And we've really tried to help move into this space by helping people know what quality looks like. I want to give Katie Dewey-Hill some credit for really focusing on this and her role and bringing this to our attention and keeping this going. So across the state, more than 750 educators have obtained an instructional coaching license. And this is something, the more we put coaching out into the field, again, people have said, what does that look like? How can we be acknowledged and recognized as an instructional coach? They've been around forever. We kind of dabble in professional learning, but now we have a process by which it's more of a standardized way to say, here are the fundamentals of being an effective instructional coach, and you can receive an endorsement. Excuse me. All right, we'll just move on. I'll try to go through some of these a little quicker. 2C is, excuse me, evaluating and supporting educator preparation programs. Now, you have all been talking about this as a board for years, and how do we continue to improve preparation programs while making sure that there's room to innovate? Not all should look the same, but how are they especially teaching the science of reading? That's something that has come on. But also, what can we do to support flexibility in LEAs? And this board, along with the prior board, really supported our Apple program. And I think this data speaks volumes. This is something you came up with as a board to say, how can we provide an alternate path so that people don't have to go back and completely get another bachelor's degree to be a teacher? So think about this. Last school year, there were over 1,400 educators who were enrolled in the program, which makes it the third largest preparation program in the state. We have amazing staff who work in this space. So to date, we've had 379 educators who have been recommended for a professional license. Is Leah in the room? Okay, she gave me a, oh, there she is. I say her name and she appears. So you, Leah, thank you. So yesterday, Leah shared a statistic with me, and Leah, if you can just shout this out, because I know I'm going to get it wrong. How many special educators, or how many educators seeking their special education license are in the pool now through Apple?
217 are in the program. 145 have applied. 1 has graduated, and 5 will graduate in the next week.
So think about that pool, right? When it's one of our most highly needed spaces. So for those of you who have been champions of this program, thank you. You can see that not only has it taken off, but it's taken root, and we now have a way to professionally prepare teachers outside of what we think of as real traditional programs, and they've been very innovative. So very proud of that strategy. I think we're meeting the goal of the board. In 2F, I'm going to jump to 2F. I think that's slide 8, Ryan. One of the things that I got the right one. Yes, okay. One of the things that we have done that I think is so unique, and we're actually getting some notoriety for, is to support supervisors of principals. They are a group who doesn't really have what I would call core connections across the state. They're often somebody who's been they're usually somebody who's been a principal, and they just say, all right, we now want you to supervise principals. And they are tasked with evaluating principals, crisis management, providing them with leadership tools, and I just don't know that they're always prepared for that role. And so we've had them from time to time say, we would like a cohort, we'd like to come together. And goodness, allergies today. Assistant Superintendent Nilsson, Darren Nilsson, has done a phenomenal job of leading our leadership work here in the agency. And I think this Supervisor Academy is so unique and so needed, and we've had fabulous feedback. It was, a bit of a slow start of people wondering, gosh, what is it you're asking me to do? But we had 69 supervisors registered to attend from 22 districts and 9 charters. And they've been in these these monthly cohort sessions, and Darren really should be explaining all of this to you. So tap Darren if you want to know more, because it has been highly successful. We've had partnership from WestEd and the Utah Education Policy Center in this space with us. So we haven't been doing this solo, but we've been getting amazing feedback about this, and we see this as something that we can continue. We've also had some professional principal networks to offer some small group gatherings for principals so that they can collaborate with their peers. I can tell you, having been a principal, it feels like a very isolated job. I don't know for board members in this room who have been principals, but I would assume by the nodding of your heads that Board Member Hymas and Board Member Hart and others, Board Member Davis, nodding, that role of being a principal feels like one of isolation at times. So having a peer group to be able to meet with and learn from has been very valuable. So that's my report on Goal 2, effective teachers and leaders. And you can see that we have these very active strategies that we're working on. And I'm very proud of our staff and the work that we've been doing to accomplish the goal. In terms of effective teachers and leaders, we really want to celebrate the hard work that is happening out in our field as well. And sometimes we don't take the time to recognize our teachers for the hard work that they do in some non-traditional ways. It's easy to have Teacher of the Year. We all love that. It's awesome. We try to recognize teachers in very formal ways, but I'm super proud of Dr. Thronson and her staff for coming up with a new way to recognize our teachers. When we put forward the reading professional learning for the science of reading, and teachers found out that they were going to spend over 100 hours in professional learning. You heard from some of them, and maybe you continue to hear from them. And they felt overwhelmed. But once they get through that first unit, suddenly they say, I feel transformed in the way that I teach reading. I didn't realize I was missing some of these elements, and they can see success in their students. So Dr. Thronson and her team developed a rubric to determine the levels of implementation. So it's one thing to go through training, get coaching. I mean, this is a really robust model. But then how do we know that it's working and taking root in the classroom? So they developed this rubric that district and charter leaders can use and to help see the success rate of the learning taking place. So those educators scoring 90% or higher were recognized with the Science of Reading Award. And the recipients of this award are really key to us reaching our goal of 70% of third grade students reading on grade level. So they went out and held assemblies and recognized teachers, and it was really amazing. And again, I wish the people that were involved could be up here telling you these stories, because it's something that just has meant so much to these teachers, and they're now models for others to follow. And I wanted you to see the list of recipients because some of those are in your districts that you serve, so you see those there. We also recognize district leaders, principals leading reading in their school, and Valley View stands out in Davis District. So those of you that are over, I don't know if that's you, Board Member Wood, that you might want to stop by and see what they're doing because it's quite amazing. And then also recognizing reading coaches. So shout out to all of our teachers who are involved in the science of reading, professional learning, and especially those who are really achieving high rates of success. I want to take a minute to celebrate our employees. Yesterday, we had our service awards luncheon, and this is to recognize our employees in increments of 5 years, those that have been with us 5 years, 10, 20, and we go all the way up to 35. So we had a wonderful luncheon and a lot of fun, and we tell a little bit about each person and what they do in the agency, and the fact that we have people stay with us for 35. I think last year we honored somebody who had been with us over 40 years, and it's quite amazing, and it's a way to honor their loyalty to students. I mean, they're very mission-driven and show up every day for students. So it was a great time, and I just want to thank all of our employees, and especially those who were recognized yesterday. And I'll just ask, can you see, I don't know if you can see, there might be something unique in the group photo. Anybody pick it out? Anyone?
You're there twice?
Yes, ma'am. Very observant. I don't know, it's a trick. You have to figure out what's the beginning or the end, right?
It makes you doubt the whole picture.
Yeah, I know, right? It is a fake picture. No, I knew how to crouch and run. So at the end of the year, as I mentioned, I just love all the celebrations of learning that take place, the music, the art, and thinking back on the whole year of the amazing learning that takes place in our classrooms every day. I was especially touched to go to the USDB graduation. I don't think this was mentioned, maybe it was, but the one thing that I really loved about it was that every student who graduates, I think there were 10, they get to give a speech. So when you go to other graduations and you have hundreds of kids graduating, you might hear one or two speeches, but every student who graduated got to give a talk. And I was so touched by that. And each of the students called out teachers or educators, adults in the system who had made a difference for them. And they thanked them personally and thanked them for what they had done. Now, it started out for me crying through the Star Spangled Banner. You had students signing the Star Spangled Banner, and I hope that somebody will bring them here to do that at one of our board meetings, because there was singing in the background, but to watch these students sign and the animation, they were acting out every important word in that song, and it was so powerful and so patriotic. I don't know that I've ever felt more, felt patriotism more deeply than watching these young people sign the Star Spangled Banner. So just putting that thought in somebody's head, somebody who might be coming up next fall, and having maybe some students come and sign that for us. It was very special. And last but not least, I just want to thank all of the students, the teachers, the staff, administrators, and I should have parents on there, who made 2022-23 another memorable school year. We're not without our trials or struggles, but I believe we have the best educators around, and everybody working together makes it happen. And I just, on behalf of all of you and our staff, want to thank everybody in the system for another great year. So let's give everybody a shout out through our applause. And that was an exceptionally long report for me, sir, and I appreciate everybody hanging in there with me. I wanted to make sure you heard all of those things. So I'll turn the time back to you, Chair Moss.
Thank you. And it's the best part of our meetings are the celebrations, right? So the more of that, the better. And I echo everything that was said about all these awesome teachers and leaders, and I'll share my personal involvement in that later in the chair's report. But yeah, it's a great month, so thank you for all that. Are you?
I think Brent.
Member Straight, sorry.
May I have a personal privilege?
You betcha.
Okay, so this is more for me than for Sarah, but I so appreciate Sarah and her service on the board, and I did not take the opportunity to give her applause and the respect that that I feel she needed, and so if you want to join with me, this is for Sarah.
All right, thank you. Turning from celebration to our consent calendar.
Oh, that's always a celebration.
It is. We've got a few items, and let me pull them up. Let's see here. So, we've got several items seeking motions on the consent calendar items, and I see Member Bogus has a light on, I believe. Is that for consent?
Yes, sir. I think, oh gosh, I'd like to pull 5.5, 5.6, 4. I believe there's an amendment it needed in 3. And then I will let the body take the contracts.
All right, let me make sure I've got those clear. Number 3, we're pulling number 3 for a possible amendment on the minutes, right?
Yes.
And then 5.5 and 5.6 within the BTS?
Yeah,
Okay.
and 5.4.
5.4, 5.5, and 5.6.
Yes, please.
Got it, okay. Member, or Vice Chair Hart?
I move that the remainder of the consent calendar items that have not been pulled. Oh, we're not, oh, you have more to pull? Okay.
All right. I'm going to defer to Member Klein. Member Klein.
I would move to poll 5.1.
Okay. Those don't require a vote. They've been pulled and they'll be acted on separately. So let's see. We have an information item, number 2. We've got 3 has been, let's see. I don't know that, 5.3 was pulled, 5.4, 5, and 6. Okay. They have all been pulled. So let's start with number 5.1, contracts and agreements for approval. It's been pulled. Any motions from board members?
Can I ask why we have 3 on, the 3 for the child nutrition program when they're $0? And these are supposed to be contracts over 100,000 that we're approving?
Let's see, can you direct to I think Adam's here to answer the question, but just to make sure we're all following. We're within action item number 1.1, contracts agreements for approval,
So it's the
right?
KNS Blackner, Blue Spoon Ranch, and Belmont Meats.
There we go, okay.
All cooperative contracts. Can you explain that?
Thank you.
Yes,
Director
Adam
Hurd?
Hurd, Director of Purchasing and Contracts. So you are correct. Those are cooperative contracts that we put together for the LEAs to use. CNP had received a federal grant focused on providing locally sourced beef and bison products. And so the part of that grant was for USBE to put out an RFP to contract with socially disadvantaged and small business farms in order for these schools to buy these beef and bison products. So we just created these cooperative contracts to make available for them. And even though they're not over the $100,000 threshold, traditionally, when we do cooperative contracts, we still put them before the board for approval.
Thank you, Member Klein. Thank you, Director Hurd. Any further comment, questions on that item? Any motion
I have
on that
a
item?
quick question,
Director-
sir, unless Vice Chair Earl
I
would
don't know
like
who's
to.
up first.
I had a question on a
Vice
different
Chair
one. If you don't mind, it's I'm just wondering the money, where it's coming from for the UDA AF, which is with the farm program. Where's that funding coming from? And I don't know. It's towards the bottom.
Yeah, so I would ask, section
Okay,
staff to
okay.
answer that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kate Wheeler with Child Nutrition Programs. So the money for the contract with Utah Department of Agriculture and Food comes from a federal grant that we received. So it's called a Farm to School Formula Grant. Each state received them, and we were approved to use this money to support a position at their agency.
Okay, so is this last year's grant money or is this a new funding?
This is funding that we already received approval from the board to apply for that funding, and we received it, and there's a 4-year period of performance for that funding.
Okay, thank you. So it's the one we approved last year. Is that right? Okay, that's what I was wondering. Thank you.
Member Bogus.
Yes, sir. So I have a question for Mr. Hurd, I believe. Yes. So what are the stipulations put on our ranchers and beef producers as being a part of that program?
So I would actually
Is
ask
that- I
Kate
don't-
to
it
answer
could-
that.
I could be wrong, but I don't recall reading it in the,
Yes, there were requirements included in the RFP, and Kate can probably.
was it in our packet?
No, I don't believe so, other than what was included in the contracts and the scope of work,
Okay.
which is in large part what was in the RFP. But there may have been additional things that she could expand on.
I would just love to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, do you have a more specific question? I'm just wondering.
Well, are we stipulating seed for seed corn? Are we stipulating GMOs in their grass? Are we stipulating, alfalfa makes them bloat, but are we stipulating that they have to spray for certain weeds? What are the?
So this money is specifically, each school district is receiving an allocation of funds to buy beef from the contracted producers. It's up to them to, so no, we're not stipulating the type of corn they use and everything. That's their business. They're the ranchers. These are all established businesses. They're all either being processed under state or federal inspection. It's up to the schools out of who they've contracted with. If they feel that that's a quality product that they want to serve in their meals, then they can order it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And just a procedural reminder, we do need a motion in order to discuss. Appreciate our staff being here. Also a reminder, they are available between the time we get the contracts and back up. We've tried to move that up so that we can have some of these questions answered, and our staff are more than willing. At some point, they might tell us to form a line outside their door, but I don't think we're beating it down quite yet. So feel free to bring these questions up. We appreciate their willingness to answer them. Do we have a motion so that we can go ahead and have a discussion of the motion?
I would move to approve the cooperative contracts on section 5.1.
And which are those? Could you specify? I think there's.
KNS Blackner, Blue Spoon Ranch, and Belmont Meats.
Okay, is there a second? Second from Vice Chair Hart. Discussion of the motion, Member Klein?
No.
Any other discussion to the motion? So 3 have been moved for approval. We've got Member Carey and then Vice Chair Earl.
I just have a question, if permissible, Chair.
Sure.
Are Utah providers given any priority or preference under these cooperative agreements?
Yeah, so actually the terms of this funding state that it has to come, the products have to be grown and processed entirely within 400 miles of the end recipient. And so what we did, some states chose just like the middle of their state and went out 400 miles. We did choose a couple different anchor locations within our state. So we chose Blanding, St. George, and Logan so that we could make sure we had providers covering the whole state. So that's how they weren't eligible to apply if they weren't within that radius. Beyond that, there wasn't a specific in Utah, out of Utah, but we did do a lot of outreach and marketing specifically to our Utah ranchers.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Carey, Member Klein, and then Vice Chair Earl.
So they're chosen by their location, not whether they're the best one to provide the service?
So they had to be within that location to apply. But after that, we did, there are, Adam can speak to this, we did have applicants that we didn't award because we didn't feel they were the best ones. So we had a point scoring system based on how well they responded to the RFP, just like any other competitive solicitation. But that was that 400-mile radius was a stipulation of the funding that we received approval to receive last June.
Okay, follow up.
Yes.
What were the questions on the RFP that they had to answer that you based this on?
If you can give me a minute, I will pull that up.
And I can say approximately, we asked for things like references, we asked for a history of their farm, a description of their farming processes, how they're processed, their capacity and things like that. But yeah, don't have a photographic memory, so I'll let Adam pull up the exact answers.
Board members, it's tough to grab documents like this on the fly. We appreciate Director Hurd scrambling for it, but we'd move quicker if we could ask these in advance, and I'm sure they'd be happy to provide documents before we get to board meeting. Member Vice Chair Earl?
No, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Motion on the floor is to approve 3 items from agenda item 5.1. That is the contract with K&S Blackner LLC, Blue Spoon Ranch, Inc., and Belmont Meats, Inc., the cooperative contract. So why don't we try a show of hands since we're all here, unless Member Earl, or Member Lear, did I skip you?
No, I had a question, I had a
Okay.
follow-up after this.
Got it. All right. Should we try a show of hands, Sybil? So all in favor, please raise your hands.
Was he able to get that information?
If you have it before, we can't stop for every vote to dig up documents, but you want to send it to her and then we'll go ahead with the vote?
Yeah, I can send you copies of them.
I would like to see it before I vote.
I don't think we're going to be able to slow down for everyone to do discovery and backup documents. And so if that affects your vote, I think we'll have to.
May I request that in the future that the RFP questions or requirements be provided to the board in the backup so that we know how these people were chosen or entities?
That may require some discussion. And I think it goes beyond the typical request. It's probably a good topic for discussion, but I don't think we can classify that as sorry? We got on the leadership agenda, so good point, but I think it goes beyond the usual scope. So with that, let's vote, and then we can revisit whether we put that in the backup as a matter of course going forward. And I would encourage folks to ask for it in advance. So back to the motion, which is to approve those 3 contracts. Show of hands, those in favor? Appears to be unanimous, I believe. Were there any opposed that we counted wrong? Okay, that's unanimous. Back to any other remaining items, and there are a number of them on 5.1 or other items.
I just hadn't.
Member Lear.
That was the item I had my hand up for. I move that we approve the other items under 5.1. All of the others that were not included in this previous motion.
Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by Member Booth. Any discussion on the motion? Member Lear?
No, I think these have been reviewed. We've got a director of purchasing, thank you very much. You read my mind. And I think the staff does an excellent job on this, and if there were questions, they should have come earlier, and so I think we should move on.
Vice Chair Earl.
I do have a question. So on Pika Pack, was this funding that came through the legislature? Was that a line item?
Yes, if I recall correctly, that was HB3 from the 2022 session.
Okay, that's what I was remembering. So that's, the funding for this came from that. We put this out. This is the entity that we chose? Or
Correct.
this was the entity that was chosen in the legislation?
No, this entity was chosen after an RFP.
Okay, thank you.
Did you want to add? I don't want to call you on the spot, but you came up. I thought you might want the floor.
Sure, I will. I'm Teresa Judd, special education, and I worked on this contract.
Any questions for?
The Pika Pack,
Pika
the
Pack?
contract for Pika Pack.
Member Davis, did you have a question?
Just a quick, and I should have said this the last time, but just for the public's sake, are they saying, why don't they put those in? Some of the RFP processes have to be blind by law. Just want to add that.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further lights or questions, all in favor of approving the remainder of the contracts listed under item 5.1, please raise your hand. And any opposed? 2 or 3 opposed? So motion carries, vote of 12-3. Okay, that's item number 5.1.
May,
Entertaining any other motions. Member Klein?
maybe for those that are listening online, just state either who was for or who was opposed.
I believe the opposed were Vice Chair Earl, Member Bogus, and Member Klein, correct? Did I get that right? Okay. All right, entertaining further motions on the consent calendar. We have taken care of 5.1.
No, that was just 5.1, that was a contract.
That was just contracts, right, Member Lear? Okay. All right. Any motions on the remaining items, 5.3 through 5.6? Member Bogus?
Sir, just a point of clarity. I would like to amend the minutes, but I'm not certain if I move to approve and then move to amend. How would you like that taken?
Parliamentarian and keeper of the minutes. Do you
Because
have
I can move to amend and then
the
move
best
to
procedure?
approve.
So you probably move forward to amend the minutes. I think that would be appropriate. Yeah.
Okay, so then I would move to amend action item number 5.3. Specifically, I believe it's page 28, and I am looking for it right now, sir.
These are the 5.4 USBE draft meeting minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, well, at least I had an 8, ma'am. Thank you for your clarification.
All right, page 8.
So the motion that came out of committee was to approve the budget subject to any further amendments or modifications. And I do believe that's what was read before the board. And so I would move to amend it to include that language.
Okay, so the motion is on page, 18, that the minutes be amended to state that the motion was made by Member Norton that the board approves the 2024 state fiscal year budget subject to amendments. Am I stating that correctly? Yes, sir. Okay. Is there a second? Seconded, Member Green, I believe. Okay. Any discussion to that motion? Back to Member Bogus.
I would just say that that's what came out of committee, and it's what came before the board.
Okay, that was my understanding as well, and I don't recall a motion to amend what came out of committee. So any further discussion? If not, those in favor, please raise your hands. Appears to be unanimous. Any opposed, in case I missed? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. And so item number 3 has been amended. The question now is, do we have a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
Sir, so moved.
So moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice Chair Earl. All in favor, please raise your hands. And any opposed? That passes unanimously. That takes care of 5.3. Thank you. Entertaining motions on 5.4 through 5.6. Vice Chair Earl,
Well,
or Member Bogus first?
Well, she was up first, now she's still on.
There you go. Yep.
So, sir, I would move that we approve action item 5.4 and direct our staff to work with the legislator to repeal the relevant codes specific to Elevate Schools.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Member Klein. Could you speak to the motion, Member Bogus?
Yes, so the code is very clear here. As a board, we continue to perpetuate this more complex and increasingly complex system. And here we have schools that are, by most metrics, high performing, and schools do school improvement all the time. It's a thing that they do, and this is just one more thing for schools to do. And I think that as a board, we should focus on deregulating, to reduce the complexity in the system, and I think this is just one more layer of complexity, and I think it's worth at least exploring what that looks like to unburden our LEAs and to move forward in a positive way. I think we can celebrate high-performing schools. I think that we can offer them the supports that they need in the areas in which they struggle, but I just don't think this is necessary, and I think that the board should lead in that conversation.
Okay, Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I'd speak against this motion. This is a lead in that direction, I feel like, because we worked on this a year ago, changing language from turnaround schools. This is an optional thing that districts can choose to be into if they to engage in if they would like. I think this was the movement in this direction. We, as a board, deliberately went in a direction that we thought was more supportive of districts, providing them resources and the needed things that they needed. And so maybe, and that's maybe just a little background to that. So I would speak against this.
All right, Member Lear.
And this is unnecessary with Member Earl's comments, but I was going to ask to have the Title I director speak to, this seems like a very weighty thing to vote on without any background. So I was going to ask maybe for Director Van de Venner?
So just a point of information, these are not Title I schools that we're talking about here.
I think she is the person still over this program.
Okay, thank you.
I think. I had a very whispered exchange, so.
Tracy's with us.
And I don't need a comprehensive explanation. Just tell us what we may consider that this program does before we vote to work with the legislator to get rid of it.
Thank you very much. Tracy Van Deventer, Director of the Center for Continuous School Improvement, and I've brought along the Elevate expert, Dr. Greg Fern. I'm going to let him introduce himself.
Greg Fern, USBE Specialist for School Turnaround, and I'm tasked with the responsibility for overseeing the Elevate schools. Just a quick comment to lead into this. This is one of the most unprecedented programs that exists in the country. We are unique as a state that we have identified that schools that are in TSI, that are non-Title I, need additional support and need additional funds to move out and to move forward as a school in a school district. So very pleased. The program started last year. We just are finishing up our first cohort of Elevate schools, and this will be our second cohort. And we're very excited about the number of schools and districts that applied this year. So the program is really focused on providing additional resources and support that are identified through a comprehensive needs assessment and root cause analysis, guided through a USBE approved expert. So these are needs that are identified that in concert with an LEA, so there's a partnership with the LEAs to work with their schools to provide additional resources, which may take the form of finances, staffing, relaxing policy, if you will, at the LEA level, to ensure that these schools can, in fact, over 3 years, perform at a higher level because of their TSI groups that potentially are performing below standard at this point.
And if I might add, just, we were excited because what we had recognized was our non-Title I schools did not have access to funding at all. So this program is really specifically trying to fill the gap that we recognize our schools have been asking for support if they don't have access to Title I funds.
Short follow-up, Chair. Is that
Yes,
okay?
you bet.
I just, Mr. Fern, so this is this a voluntary program for schools as Vice Chair Earl pointed out? I just wanted to clarify if that's what I heard. It is?
Yes, thank you. It is by application and by voluntary participation.
Okay, thank you so much. That helps me understand better.
Vice Chair Hart, Member
Yeah.
Hymas, and Member Carey.
I just have a short statement. I know of a couple of schools that are on the list, and they are very excited about this. And for the very reasons that Dr. Fern discussed, the ability to think a little differently, maybe look at how LEA rules or policies or procedures might need to be altered or changed in a way to facilitate and speed up growth. And I'm pretty excited to see these schools as they develop. They are really excited, and I'm excited for them. So thank you for your work.
Member Hymas.
I appreciate that. I see here it says 17 schools applied, only 7 were selected. Is this application growing as well? Obviously, schools are wanting this help. 10 of them who have asked for it are now saying maybe next year. How does this grow? I mean, I see the motion on the table. I would speak against it as well, seeing the request from schools. But are we going to be able to expand that as well and say, okay, 17 applied, maybe we take 12 in the future? Like, how does this look in the future?
I would say, first of all, yes, the application process has increased. So year one, we had approximately 10 schools. This year, we had 17 schools applied. All schools that are identified as TSI that are non-Title I are invited to participate, to apply. So the answer is yes to that, so that we see the application, and as Board Member Hart indicated, there are more schools, as they learn about this, are getting excited about it and want to apply. So we're very pleased with that. The second part is that the legislature was very clear in terms of the appropriation for dollars on what is available, and if at such time we are able to expand because of program dollars that were not used in another area, we certainly will.
Follow-up, Chair.
Yep.
Just briefly, so you're saying in order to expand, we actually should do the exact opposite and say we need to go to legislature and ask for more funding? Yes.
Yes.
I'll answer that. Yes. Thank you.
Member Carey.
Just 2 questions, if I may, Chair. First, Board Member Hymas stole my first question, so moving forward, if you could call on me before him, that would be appreciated. And 2, I see there's a lot of geographic diversity, like all the school districts. Is that because of the way the statute is written, or is that something that you and your team do to make sure that we're not over or underrepresented geographically in the state?
That is a great question. We were very excited that we did have a number of schools from across the state apply. So the criteria for selection is weighted. So we're looking at the size of a school, we're looking at the number of TSI groups that they have, we want to look at the commitment level of the LEA. So it was not intentional, but we're very pleased that it turned out this way this year, and we're looking forward to more schools across the state applying to participate in the program.
Sir, if I may add, also, he has a lot to do with that because we've been very active at trying to expand and make sure everybody in our state realizes this opportunity is there for them.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Green and then Member Davis.
Yeah, I was just wondering, what are some of the programs that are implemented or the funding that's given to these LEAs? I don't know that. And what are you providing that maybe LEAs can't get by doing this themselves? And why is, what is it that Elevate offers that maybe an LEA couldn't do by themselves? Like, what is it that's drawing people to you?
Thank you for the question. So I would say first and foremost, it's the ability to have additional funds. funds that are dedicated to specific areas that are identified through a needs assessment and root cause analysis. So what we provide is a USBE consultant expert that will go in and walk the school through a very extensive examination of their current state in terms of how they're performing, in terms of the different student groups, identify what potential causes are leading to that, and then being able to align a budget to address those needs. So with respect to the question about specific programming, certainly programs that are available through the USBE that are available to other districts are offered to them, but this really provides those schools an opportunity to find programs, if they so choose, staffing or other resources that will assist them to meet the needs that have been identified through the needs assessment.
Follow up?
Yes.
Do you work directly with teachers? Like, is this a teacher-to-teacher kind of assessment? Do you work with the principals? Where do you acquire your information? Through the needs analysis?
So the needs assessment is, as I mentioned, is comprehensive, and by that it means that yes, teachers are involved, students are involved, parents or community members are involved. There is a requirement that at least the board member of that LEA that serves, that represents that school is involved. There's LEA supervisors that are involved as well. So it really is trying to look at the performance of the school from many different perspectives, and then coalescing or bringing those together to identify and agree upon what the needs are that can be addressed through the Elevate program.
Thank you.
If I might add one other piece, that it's statutorily required that they have a comprehensive improvement expert that comes to the school, and they look at that needs assessment and they design the improvement efforts, some which may be very teacher-focused. It depends on what they find and what they've decided are their priorities that they work on then. So every school is unique to their challenges that they're facing.
Another follow-up?
Sure.
Thank you. Do teachers have a way to follow up with like the survey that assessment was proving beneficial to them, like the feedback that you're getting now that we're 1 year into this? What does that look like?
So each school, by both legislation and administrative rule, are required to have a school improvement team, which has to have representatives from their teaching core that are part of that. So the school improvement team plays a very vital role, and certainly the work of PLCs and grade level teachers, subject matter teachers are all involved in the process. So I think that you should be very pleased that teacher voice is pretty critical in this whole process.
Member Davis.
Just a quick note that, to Member Boggess's point, I was frustrated from the beginning of the whole turnaround scenario, but I do think it's getting better, and I think this is a big improvement from where we were. And I just want to put a bug in everyone's ear to continue to work on the alternative school situation, where they're not taking students that need to get in because they're worried they're going to be hit in, turnaround and the other such, all the new names. But anyway, just want to keep that conversation alive so that we can find some solutions.
Thank you, Member Davis. And I'll just note, members, again, the question before the board is whether to approve these particular schools as part of Elevate. And so there are a lot of policy questions that go into that. We also have another forum for that. We talked about that when we're doing legislative proposals. And so I encourage board members to bring those in that forum, and certainly interesting. We appreciate greatly the answers to the questions, but let's try to vote on what's right before us and then go in more depth if there's a policy discussion. I'll just note that we've had a lot of discussions about this and Springboard and had a ton of involved debate as we've gone into questions of legislative recommendations. So appreciate that. The motion currently before the board is on the selection, but also, I'll just read it out, that the board approves recommendations for the Elevate School designation for the 2023-24 Elevate School cohort, and direct staff to work with the legislator to repeal the Elevate Schools program. All in favor of that motion, please raise your hands. We have 3 in favor, Member Klein, Member Boggess, Member Green. And all opposed, please raise your hands. The package deal, so 12 against, that motion fails. So we're currently open for any additional motions on this item. Vice Chair Hart, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to pass out a consent calendar, item 5.4, 5.5, and 5.6.
Is there a second?
Point of order, she can't do that. They've already been pulled.
Well, you can move to pull items that have, move to approve items that have been pulled.
Yes, but you have to do them one at a time.
That's fine. All right. 5.4,
All
I
right.
move that we do 5. No?
Parliamentarian? I'm sorry.
She can still speak to
Some
them. They
of
can
these-
still be spoken to.
I think we've done multiples after items have been pulled before, unless there was a motion to separate, but do you know the? All right, let's separate them, just to be clean.
That's fine.
Fair
Five-
enough, so there's no
Move
objection. Member Earl,
5.3, no, sorry.
5.4.
5.4.
5.4 has
consent
been
calendar.
moved for
Second.
approval and seconded. Any discussion to that?
So I would move to
Member
divide in
Vargas.
full if that's the strategy we're taking. No,
No, we're doing it separate.
5.4.
No, I would move to divide in full 5.5.
Well, the motion before the board now is for item 5.4. And so that is the Elevate Program School
We'll
Identification.
do as pulled.
A single,
that makes
the motion to
Oh.
approve with
Thank you.
instructions failed, and so now the motion is just to approve item number 4, which is the Elevate Program School Identification. That's been seconded. Any discussion on the motion? If not, those in favor, please raise your hand. All in favor of approving 5.4, which is the Elevate Program? Okay, I see 9, I believe. All opposed by show of hands? 3 opposed, Member Klein, Member Bogus, and Member Green. So that motion passes. Did I say 9? 12 and 3.
Sorry,
Lawyer.
you can't count.
No math. All right, my apologies. Number 5 or 6 are both remaining for proposal of action. Member Booth.
I move that we approve the Beverly Taylor Sorensen proposals as requested by staff.
Is there a second on item number 5.4? It's been seconded by Member Straight. Discussion of the motion, Member Booth.
No need to discuss. It's just house cleaning,
Okay.
getting it done.
Any other discussion to the motion? Member Bogus, is your light for this one?
Yeah, I would move to
5.5?
substitute. And I would move that we approve 5.5, and I would call it .2, and suspend the rest of the motion until that process has been complete.
Do we have that?
Is there a second?
Okay, so in.
Hold on. We need a second. If it's going to go
Well-
forward, we'll need a second.
Because I don't know if I.
Yeah, if you could just state the motion, I guess, then
Oh,
we'll have it
okay,
up
so-
for a possible second.
So in this, there are actually probably 7 or 8 action items combined into one. And I think that we should approve the staff extending the fiscal year '24 grant application window to allow for more schools to have the opportunity to apply, giving additional ongoing and one-time funding that were made available through the 2023 legislative session. But I don't think we should.
Again, hold on, sorry, Member Bogus, just,
Oh.
we're framing the motion first, so if you could just state the motion
Oh, the
rather than
motion is
argue
to
it.
approve 5.5.2 and suspend the remainder until that process is complete.
Okay, does that have a second? Hearing no second.
Oh, Emily seconded
Oh,
it.
we do have a second. Member Green? Okay, back to discussion of the motion from Member Bogus.
So I apologize for doing that in inverted order. We just have a request to extend the application window, and then we have like 7 other things here. And I think if we're going to do this, we extend the window, or we don't extend the window, and we shouldn't clump it all together and then add to it and take. It just becomes very confusing and hard to track over time. And I think if we're extending the window, that we approve the window extension and then we bring it all back at the same time. That would be the intent of the motion.
Okay, any further discussion of that motion? Member Booth?
Call the question.
Call the question, and seeing no other lights, that will call the question. So the motion is that the board approves the funding and application requests for the BTS Arts Learning Program as requested, limited to item number 2, reopen the LEA applications to allow more LEAs to apply given additional funding appropriate in the 2023 legislative session and reserve the remainder of that item. All in favor, please raise your hand. No, because there's no lights, we're just going straight to a vote. He called the question. Normally that would take 2/3, but seeing no lights, we're free to just move to the vote. So we are moving on to the vote. So all in favor, by show of hands? 3 in favor? Am I off base? Member Davis? Okay. I could be. All right. All opposed? Show of hands? So that fails 3-12, I believe. Okay. All right. Any other motions related to 5.5 or 5?
Well, that was a substitute motion, so we go back to
I'm
the
sorry,
original.
you're right. We did have a motion on the floor already. So the motion before on the floor then is that the board approves the funding and application request for the VTS Arts Learning Program as requested by staff. All in favor, please raise your hand. And all opposed? That's 13 to, well, I'll leave that to Sybil, sorry. I don't know if I have a better vantage point than you do. Member Green, were you a yes or no on that one? A yes, so that passes 13-2. All right, thank you, and we have one item left on the consent calendar, 5.6, digital teaching and learning grant approval. Member Vice Chair Hart.
I move that the board approve these digital teaching and learning cohort 8 plans as recommended by the Digital Teaching and Learning Advisory Committee.
Second.
Seconded by Member Booth. Discussion of the motion, Member Hart.
I think the program stands the test of time, and I think that cohort 8 is very excited to move forward, I would assume.
Okay. And I'll just note for the record, since nobody else has lights on, this is Athlos Academy, Guadalupe School, Merritt Academy, Rockwell Charter High School, Salt Lake Academy, St. George Academy, and Utah Career Path High. If there are no other lights, all in favor, please raise your hands. And all opposed, please raise your hands. So that one passes 13-2. All right, thank you. I believe that concludes the consent calendar, although I'm always,
No, just
I knew it.
done. We're going to lunch. Don't say
We
maybe.
are actually, it's actually 11:47. We are ahead of schedule for lunch.
No, no, no. No, no.
You try asking the softie and you get shut down.
We don't.
What's that?
If we don't have lunches, then.
Do you want to do
Are
budget
lunches here first?
We could do that if it's not here. Do we
Are
wanna
you
give a
ready,
shot to the budget?
Deputy Jones?
Okay, let's do it.
They're setting up lunches.
All right, still getting lunch. And
I think everybody needs to
this
know.
was not on their bingo card that we would be 20 minutes early for lunch. Yeah.
Where did Carol?
Ready, sir?
Oh, there it is.
Go ahead. Okay.
Please.
All right, Superintendent Jones, thank you. Budget report.
Good morning, Chair, board members, members of the public.
All right, we got Deputy Jones's.
My name is Brian Quessenberry. I'm the.
Deputy Jones has the floor.
No, I'm just kidding. Okay.
Board
now
members,
see, I got his
are we
picture
with us? We're still in session. Board member Deputy Jones has the floor.
Good morning, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones with the mandated monthly budget report. For the board's information and especially for the public's information, the Utah State Board of Education is able to meet all of its known obligations and commitments for the remainder of this fiscal year. Per the board's direction, we're in a good place for year-end close and for the start of the next fiscal year, which is, starts on July 1st. And as you don't meet in July, we'll take back up the monthly budget reports sequentially with you into the next fiscal year. At this time, Chair, at your direction, I'll pause. We have quite an intricate budget for both the board members and the public to view. If there are any specific questions or concerns, we'll take those at this time, Chair.
Seeing no lights, we
Okay.
can proceed. No
Okay,
questions, comments? from the-
Always an integral part of the monthly budget report is an update to the CARES Act funding we received, ESSER, ARP. We do not plan to do a comprehensive drill down, but we are bringing the slides up to show you that that's available for both you as board members and the public to view. Staff are always at your disposal to answer specific or questions or clarify any pieces or parts of this particular portion of our budget. With that, I'll just pause there to see if there are any questions or concerns throughout your direction, Chair.
Any questions, comments? I'll note that 100% of Utah K-12 COVID-19 relief funds are obligated from slide 5, which is
We're doing really
significant.
well, thanks to the phenomenal work of staff and then our LEAs as well, so. Next
Okay.
item, oh, go ahead, sir, sorry.
No, I was just-
Okay, item 7.2 is your discretionary funds status or report. We provide this as well as an integral part of the monthly budget report. Again, these balances or these amounts are typically are derived from carry forward balances at the close of a particular fiscal year. The upper right-hand corner depicts available amounts left. The body of the report shows commitments and obligations made by you, by the board at your direction, for staff to pursue, depending on what types of projects they are. So, you know, with, as I stated earlier, with year-end close processes starting now, we anticipate that by September we'll have, or be able to bring balances, carry forward balances to you to consider for, so you'll see those numbers change in the upper right-hand corner. I want to say that we did receive recognition for the fact that the board is very conscientious about ensuring that money is obligated and committed in meaningful ways. We don't spend money just to spend money, so thank you for that. I thank you, the public thanks you, and these projects and things that you're doing, thank you as well. So with that, sir, I'll pause on the discretionary report, and then if I could, or for any questions or concern, I just have to add one more thing to it. So.
Seeing no lights, let's move ahead.
Okay, so there's been some questions about, as we all know, there's the debt ceiling debate going on. It does look like a deal has been made, passed the House. It's next up, my understanding is it's next up to be heard in the Senate. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be fine. If something does not go through or there's something that does happen, we're ready to address any and all impacts that we could see here in Utah to the, you know, for our ability to draw down funds. But again, I really anticipate and we're optimistic that it, you know, a deal has been made. It just has to go through the process. I am available for any questions or concerns that any board member or anybody from the public has on what second or third level effects there may be. Again, if a deal is not done or, you know, the debt ceiling piece is not accomplished, if you will, by June 5th. June 5th was the date the Treasury said our nation is at risk of default on, you know, on particular payments. So, but again, I anticipate, based on what we're hearing out of Washington, D.C., that we won't have an issue, that a deal will be made and it will go through the Senate. So, but if not, we can address what impacts we may or may not have. So with that, Chair, that concludes the monthly budget report, subject to any questions from you and or our esteemed board members at your direction.
Thank you very much. We've got Member Bogus and Member Green with lights on. Oh, Vice Chair Hart first. No? Member Bogus and Green.
Thank you, sir. So Superintendent Jones, I recall, if I recall correctly, you sent an email about what you just said, the possible
Right.
ramifications of either directions. Is that true?
Yes, I did. I sent an initial email that came out from the GOPB. You know, it's just basically some facts and things, but that's in time been somewhat outdated because we are close to, you know, seeing it go through the Senate. So I don't see any second or third level effects at this time.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Superintendent Dixon wanted to weigh in, then back to Member Green.
Yeah, I've had just one inquiry this morning. There may be more that, to clarify part of the deal, and I don't have the wording, Deputy Jones, you may, in regards to the CARES Act funding being pulled back, would it impact the school funding? And we received word from, I think it was the DOE or somebody, that that would not be impacted. So just want to restate that for anybody who might be listening, that those funds would not be touched that have been sent to the schools. It would be other community and other CARES funds. And I see Sarah nodding back there as well, so thank you.
Okay, Member Green.
Yeah, this is just going back to the line items here about the budget, the research study of standards and curriculum alignment and research study of student safety and environment. What are the? Oh, I'm
Okay.
back to the discretionary
Got it.
funds. I'm so sorry.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Can you describe what that looks like, what that requires, just how many people or what processes you go through to?
Yeah, I'm sorry, could you, Chair, could Board Member Green repeat which one it is? I'm sorry, which one is it?
Yeah, it is the one that they've highlighted.
Okay.
I just want to know what that looks like as far as how many people are on that and what that process looks like. And if there's any paperwork or.
Is that the BYU research one? I can't. Yeah, I believe that's the one.
No,
So-
I don't believe so. You're looking at research study on standards and curriculum? Is that the one you're looking at?
It is. The board approved October 6th.
We approved the funding, but I don't know of anything ever coming before us.
Yeah, so at this point, yeah, okay, I'm on the right one. Okay, I know which one you're asking about now. So my understanding is we haven't proceeded beyond the initial approval for this. So I can't answer how many people at this point, but I'll double check with staff on that and we'll get an answer to you on the timeline. So,
Okay.
yeah, thank
Thank
you.
you.
I just want to make sure I have the right one. Thank you for your patience.
Any further questions, comments on the budget? Okay.
Okay. that
Thank you,
concludes the
Deputy
briefing.
Jones.
Thank you, sir.
And we are right at the hour, so I think we are free for lunch. We'll take a half hour and be back. I'll just remind, we have a time certain at 1 o'clock. We've got a legislator joining us. We've got finance and other actions, so we might have to just jump into finance and then cut away at that point. But let's try to get going at 12:30 with the finance matters. Thank you. Okay, board members. Calling this ship to port? Did I get that right? The train has sailed. The ships are crossing in the, all right, let's see, we need need a couple more, I know. Let's see, we need, I think, member Hymus.
We need the thing that they do
And-
at performances.
I
where it
know,
goes
the ding, ding,
doo-doo-doo.
ding, ding. Yeah, the nice little chimes. I know.
I'll go collect.
They're so pleasant. Yeah. Have a quorum? All right. Okay, we have a time certain at 1 o'clock is the next item on the agenda. We're going to welcome Representative Ballard to speak about a bill. But since that's a time certain, we're going to jump in for part one of the Finance Committee's report from its special session. And then I think we'll just have to cut out at 1. So let's do what we can on that subject, and then we'll take a break and come back to it when Representative Ballard arrives. So, agenda item number 9 is the Finance Committee. And so I will turn it to Chair Norton.
And so as not to confuse anyone, this is the May 22nd version of Finance Committee.
Excuse me.
Okay? All right. The committee moves that the board consider approving R277-607, Attendance Promotion and Chronic Absenteeism Prevention, Draft 8 or Draft 9 on second and final reading.
Okay, so I will, as chair, open the floor. As you've heard, 2 alternates were put forward, so clearly we cannot vote for both. And so the proposal from the Finance Committee is to bring both to the floor so that the body can vote, can propose either of those and debate. So the floor is open, and I think I see Carol, no, I see, yes, Member Lear is up first.
I would like to make a substitute motion that we pass and consider, or vice versa, consider and pass draft 10 that is now posted on the agenda and has been since this morning.
So I think that would be a substitute, even though the committee did not specifically recommend one draft. It proposed consideration of 2 alternates, and this would be a substitute to consider one that was not brought forward by the committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and then discussion to that motion. I don't know that we've seen it. It sounds like it was in backup.
It's pretty, the changes between, what was mine, 9 and 10 are pretty minimal.
So 9 is just for board member clarity. The 2 that were brought up for potential consideration by the full board from Finance Committee were number draft 8, which was by member Bogus, and draft 9, which was by member Lear. Draft 9 was draft 7, which was amended in committee.
Stop.
I'm sorry, but this is tough because we got 10 of them in there. So draft
Right.
8 is member Bogus.
Right.
Draft 9 is member Lear as amended in committee, right?
Yes.
Those are the 2 that were brought forward for consideration. Member Lear is now moving and proposing draft 10, which would be a revision to her draft 9. Is that clear as mud, or any clarification before we discuss?
It's clear to me.
Member Hymas?
I'm just wondering, Member Lear,
Yes, sir.
and I apologize to the board for being late on this. Can you just explain some of the differences between 9 and 10?
Yes.
We're just getting there, so you didn't miss
Oh,
a thing.
okay.
Yeah,
You're not late at all.
Okay.
She brought it up. I think it is in the nature of a motion to substitute, so that's been, I believe, seconded by member Straight. Back to you, member Lear, to explain version 10.
The changes between 9 and 10, and right now, I won't belabor the changes between 7 and 9. I'll just talk about the changes between 9 and 10. And I also would like to reserve the right to make an amendment to draft 10 based on a comment that came up in public comment. So, the changes. I talked to Member Hymas about his concerns about, and I think some others shared this, about being too prescriptive for LEAs who wanted to, work on absenteeism, but they wanted to do it in their own way. And one of the things that was quite prescriptive was the review of a variety of data. Oh,
I just want you to know, yeah, they're separated out there as well.
Oh, thaned you.
But it's all
Okay.
included in draft board.
Okay.
Then they can see.
So, there you go, Matt, that's one way of doing it. And essentially, I took the 3 times that there was a specific timeline and changed it to regularly, so that LEAs would review that. I did leave in something because the many articles I read about this yesterday stressed that if a school system wants to work on their attendance issues, one of the mistakes they make is being the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, that they're better served to regularly review what they're learning about their situation. So I did leave in the regularly, but strike the exact time period. The other thing I added, and this was, the draft 9 had always said there must be an appeals process. I think that was a misunderstanding by some, that it wasn't in draft 9. There always had been one. I thought it was more parent-friendly to give some minimum standards for an appeals process that might be more parent-friendly, less LEA-friendly, but I thought putting some very minimal standards for an appeals process might be helpful and might be especially helpful for parents. I think those are the only changes between 9 and 10. There's, again, I have a motion I'd like to make myself to make an amendment, but I don't know if that comes next or when that comes.
Well, let's hear discussion. If there are other lights, I don't see, well, I see Member Bogus. Oh, no, I'm sorry, let me look to my, Norton.
So right now,
then
we
Bogus.
have a substitute motion on the floor.
Let me get clarification from Sybil, if I could. The motion from the committee was that the board consider 2 options, 8 or 9. The motion was not to recommend either of those, but to present them for consideration. Member Lear's motion is to move forward version 10. Is that a substitute motion to the committee's motion to consider the other 2? Or is it a new motion?
What's the difference between consider and move forward?
Well, move forward is to bring it to the board. I guess those would be, as opposed to recommend that the board approve it. Not necessarily, because you can't approve
Well,
both. You're submitting both of them to the floor for recommendation. My only question is procedurally, whether that's a substitute, a motion to substitute, or whether that is a new motion. Yeah, I'm sorry to get us held up here, but I don't want to run afoul if we have other
I didn't
amendments
want
and
you to
such.
perseverate about consider. What I meant to say is vote on it.
Yes,
to accept it.
yours is clearly to vote on it for number 10. The other one was just to consider 2 of them. So is hers in the nature of a substitute or just a new motion? What do you say?
I would say Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy, since the original motion out of the committee wasn't really a motion to approve a draft, I believe you could treat, and Brian, now that you appeared, I'll let you correct me if I'm wrong, we could treat Board Member Lear's motion as an original motion. And so it would just be Board Member
Heads are
Lear's
nodding.
motion.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the diversion, but let's get it procedurally right. So what the, correct, and that's why I ask. I just want to make sure that we know what the baseline is. So the motion brought out of committee was to consider. Member Lear's is the first motion to actually approve and ask us to vote for an amendment. So that is the new motion. It's version 10, and the floor is open for discussion on
And I ask you again, do you
that
want me to make
motion.
my proposed amendment first, or?
I think we had a light, but we could go back.
Okay.
Did Chair Norton, did you have, or was that
No,
light?
no,
for
no,
Okay,
my
so
light
back
was
to you,
to-
Member
I'll-
Lear.
Okay.
Okay.
The amendment I'd like to make was in response to the Libertas comment today. And I'd heard a variation of this yesterday from Mr. John England. So I hear what he's saying, and I would like to make this a motion, and then I'll speak to it. At the end of, let me come back to the, at the end of line, we haven't removed that other, we haven't, yes, it's out, isn't it, in line, the definition. One other change, Member Hymas, to draft 10 is because punitive action has been crossed out of the rule as a definition, it's no longer needed. So punitive action is deleted also. But the amendment now, coming back to that, at the end of line 37, we would add, let me see if I can find it. Let's see where I put that. We would add, in on line 37, it would say, in section 53G-6-206, semicolon, interventions are positive supports and not punitive actions towards students or families. You want me to repeat that? Semicolon after 206. Interventions are positive supports and not punitive actions towards students or families. And I think that addresses Mr.
Hold on, let me just.
Oh, I can't speak to it, I'm
Let's see if
sorry.
there's a second. I think, do we have it framed up there? Does that reflect what your intent?
Yes. Not punitive actions towards students or families. And actually, I was just, I don't know if I would say in accordance with, only because, and I don't know off the top of my head if that's the way they're described in that section. Yeah, they are.
saying it is.
They are, okay. Sure.
We're still trying to frame it up to see if we have a second.
Academic support, planning, goal setting, understanding.
Great, so that would be accurate. And I don't know if you want to I'd probably have, add definition following language in accord, yeah, so it'd be a new sentence, as opposed to a semicolon in that, at the end of that line. Is that what you're suggesting for the format? So we're still okay? Okay, all right, so that would be my proposed
That
amendment.
states it accurately? Okay.
To
I'll second
address the
that.
concern from this morning, and I'll speak more to that when
Okay,
you
we
ask
have
me
a
to.
second from Member Straight. Back to you to speak to the motion.
Okay, in response, to add to this discussion, chronic absenteeism is only a metric. It's not the chronic absenteeism of olden days, where it was seen as it was a pejorative thing, or it was a negative status. It's not. It's being used in this rule as a metric, so that schools know how many, it's another way of saying this number of students has missed more than 10 times. It's not a way of saying, and they're bad people, or we need to go after their parents. If it's younger kids, or if they're older students, we need to go after students. It's only a metric. It's a way to define students who've been absent that many times, so the school can develop a plan that addresses that concern. So rather than putting a may or a does or something else in a different place where Mr. England proposed and some of the board members had thought about, I think clarifying it here that interventions are positive supports and not punitive actions towards students or families is a way of doing that.
All right, thank you. Member Bogus, then Straight, then Davis, then Klein.
I would move to amend the motion.
So that would be a second amendment. That would be in order.
Okay, and I would move
What's
that
the,
we say that interventions may not in any way be punitive actions towards students or families.
Would this be an addition or in replacement of?
I would just replace the language that, where it starts with 53G dash sorry, I have to take off my glasses, 53G dash 6 dash 206. Interventions may not be punitive actions towards students or families.
Okay, so that is an amendment of the language above, and that would be in order.
Exactly.
Sure.
Do you mean to take away positive supports?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so the proposed amendment is, let's see if we've got it up there.
I could agree with that if you left positive supports.
But that'd be the same thing.
Well, but she's got it anyway, cross my.
All right, let's keep the rules flowing. Does that frame up the amendment to the amendment?
I would say towards students or families. Thank you, Ben.
All right, is there a second for that amendment to Member Lear's amendment? A point of, well, hold on, let's see if we.
Carey seconded.
Member Carey seconded? Okay, and Deputy Norman, did you want to address it?
Patty Norman, Deputy Superintendent of Student Achievement. I just wanted to read more closely what it says in statute, what intervention is, because I think we're restating what's in statute. It says, as used in this section, intervention means a series of non-punitive and increasingly frequent and individualized activities that are designed to create a trusting relationship between teachers, students, and parents, improve attendance, improve academic outcomes, and reduce negative behavior referrals. And then it goes on to state in B, intervention includes, and then it talks about all of the positive supports of mentorship programs, family connection to community resources, academic supports, teaching executive function skills, planning, goal setting. So that's what it says in the statute. So I just wanted all of you to be aware of what's in there, and then what needs to be restated then would be up to you.
Thank you. Okay, Member Straight.
Oh, thank you. Speaking to that, I did get feedback from the districts that I represent, and what I was amazed at is that they wanted to communicate what they were already doing, the positive things they were already doing, and I believe that Draft 10 does that. I think it is positive towards the LEAs and the efforts they're making in regards to doing this for all parties to be positive and to have good policies in place. So I think Draft 10 is supportive of that.
So you speaking to Member Bogus's amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, and
is that a yea or a
punitive
nay?
action? Punitive action is not something that I was able to witness in any of the things that the districts or the LEAs are doing. Yeah.
So is that for or against the proposed amendment?
Oh, well,
Not that I have to pin you
I'm
down,
like
but.
this.
Okay,
Because
all right.
it seems like they're saying the same thing, but I'm not supportive of the second one, the Second Amendment, because I like the positive supports. And positive supports is a main element of what most LEAs are already doing.
Okay.
I think it sends the wrong message that somehow we're trying to remove that.
All right, and I just want to keep us focused on the specific amendment to the amendment. Then Member Davis.
Oh, I probably wouldn't amend the amendment, only because when I was speaking to an LEA last night, he said, look, someone just needs to say, look at the data, create a team that can forge relationships with students, which is kind of those positive things that you put in place to build that relationship, which are outlined already in code. But I do appreciate the sentiment of the amendment to the amendment, but I think it's pretty clear when it says, and not punitive actions towards students or families. It doesn't say, it's very clear. There's no ambiguity there.
All right, Member Klein.
So Board Member Lear mentioned that chronic absenteeism is simply a metric, but it is a metric that triggers interventions in order to change something that the student is doing or not doing implying that what they are doing or not doing is somehow wrong. And while that may be the case, it may not be the case. If a student is chronically ill, they didn't do anything wrong, and all the interventions are not going to fix the underlying problem, and the student and the parent don't have the option to opt out of those interventions. And yet, and so I would argue that the interventions are inherently punitive in that regard, and so I would be against this.
Against the amendment, okay. Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I don't know if Board Member Bogus can maybe just address I received positive supports last week for a child at my house because they'd missed 5 days, right? And I would have considered that not a negative thing, but a reminder kind of a thing. So I'm trying to understand what is your intention, or what are you seeing that you're thinking happens in those positive supports? Because I've actually seen very good things come from that in place of the punitive. So I'm trying to understand, I feel like I may be missing something, and maybe you've got just some information that I'm not familiar with or something.
So just maybe, let me see if I can distill my thoughts to 3 examples.
Okay.
So, for example, we intervene, but a child has to miss PE. That is an inherently punitive action toward a child to provide positive supports. They miss a class that's non-curricular in order to provide the intervention. Another one could be the reports that I know we all received where students were suspended as a part of the intervention process so that it could trigger the intervention process through a meeting with the parent, and students were suspended from school pending a meeting with the parent. That, to me, is an intervention process that is inherently punitive to the student. We denied students access to an education to start the intervention process. And so I just think that we need to be clear that they may not be punitive, and interventions are not always positive. In my opinion and in my experience, that the intervention itself may have positive intent, right? But the way it is executed is inherently punitive in nature. And so we've got multiple examples in my brain, but those, I think I gave 2, but those would be 2 that I think we need to just be explicitly clear that they may not be punitive actions toward the student or family regardless of intent, because our intent is irrelevant once that goes into effect. The punitive action has already taken place. If a child is missing curricular content, if they're missing recess, if they have to miss lunch, if they are held after school, that's inherently punitive even if the intent is positive.
Okay.
Follow-up?
I can see what you're saying, because I think there may have been trends in the past along that. What I'm seeing, and I think what the intent is that those positive supports actually are just that, they're supporting and not leaning into the punitive. I feel like it's trying to balance that out with the wording. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, back to Member Lear.
I
You have the lineup?
don't pretend to be an expert in this area, but my understanding is, and I don't know if I want to impose both on the specialists and on this group with the time crunches we have, but my understanding is that these are mutually agreed upon. They're not, as Member Klein was suggesting, they're not imposed on parents, that to be I keep losing the phrase, to be interventions, they're mutually agreed upon, worked on jointly, and that is the whole point of this newer, kinder approach to chronic absenteeism. So would it be appropriate to call on either Aspen Florence or Tanya Albornoz to just speak briefly to what interventions, how, if they are mutually agreed upon, if they're imposed on parents without parents' agreement? I just think we need to understand what we're talking about.
Perfectly appropriate. The problem is we have a hard stop and a time certain, so
so
I thought
speak
we had a
fast.
vote, but if you, I think we'll just defer. Frankly, that's an important question.
Okay.
We have Representative Melissa Ballard here, and I'm sorry, you guys already came up, but we've got a time certain that we need to turn, and we're about 5 minutes into it. So if you don't mind, we'll invite Representative Melissa Ballard to join us. We'll switch and we'll toggle back to this to answer that question, then vote on the amendment.
Do you need a motion to postpone this item?
I don't know, we're just skipping around. I don't think we do. As long as we're just coming back, we're just gonna juggle and come back. So thank you, Representative Ballard, for joining us. And welcome to our discussion on truancy and absenteeism. But you're here for Safe Schools Routes, and we are grateful to have you. So the floor is
Yes.
yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know there's some faces that are new and some that have been really serving for a long time. I just want to say to all of you, thank you so much. The welfare of our children and the quality of their education, you really have that oversight. And just want to say thank you for your standards and for your diligent efforts. So this Safe Route School Evaluations has actually come to the legislature twice, passed out of the House and the Senate committees and the House floor twice. But because of my prioritization in the last week of only being able to choose 3 bills, I've just had some other bills that I've needed to say, okay, these 3. So I'm coming before you, and I'm also coming before the Transportation Committee interim in a couple of weeks to have this be a committee bill since it's really already been vetted multiple times. But this last session, we did add, I think, an important word that makes it really helpful for school districts. And I just want to mention there are 3 major players that we've had. We've had Life Elder from UDOT, who has been involved from the onset. UDOT has been great. Justin Lee and Cameron Deal from League of Cities and Towns. And then also, we now have Tawny Barker from West Jordan City. Initially, they were not in favor of this legislation, but because of the changes, we tried to get this on the Education Committee during interim last month, and you know how it is, education conversations go on. So we weren't even able to have it, but all 3 of them were ready to testify in favor of this legislation. So right now, it is already in code, and I'm looking at 53G-4-402, and you should have the language of the bill. And what's online is great, but I also have a couple of amendments that you want to make sure that is included on there. So as I'm looking at the new version that I sent to Chair Moss. I don't know if it's possible to pull that up. It might be easier to refer to, or if you want me to quickly email it to somebody.
Let's see. I assume that went to Angie, right? Do you have that?
Just have.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought that was copied to.
What was the code number again?
Let me just send this for a second.
402.
Okay.
402.
Send it to you? Want an email or a text?
Yeah.
Okay, I think this will be a lot easier to look at so that we're looking at the same lines. So I'll just wait for just 60 seconds here while she's pulling it up.
While we're waiting, can I have a moment of privilege?
Sure.
I just want to say thank you to Representative Ballard. I wrote her an email and told her this, but during the legislative session, she consistently came to us with advice and inquiry and, thoughts, and was always upfront about everything that she was running. And I just so appreciate that. So thank you, Representative Ballard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate working with all of you. I know the process, and so having your support is really important. I'm just going to start talking about what is already in code. And this is, I'll just repeat, 53G-4-402. Each year, a school traffic safety committee is required to meet and receive suggestions from the school community councils, parents, teachers, and others about school traffic safety improvements, boundary changes to enhance safety, and school traffic safety program measures. And then after that, receiving those suggestions, they're to review it and annually submit to the Department of Transportation and the affected municipalities and counties a child access routing plan for each of the schools. And then they are also consult with the Utah Safety Council and Division of Family Health Services for the crossing safety and so forth. So what does this bill do in addition to that? Well, one of the challenges that many school districts have brought to me and to you is the lack of the counties responding. In fact, I had talked to one county representative who said, oh, we just receive it every year, but we don't do anything about it. We just have so many other things on our plate. And I'm like, why do you think they give it to you? And this is our children's safety. This is the walking routes. And so this legislation, if you go down to lines 140 to 163 are existing lines in code that I just read. And then the new part is line 164 to 195.
Can you expand that for my benefit, please? Thank you, I appreciate that.
So I'm going to start with the new language that's starting in line 164. So those school traffic safety committees, line 166, will annually submit a child route access plan to the Department of Transportation, which they already do, and to the municipal, county, or highway authority, which they already do, to ensure that the child routing plan complies with the subsection. And so here's the new part. On line 172, this will include priority recommendations. I think it is overwhelming for a county to receive, 100 things. This is what we want you to do. But for that safe route committee to say, here's really our priorities that you want to pay attention to. It's a lot easier as we go down to line 176 of what the municipal or county highway authority shall do. They have to evaluate those priority recommendations and respond within 60 calendar days upon receiving it. And then they need to provide feedback. So having the child access route plan to include improvements that the county or municipal highway are going to make or not make, and what they have prioritized. So I think 185 is where it's really important. Actually, 182, I just want to emphasize the word prioritized for the following year. That's important. And then also line 185, that Department of Transportation may review them. And one reason why I had them part of this legislation is because they want cities and counties to submit the routes that apply to them especially. And they really are good about giving feedback to say, hey, if you do these 3 things, then you'll be ready to make those improvements. And so they already have a process, and they want the cities and municipalities to actually apply to them because the legislature has given to UDOT specific funds every single year to make improvements to safe school walking routes for the kids. So we want those counties and municipalities, as they are reporting, for them to be accountable also to UDOT, because a lot of them are not even applying for those funds. And then line 187 requires that nothing in this subsection requires a municipality or a county highway authority to implement the recommendation that the committee makes and submits. So all of this is for them to receive a priority list, and that they actually have to respond to say, we're going to do something, we're not going to do something, because that response is not what is happening in some of the cases. I did talk to one school district representative who said, we literally have almost a full-time person working on that communication on the safe routes and with schools. I believe it was Canyons, but not every district takes that effort to do that. So I think it's really important. It does say the committee shall make recommendations to the state board if there's new bus routes that are needed. So this has gone through a lot of eyes. League of Cities and Towns are really wanting it. UDOT was involved in crafting this, and I don't see any cities or municipalities complaining because they're not required to do those things, but at least now they have to respond by saying, we saw your list and thank you for the recommendations. And the prioritized list, I hope, will help facilitate getting action done. So that's the legislation. I would love your board to approve it, put it on your list, whatever it is you need to do, because it will go to transportation, our next interim meeting, and I would love your support. So
Thank you very much, Representative Ballard. And we'll have an opportunity to bring this up for a vote a little bit later today. But while Representative Ballard's here, questions, comments? Member Lear?
Oh, and
then-
I had my name already there, but I'd love to make a comment if that's okay.
Please.
I live in a community where there was an unfortunate accident and a little girl 12-year-old was killed in the crosswalks. And it was tragic, and I went to a meeting soon after that where a gentleman came from the city, it must have been. His job was to then interact with a community council, and there was many more people in a community council. I was really disappointed that when he said, well, I hear your pain, I feel your pain, I see what you're saying, but I can't tell you what's going to happen. And it made the whole meeting really unsatisfactory, and I think they could have lived with it if he'd said, we don't have it in the budget this year, and I'm just making this up, or something else. But instead, it was just, I can't tell you, there's nothing I can do. And so I think at least requiring the municipality to interact with the schools, whatever group it is at schools that's doing this, is a really, I hope it's a forceful thing, but I think it would have brought that community a lot more satisfaction and that we were being listened to than just, sorry, I don't know.
Thank you. Member Bogus?
Oh, no, sir, sorry.
Member Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah, so I'm not understanding the F part here. They're bringing their routes to us and we're approving those? Help clarify that.
You mean the improved bus routes? Which they already do, but this is in a response to safe routes. I can give you an example, if you want an example. I live, one of the cities I represent is Woods Cross, and there's a particular neighborhood, it's actually Senator Weiler's neighborhood. Those kids, according to the safe route, are supposed to pass a refinery, go over train tracks, go under I-15, and across Highway 89 before getting to the junior high. If they actually walk a safer route, it's more than the 2-mile radius. So the school has just said, we're doing this, right? And so this is an option to say, we would recommend, it's a recommendation, it's not a requirement, to say, we'd recommend a new bus route for just this area because it's just almost impossible to make it safe for those kids through those areas. So they are recommendations for you to know, since you have your transportation committee that oversees these things. Again, this is really facilitating the communication of where it needs to go for consideration.
All right, I guess because I've never approved those, I'm just curious on that, how that works. I don't know if our transportation person is here. I guess someone help me maybe from staff.
Scott, Deputy Jones, I guess.
Yeah, if you
part
can
of the
help us.
question
This is all new to me.
Yeah, board or staff
By
that,
saying the state board approves it, staff.
Nice to see you.
Madam Chair.
Come use this one. It's helpful. Big way for everything our staff.
I'm Ron Litchfield. I'm the Pupil Transportation Specialist for the State Board of Education. And kind of talking about what routes we approve, we have a transportation formula that actually goes through each route, and if they meet the minimum requirements, those routes are funded. One of the, I guess, challenges is that we have, with some of these hazardous routes, we have students that are ineligible for transportation under state law. They're closer than the 1.5 miles or 2 miles to the school, and that's part of our formula. And so one of the things that I think this bill does is it helps us identify how many routes that are hazardous are being looked at and requested for funding. So it's more of a data collection. I think there's still would need some additional work to provide funding for ineligible students to get a bus route, depending on the district. We do have a few pieces in place to pick up students in hazardous places, hazardous conditions on the route to school, and our districts are funding many routes with their own general funds that they have considered hazardous.
So let me clarify then. So if we we are providing funding for certain routes. I'm just trying to make sure I understand this. Sorry, this is new to me. With all the moving parts we have here, is that the case?
Yeah, when those routes meet the criteria, so we have minimum ridership requirements, we're making sure we have enough eligible students to meet those minimum ridership requirements.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Member Klein.
So on the safe routes, it's specifically for the cities to figure out the bus transportation routes, right? This is not about students that and families that choose how they get to school. They're not being limited to a certain route to get there.
If I understand your question right, this is not city buses. This is the school
is
buses.
school buses, yes.
Right. It doesn't prevent anybody from getting to the school on their own. This is just evaluating safe routes. And I think that's, when you talk about data collection, that's what's been missing in the past, is being able to have muscle to say, this is why this isn't working and why we're requesting a bus. And I really appreciate Ron being here to help validate that.
Okay, so do we have a copy, or could we get a copy of the criteria that it has to meet? That would be great.
Yeah, I can provide that to the board.
Thank you, Ron. Member Norton? No. Yeah.
One of the things that I was so grateful to hear in this, and I hope it gets underlined and bolded, is that it has to be yearly. Both because our cities are changing, the growth, the transportation, some places that used to have a lot of kids don't, and and their school boundaries are changing. Other areas are growing, and the field that used to be there no longer is, and now it's a busy road. So I think have this be something that is required every single year is so critical, and I appreciate you having the foresight to make sure that was included.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Did I skip you?
No, sir.
Okay. Vice Chair Hart.
Yes, so I'm familiar with this. Obviously, as a school principal, we have to do our safe walking routes every year as part of SCC. And then, of course, because we serve Little Cottonwood Canyon and Big Cottonwood Canyon, we have hazardous routes. One concern I have, and I'm not sure that this can be addressed here, is we can generally get sidewalks. We can generally sort of reroute. Our problem is always not sage patrol. Crossing guards. People do not want to put up the money for crossing guards. And so, unfortunately, almost every four-way stop becomes hazardous. And people are just rushing through them, not paying attention, clipping the backs of kids' bicycles, so it's not even safe to bike to school. Is there a way, and maybe it's just food for thought, I am concerned because it's a human resource rather than something that can be bought or installed, that it gets overlooked when it's the one thing that can actually create safety. So I'm not sure I'm not making any suggestions, I'm just throwing that out there because it is a significant concern. And I would like it to be considered as part of a fiscal note or something, or some sort of calling out in the bill or the rule. I really do worry about crossing guards in particular. And I would love a response. I know that isn't really a question, but I'd love any of your thoughts on that.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. Actually, the crossing guards are the responsibilities of the municipalities.
I know.
So again, I think this provides muscle and priorities that now also the members of that safety transportation council and committees and parents know, oh, now we know who's actually responsible for that. Let's go to a city council meeting and request that they put funding for that, right? I think that's where a lot of the dysfunction is who's in charge and what's going on. But crossing guards, you're absolutely right, are a big question. but it is the responsibility for the city. And sometimes just by bringing that forward, there are people who are willing to come out of the woodworks to take those positions. And so this would not have a fiscal note for that reason, that it just varies from city to city.
Yeah, yeah. I am often the crossing guard because it is the responsibility of the municipality. So every year I have to put it in bold on my report to my community, and it's just really frustrating.
Okay, member Reel, then Davis, then Straight.
Yeah, Representative Ballard, I'm very supportive of this bill, and it felt like the earlier draft had put a lot more weight on the municipalities, and so this new version is somewhat because you got a little bit of pushback in just the processes and learning about who's in charge and having to adapt to that. Is that part of the reason? Because I just like what Member Hart was saying, I love the idea of holding municipalities accountable for these safe routes, and so I didn't know if that was part of your updates on this.
That is exactly why, but that's also why we put the yearly report, we put the more muscle into it. But I also feel like these changes will facilitate understanding who's in charge and bringing that information to light every single year. If a city has that same list from the Transportation Committee 10 years in a row, there's nothing that stops a transportation committee to put other things in that report to the county to say, we've been asking for this many years. We've had this many deaths at this crosswalk. They could put whatever they want to put pressure on them, send letters to all the city council members, whatever they want to do, right? Or knowing this is a UDOT road, let's make sure we apply for the UDOT funding, or a county road. I think it's really helping that whoever's road it is, they are the ones that have to respond. If it's a UDOT road, they have to respond, and so forth. So I think that's the best part of the response, is that they know, oh, I didn't realize that you were talking to us because you've just been telling UDOT every year, and we're a county road or a city road, right?
Right.
So that hopefully that'll help.
Yeah, and I think that all the things you put in are definitely, they make considering, the situation, it makes it a lot better. Is there going to be like reporting that will be coming back to some person that can say, we had this many municipalities with this many reports, or anything that would be, so that if you wanted to adapt, later on, that you could say, here's the data that I have, only 6 municipalities made any adjustments to the list that they received each year or whatnot.
UDOT has great records, so you're welcome to reach out to them. They're welcome to reach out, but I think that's also the Safe Route Committee can keep track of whatever records they want, right? To make sure that they're following through properly. So, but UDOT has been getting them in the past, and do you get them all? Do you get all the Safe Route? Yeah, so I think that's why we put it there, because they're already keeping that database. It's not a new burden for you to try to track that, but you're welcome to ask.
Yeah, I just think it'll be great data to have later to evaluate. Thanks.
Member Davis.
Thanks for coming, Representative Ballard. And I will say to Vice Chair Hart that even when I put it in writing, ironically, as a principal, the most complaints about anything I got every year were about the crossing guards. I was like, I don't hire them, I don't supervise them, but I'll try to help where I can. This is actually a question for our folks. We recently, it seems like, passed a rule about busing efficiency and kind of changing some of those efficiency metrics. Is anything in that rule conflicting with this proposed code, or do they kind of work? Are they symbiotic?
No, so one of the changes we had was we had an efficiency measure within our transportation funding formula, and during last legislative session, there was a cap placed, or the prior legislative session, there was a cap placed on funding districts, and so we lost the efficiency. The efficient districts had some of their funding capped and redistributed to the less efficient districts.
May I follow up?
Yeah.
I do remember that, but I thought we had put a provision in then, our own provision asking them to become more efficient to qualify for funding. Am I remembering that wrong? And if so, then great, we can move on and there's nothing in conflict here.
Yeah, I don't think we have anything. We did request that we had some money to be able to be used for efficient districts, but that did not pass.
Got it. It didn't pass the legislature?
Right, it did not get approved in PEC.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any additional lights. Any other questions for Representative Ballard or our own staff, Deputy Jones, Mr. Litchfield? Okay, thank you so much. Any closing comments? Like I say, we'll have an opportunity later this afternoon to review our legislative priorities and bring up for a vote, but any final comments for us?
Thank you for letting me come today. Again, I appreciate your work. You do so much for the safety of our children, and being able to have this in place hopefully will facilitate as the growth continues throughout our state to have our kids safe. And I'm going to get a selfie as I leave, so you better smile. You can smile.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
And let's see, everybody smile. There you go.
Social media.
No, it's okay.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, we will toggle back to our discussion of action item 9.2. And I think Member Lear had invited up Tanya Adornos and Aspen Florence. Did I?
Yes, yeah, that's.
Okay. Let's proceed. And board members, if you recall, we had let's see, which amendment was pending? I think we had Member Bogus's amendment to Member Lear's amendment. Still was pending, right? So keep in mind, we're trying to direct our questions in the immediate future here to that amendment. And depending on how that goes, we'll come back to something else. So go ahead, Member Lear. Did you guys already know what you were being asked to respond to? Or could be helpful.
I was asking for a brief expert's explanation of interventions. Specifically, are they collaborative with the parent? Or are they forced on parents or families? Or is it something that the parents and the school people work on jointly? And to member somebody's point, somebody was concerned that these were that unwanted by a parent, and how's that handled?
Excellent, yeah, perfect, thank you. Aspen Florence, prevention specialist in the area of attendance. So there, actually, within the rule and then also within practice, there's several different pieces in there. So the statute does kind of define what attendance interventions are, and interventions are meant to be a support. Chronic absenteeism triggers, it's a data point that triggers a thought process around if an intervention is needed or not. So it may or may not result in an intervention if we look at that data piece and indicate that the student is academically successful, they're doing well. No further action would need to be taken. If we look at that data point and there's other data points that match that say, oh, actually they're really struggling in this area, or we know there's a need, then that's when we would reach out to the parent or the family and have a conversation around what that might look like, right? And the family may say, you know what, we have it under control. We've got some chronic illness things happening within our family right now, and we actually don't need help or want help, and then that would close that piece right there. Or the family may say, we actually do, our student has been chronically ill, and we're struggling to get work from the teacher. And so then we would work with that family to be able to engage in order to help that student be able to meet their academic progression that we want them to achieve in their K through 12 education. I do think it's important to kind of differentiate between what a support looks like, what an intervention looks like, and what a consequence looks like. And those are three different things that are kind of outlined in the rule. So chronic absenteeism may trigger a support or an intervention. A support would be something like that question and intervention if we decide that the family does need more or the student needs more. Those are those positive interventions that are outlined in statute. Whereas those consequences are outlined in the other two statutes, which are those truancy and compulsory ed statutes. And so making sure we don't confuse those pieces is really important, because one triggers one and the other statutes trigger the other piece, which is primarily in the area of unexcused absences, with a significant amount of criteria being met for those consequence-based pieces. This rule in particular really just outlines, how do we offer more support to families and students, wanted support to families and students, in order to help students progress academically and you know, all those other areas of the portrait of a graduate that we're trying to engage with. Does that answer that?
It helps me, thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you both very much. Maybe you can hang with us for just a second in case somebody else has one. Member Klein?
So you said that the parent or family could say, no, we're not interested. What if they, as far as, that's for the supports, the interventions that you call supports. What about if it's, maybe they are struggling, the student's struggling in an academic area, and so more intense interventions or supports are recommended by the school. Do the parents or students still have the option to refrain from participating in those interventions or supports?
So I'm going to be careful to speak to what the criteria is for academic intervention and their ability to opt in or opt out of an academic intervention. And I would leave that up to a specialist that's in that area and that rule and statute. Attendance in particular, the attendance interventions that are listed within the statute and then we're speaking about in the rule, those are opt-in or opt-out, meaning that a parent can easily say, no, I don't want my student to be part of goal setting, or I don't want my student to engage in some of these regulation interventions. That's not something that would ever be forced upon a student or a family in that space.
Sorry. Okay. I see a member Bogus and member Green. You both have lights on?
So if I'm first, I don't care, you can go first. Yes, that's fine with me.
So just, it's maybe a bit redundant, but I just want to clarify. Are interventions the same as positive supports?
So a support would be something like a letter, right? Or an offering of like a change of seat or something like that, or an intervention. They're typically more research-based, long-standing, have data that goes with them to indicate whether or not they're effective at meeting the goal that we're looking to have met in that space. So now, that said, there's lots of leeway. Again, local control, and schools get to engage in the ways in which they choose with that as well. So,
Yeah, thank you.
yep.
Member Bogus?
Yes, sir, I'd just like to reframe my amendment based
So
on what
it would have to be,
Aspen.
it belongs to the body, and the problem is that's the Second Amendment, I believe, or am I wrong? So that was an amendment to an amendment, so we are out of amendments unless you want to vote your own amendment down and bring it back in another form. But I think we have to vote.
No, that's fine, we can vote on this and I can bring it back.
Okay. Anything else on that one? Well, let's go ahead. The amendment then before the body is Member Bogus's motion to amend the amendment to say interventions may not be punitive actions towards students or families. All in favor, please raise your hand. 2 in favor, all opposed. Fails 13-2, I believe. And the floor is then open. Did you want?
So then I would make a substitute motion to move draft 8 for the board's consideration and approval.
Okay, so we have a motion, an amendment, and a motion to substitute that would bring draft 8 before the body. I believe that's in order, unless somebody tells me I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Well, there's an amendment to an amendment. There's a motion.
Maybe a substitute?
I think you can bring, well, let's defer.
Well, I did say that.
Yeah, I know. We created a monster. No, I appreciate, I think it's in order, but I will defer to Sybil. We have an amendment to a motion pending, and then we have a motion to substitute. Okay.
Oh, I thought the failure put us back to the original
But there were
motion.
two amendments. Yours was an amendment to an amendment.
I apologize.
Okay, so the motion substitute can only go to the underlying motion. So we do have a motion to amend pending then, and that would be Member Lear's motion to amend her own draft 10, that the board amended the definition of an intervention to include the following language in accordance with 53G 6206. Interventions are positive supports and not punitive actions towards students or families. Any further discussion to that motion? If not, all in favor, please raise your hands. Got it? All opposed? Did you get the opposed? Got 4 opposed? Okay, so that motion to amend carries. We are now back to the underlying motion.
So then I would move the substitute
to amend.
motion to approve draft 8 on second and final reading.
And that is in order. Is there a second? Seconded by Member Carey. Would you like to speak to the motion, Member Bogus?
Yeah, so I guess, hundreds of hours is really where we're at this point in this process. And I believe that as framed up by, I believe it is Director Rasmussen, there's immense clarity. There's adherence to the idea that we are a body of general control and supervision. This allows our LEAs a lot of latitude. It allows them to address things on a microscopic level that is individual to each child. And it allows parents the right to assert themselves should they see fit. It's been a very collaborative process with my LEAs, with my peers here on the board, and I think it encompasses what we're trying to accomplish. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion to that motion, Member Lear.
I didn't ever speak to what I like better about amendment, or about draft 10 than draft 8, so if that's okay, I'll do that.
You can address
Which
8,
is,
and I suppose you could compare it
which I'll say,
to,
where I think the
Let's
limitations
focus
are
on-
in 8. Let me put it that
Perfect,
way.
thank
I'll
you.
phrase it that way.
That's-
I think it's important to note that this uses only the language of LEA and doesn't provide schools the opportunities to work on procedures. And every one of the LEAs that I talked to secondhand said we would like our schools to have we would like it clear that our schools have some flexibility so that what might happen on the west side of Granite might be different on the east side of Granite. Same with Salt Lake. I heard that similar concerns from actually secondhand from Jordan. There were some concerns about differences in schools. So I think that's an important piece that's not in this particular draft. I also think it's important to have the clarification about students with IEPs, that there are different rules about attendance and serving those students, and I think it's important to note in the rule itself, and those are not in draft 8. I think it's also important to note that now it's the appeal process that parents might have if they feel like they're being, for some reason, even having had Ms. Florence's explanation, they're being pushed into something because of what they view as a status. There's an appeal opportunity for them, and it has some minimal standards which any kind of appeal opportunity would have. So I like having that in the rule. I also like, frankly, and it seems a little more wordy. I've had a couple of you say that to me in draft 10. But I like the fact that the staff members have pushed the envelope of HB 400 about as far as they can. Because we've heard from Sarah in her opening comments, we've heard data about the dramatic increase in absenteeism. And I think we're irresponsible as a board if we don't do what we can, because not every family is positive in getting their children to school. I've told many of you about my experience at Kearns High. I've also had neighborhood experiences where parents just couldn't get out of bed to get their kids to school. or they wouldn't accept any help from the school without even knowing what was offered. So I think we have a duty to try to offer families and parents schools that are safe places. And I think our point of being on the board is to say schools are great places for kids, and we want to teach you, and we can't teach you if we can't get you there. So I really like as much exercise of that power that the board has to say, we'd like to get you there. We're not making you, we're not punishing you if you don't, we're not even forcing our interventions or supports on you, but here's what we can do for you. So I like that aspect of draft 10 compared to draft 8.
Is
Thanks.
that, are those in the nature of suggested amendments to 8 or just
No,
comments?
no, they're in
Just
there.
comments?
They're saying that, that's why I prefer draft 10 to
Got
draft
it,
8.
okay. You're
And I
pointing
wish
out
they
what's-
were in draft 8, and then I could
But
support
you're
it.
not you're not proposing an amendment to draft
No,
8
I'm
for
not.
those things? You
No,
just
I think they're
wish-
already in.
Wish they were in there, okay.
They're in another.
They're in 10, I got you. Okay, Member Hymas.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity here. I've been looking over both of these rules as all of us have, or drafts, I should say, as all of us have. I do want to speak to just briefly some of the points that, excuse me, Member Lear brought up. I think they're good and valid points. However, I do believe that draft 8 encompasses those, right? Draft 8 allows the LEA to create a policy. It's not driven necessarily on what that might look like. So even the fact with some of the conversation we had was the concern that I had with draft 10 was that it does say LEAs and schools. But as I have been thinking about draft 8, I thought, well, if the LEA wants to write within their policy that schools can, that the LEA will have a minimum standard and that schools can adjust according to location, then they can do that. That's all within draft 8 because it doesn't have those restrictions on there. But draft 8 does say you need a policy. It needs to support absenteeism. It does not have punitive measures in there. It does encourage working with families and students. So those are some of the things that I see with draft 8. So I'd support the motion. However, I do have an amendment to draft 8, if I could bring that forward at this time.
That's in order.
So I'd like to amend lines 129 and 130 to remove the wording consistent with the U.S. Constitution Amendment 4.
That up on the,
129 and 130 of draft 8.
okay, it looks like that's framed up. Is there a second? Seconded, Member Davis. Discussion to the proposed
Yeah,
amendment.
regardless of if this passes or not, draft 8 goes through or not. If it does go through, I think that this wording is unnecessary. I don't know, I don't remember any other rules citing the U.S. Constitution. Some have expressed concern that it's, I don't want to use the word intimidating, but it just seems unnecessary. I think the rule still stands without it. So again, regardless of if draft 8 goes through or not, I'd propose to remove this.
Okay, Member Bogus? Lie down for that? Oh, no,
yeah.
Member Lear, I'm sorry. Member Lear first,
ahead.
then Member Bogus.
I just had a question for, because this language comes from draft 8, I just had a question for the, for Member Bogus. I'll try and forget, I'll try and remember who you are. I know your name, but I didn't want to.
It's okay, I do it too.
Anyway, so I just wondered what you felt like, because that's not anything I had seen in any draft. So I was interested in what you thought that added.
Well, in particular, if you look at the lines that surround it, it really is about the appeals process, and that the appeals process should be consistent with the Fourth Amendment. For example, intrusive questions that could violate HIPAA, or or that would violate HIPAA, intrusive questions about medical things, requiring a doctor's note, things like compelled home visits. I think if we are in an appeals process, when a notice of truancy and a notice of compulsory ed have been issued, we need to ensure that the civil rights of our families are honored by the school. And that's where that came from, is that this is an appeals process. It's not on the front end. It's on the back end when we've reached, a certain threshold trigger. And that if we're in an appeals process, we need to honor their civil rights.
And just, can I?
Sure.
Am I forgetting that, the Fourth Amendment's about search and seizure.
Yes.
So I just don't understand how that relates to searching a student or a family's home or.
So requiring that a government agent enter a home, even if they are an employee of the school, requiring that a government agent enter the home as a part of an appeals process, in my opinion, would be a violation of their civil rights, and requiring that they answer a questionnaire without being subject to a warrant would also be a violation of their civil rights.
That's helpful to just know what you're thinking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Davis.
Yeah, I would probably speak for this motion because it concerns me to call out an amendment in one rule, and when we start piecemealing that out, it sort of sends a message that the Constitution and its amendments don't underlie everything we do. All of this is in place, and these rights are in place for all people all the time, and they should be a part of everything we do. And so I'm really concerned about sending a message that, well, it's in this one, but it's not in this one, and and then also I think it does send some messaging to our families that is like pretty intense. Seems like to me the whole search and seizure thing. I don't know. I've never seen a school walk into a house and do a search and seizure.
Okay,
So
Member
may I
Norton.
respond to that?
Yes, certainly. Then
So
Member Norton.
The Fourth Amendment encompasses so much more than search and seizure, but it's about entering the home without a warrant, and compelling a home visit as a part of this process would be a violation of the Fourth Amendment.
Okay, hold on. Let's keep it to question and response. Let's go to Member Norton.
Yes, I would just like to inquire of staff about any consequences with this law for our schools.
Yeah, so if we were to adopt draft 8, and it, again, I want to be clear, there's lots of drafts and there's lots of language, and matching that with all the other statute is tricky, but I believe as we look at this, it does remove a lot of the support that's offered to students around absenteeism and truancy, as well as support that's offered to the schools. And currently, the way that our data is trending is not good. We're on a trend that is showing that students are continuing to miss school, and schools are continuing to try and engage. So if we were to remove the supports that are available to schools and students within the rule, that could be seen as a lack of support for schools in that space.
Just a follow-up.
Sure.
Could you just elaborate a tiny bit about that data? Since COVID, we knew COVID was bad. It's getting worse?
Yeah,
Is that what you're
absolutely.
saying?
Yes, so there's actually a chart that, if we can pull it up, there's a data trend that shows where we're at specifically in the state of Utah. In the past 2 years, we've seen a significant downtrend in student attendance. We're at about 26% of our students that are currently missing 10% or more of the school year. And if we were to dive deeper into this data, it is also our most at-risk populations that are showing. So our Pacific Islander population is at about 50% right now. Our special ed population, which you can see that trend line, is also struggling. And again, that I want to be clear, that doesn't mean they need support. That means they may need support, but we need to be looking at the data to indicate who and what supports are required to be able to do that. And if we don't have labeled ways or tiered system of support to be able to match that, it's going to be really tricky to help those populations in that space. So,
Okay, let's see. We've got Member Bogus, Member Carey. Did we cover yours?
I have a comment, but I'm happy to wait in line, sir.
Okay, Member Carey.
I'd just like to speak in favor of the motion to amend, and it goes along the lines of what Board Member Davis shared. The Constitution is going to apply whether we say it does or doesn't. If we say the First Amendment applies or it doesn't, it does. I do appreciate the attempt at clarity, but I am concerned that for us to include it in a particular rule, I think it draws undue attention saying, well, there's something special about this rule that requires us to highlight it. And I don't think that's the intent of the inclusion of the language. I would also ask the chair if it would be appropriate, because I am curious, in terms of rule writing and best practice, we have an expert on staff, Deputy Stallings, and I would be curious to know if best practices with rule writing would lean one way or the other in terms of the inclusion of that language.
Deputy
If
Stallings?
if I'm allowed to put her on the spot. If not, then that's fine.
She lives for that. If you'd like to, Deputy
Yeah,
Stallings.
okay,
So, Board Member Carey, I apologize, and I do live for these moments, and I'm very embarrassed to hear. I get what you would like me to pine on, but could you remind me which phrase or line is being included or not?
And feel free, Deputy Stallings, to punt. We know we go after you with everything. So if it
So
works, great.
Ben Rasmussen actually would like to.
Okay. Nice pass.
I think our general
Good
practice
pass.
would be to not include that reference to the Constitution, because I think it would be consistent with what Board Member Davis said, that underlies all of our rules.
And it's my understanding as a general rule writing practice, less is generally more. And this would just be redundant to the extent that it underlies all of our actions. Would that be correct?
I think that's a fair statement.
May I add, I think to what you're saying, Board Member Carey, about less is more, we generally try not to restate especially the Constitution, because oftentimes constitutional provisions are subject to court precedent and interpretation. And so we try to create the law in board rules, but not necessarily interpret or restate.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Hymas.
I'm gonna use a placeholder. Sorry, staff had a comment, but it was speaking to the draft, not the motion. So I'm gonna wait till the motion passes or fails, and then I'll be in queue if I could.
Gotcha. Okay. Member Klein, is this to the motion, to the amendment?
This is a question for staff, but not to this.
Does it go to this? No? Okay. Any discussion or question to Member Hymas's motion? I see Klein, Earl, and Davis. None of those go to this particular motion? Okay. Okay, well, seeing no further lights, I'll just say sometimes these are good reminders, and so I'm not opposed to the language. Let's start with the bottom on this one. The motion then is to remove from lines 129 to 30, consistent with the U.S. Constitution, Amendment 4. Member Wood?
Yes.
Member Straight?
Yes.
Member Reel?
Yes.
Member Norton?
Yes.
Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Hymas?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hart?
Yes.
Member Green?
No.
Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Klein?
No.
Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Bogus?
No.
And Member Moss is a no. That motion passes with 5 noes, maybe?
There were 4.
4 noes. Motion passes, so that language is removed. That brings us back to Member Bogus's substitute motion, which is before the body for discussion. And do we have, let's see, we had Member Hymas is in queue and Member Bogus, both of you. Sorry, I don't know which was.
Hi, thank you.
And Member Klein.
Thank you, Chair. So one of the things that was mentioned was that draft 8 removed some of the supports, and I guess my question is, by not giving specific supports, are we saying that we're removing them, right? That's where I get a little bit unclear, because just because we don't mention them doesn't, by name, because there's an right, I mean, we can go on and on and on. By mentioning just a few, doesn't mean does it mean we prefer just those, right? So that's what I'm asking. The point of draft A, in my opinion, not the main point, but a big selling point, is that it offers LEAs to do what is necessary in their community, in their area of the state, whatever those supports look like. So by putting none, but saying, yeah, we support you in your efforts to curb absenteeism. I guess my question has turned into an argument that I would argue that we are not removing supports. So I answered my own question with that. Thank you, Chair.
Beautifully done. All right, Member Klein.
So I have a question probably for staff. Based on a comment that was made earlier, it made me think, by Board Member Lear, it sounded to me like there was maybe an implication that interventions could be put on the student body or on a specific student in order to make another child feel safe coming to school that wasn't feeling safe coming because of maybe other students or the environment. Are interventions and supports specific to the child that isn't coming at the intervention and support is directed towards them, not put on the entire student body or on another student or group of students in order to make one student or group of students feel safe attending that is a group or a student that is currently experiencing some kind of truancy or, I don't want to say chronic absenteeism, but the way that's currently being used, whether it's an excused or unexcused absence, perhaps it just sounds like the implication is that maybe they're not coming because they're not feeling safe, and it's not that child that needs the interventions, but all the others. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. I'll try and answer.
So does it work both ways, or is it just one way or the other?
Yeah. So interventions and supports are student-specific, meaning that if that student's data indicates and the family also consents to intervention or support, that is when that would occur. That said, it is a school's responsibility to ensure a safe environment in which students are educated. And so if there is places within the school setting that are unsafe for students to be educated, it would be the school's responsibility to ensure that instruction is happening along those lines.
Follow up?
Sure.
How do you define safe or unsafe in any given situation, or does it change? Is it physical safety? Is it psychological safety? Is it how they feel? Is it subjective or objective?
Yeah, so I would leave that up currently to what I'm not familiar with the rule or statute that indicates how we're defining those things, so I would be hesitant to speak to that. And then I would also say that each individual school setting is probably speaking to what that looks like in their setting, so.
So one more follow-up.
Sure.
Is it possible that interventions and supports could be implemented on a school-wide basis without the consent or knowledge of a student or students in order to accomplish the goal of making the school safe for maybe one individual or group of individuals?
So I think this was discussed when we went over the LRBI a couple months ago, right? And so I think that the difference between what Tier 1 is for all is instruction, Tier 2 and Tier 3 are intervention. We would not run a school-wide intervention to make one student feel safe, no.
Or group. Or group of students.
Or group of students.
Okay, let's see. Got Member Earl and Davis, but Member Bogus, were you back in line too? I see your light on.
I'll just, when you come back to the maker of the motion, I'll.
Okay, for some. Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I have probably an amendment, but I'm still constructing a little bit. I don't know if Cindy wants to go, and then, unless you have a motion, otherwise.
I can
Do you have
speak while
a
you.
question? Okay.
Yeah.
Member Davis?
Yeah, there are things that I like about draft 8, which is why we have two great liaisons to our chronic absenteeism and truancy ad hoc committee, which is both member Lear and member Bogus. So first, I just want to really thank both of them for doing lots of work on this. And I think tons of your work actually also is in your underlying draft, but.
Yes, I would concur, and I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah,
You know,
sure. I know. So in draft 8, the thing that, and I expressed this to the maker of the motion also, but the thing that I feel is missing in draft 8 is that in the code, we are required, it says, the state board shall adopt rules that require a local board or charter school governing board to enact chronic absenteeism prevention and intervention policies that shall include provisions that reflect the individual schools, school districts, or charter schools' unique needs or circumstances. And I just think, I know Member Hymas said, well, they could do that if they want to, but it's very clearly outlined in draft 10 that they can do one policy for everybody or a policy for everyone that allows individual procedures. And when I talked to one of our LEAs last night, he said, we need to have flexibility because we need different procedures, senior level, junior high level, and elementary level, and even sometimes among schools, but especially among our alternative schools. He actually asked if we'd call it out in the rule, but I'm just going to say, Chair Moss, that after whatever one passes, I'm going to have another motion to this agenda item, but it's a code request change. So just heads up on that. So I think the flexibility is there more in draft 10, but I also think the language is more closely reflects what we are charged to do, which is to get the interventions and procedures in there, prevention interventions for chronic absenteeism, which is different than school absenteeism. Chronic is regular, consistent. It's not onesie, twosies, this and that. It's a concerted effort for a consistent chronic absenteeism.
Hey, back to Vice Chair Earl.
I'd like to make an amendment on line 144. It would be inserted after that line. The one we're on.
Draft 8.
And it would be just that, because I just asked that question about chronic absenteeism, saying, was this not what we are charged to do? What I would add is, and I think Angie has it, V, meets the unique needs or circumstances. I don't know if I have to put, I'd have to look above if we need to put that school or the LEA. And adopt. Okay, now I'm going to talk to that in a minute, but adopt evidence or research-informed absenteeism and dropout prevention interventions. So it includes those two components that are requested of us of the law.
Member Earl,
Yes.
what line number? Because I have
144.
144, and
In draft 8?
it does not seem to fit.
It does because in my view, maybe there's somewhere else it goes, but you go back up to where it says an LEA governing board shall create and review an LEA attendance policy that, and then this would be added as components of that. So it would be these two pieces.
139.
And if, maybe there needs to be the word chronic absenteeism inserted there.
So, may I, Chair?
Yes.
So in my meetings with staff, one of the things that they've said repeatedly is that we don't restate code, and I think we heard that today. We don't restate code. And 6 there, the little 6, is actually a restatement of the code.
So then.
And so
yeah.
is 5 as well.
So the question becomes, where in your document have you addressed these two items?
In line 37 or line, sorry, can I use your stuff?
Go ahead, Al. Get out.
So in line,
I have that struck, I don't have a 37 here that's,
yeah, it's 37 over here, but this is a new.
Okay.
This is the great work of Director Rasmussen. So it would be in line 127 when it calls out subsection 1A. that outlines expectations with language and definitions consistent with, in line 127, subsection 53G-9-8041A. So that language is inherent in the initial language of the draft.
Okay, thank you. Let me just look real quick. Thank you, I appreciate that, because that's why I was asking about the chronic absenteeism. I couldn't see the wording in there.
Yeah, it's just, it cites the code, and so it would be inherent with that we're asking them to do
Okay,
that.
thank you. That does cover that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, and may I speak to something else? So I would withdraw my amendment. And I just,
Yes, go ahead.
so in the,
Wait, was there a second on the amendment?
no, it wasn't acknowledged because it wasn't, we were still moving it.
Thank you, Member Earl.
Yeah, no, thank you. I couldn't see that, so I appreciate that. So in the law itself, when I've gone back and just done a quick look at the laws, it talks about individual schools in there being able to do certain things. I don't think we have to spell that out here. I do like the simplicity of this, yes. If you'll give me just a second.
It's subsection A1, I believe, Member Earl, or Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah. So I'm looking at, so 53G6206, it says, 2, A, local school board, charter school, governing board, or school district shall make effort to promote regular attendance. I guess it's saying school district. My apologies. Yeah, I thought it was saying schools, it is saying school district.
Chair, may I?
So,
Just a sec,
Yep.
I'll get it.
okay, yeah, no, thanks. I was looking at that more as schools. I don't know why we're repeating local school board and then school district too on charter schools, so, okay.
Member Bogus has a question. Is that directed to Vice
So
Chair Earl?
I think it's just a comment. So that language would be included then again on that line that we just discussed, where we call out 53G-9-804, subsection 1A in number 1 right there. It says that their policies include provisions that reflect the individual school districts or charter schools' unique needs and circumstances. And there's no prohibition against individual schools enacting certain procedures unique to their student population. We're saying that that there needs to be compliance with the code, and the code allows for that.
Okay, Member Klein, and then Member Lear. Withdrawn. Member Lear?
I just wanted to speak to that issue a little bit, the issue of LER schools. I don't know if I don't agree that it is, clearly we just read some language that didn't list schools individually, except for charter schools, which are LEAs. So I actually think it provides direction or allowance to school districts, because the code was so clearly saying LEA, HB 400. And I think letting LEAs know that doing this in a way that still kept the LEAs in charge but allowed for procedures, which was Aspen's suggestion, was a good way to signal to LEAs that you could shift some of that responsibility, and probably something they want to do, to the local level. So I think letting them know that affirmatively is helpful.
Okay, back to member, let's see. I have Bogus and Davis lights on. Those still left from prior questions?
So I would
Your
move
lights on, Cindy?
to
Were you-
amend,
Okay.
if the body would accept an amendment to accommodate Member Lear and maybe some concerns, just explicitly state in that initial number 1, Director Rasmussen, a little 3 there that says, actually, we would probably move the appeal process to 3, and in number 2, say, provides for school level procedure making, period.
What lines are these, or would they be? This on the appeals process?
No, it would be at or about, line number 128. So it would be, we would remove the and on 128. The little two would say, provide for school level procedure making, comma, and then the little three would start with provide an appeal process. And I think that would just be an explicit, address what we're all talked about. And I am concerned about too. I believe it's already in there, but if others don't believe that, let's just state it outright and be done.
Okay, so the proposed amendment is to amend line 128 to read provides for school level procedure making, and 3 provides an appeal.
I'm sorry, Director Rasmussen, I apologize. If we can remove the 3 off of there, I was just trying to help you find the language in the draft is all.
So those would be both part of 2, sub 2?
No.
All right. Never mind, okay.
Yes. And I apologize if I misspoke, sir. Thank you for that. No, we would just remove, provide an appeal process. That's not actually part of the motion. It's already in there.
That language is already in there. So we would simply insert in line 128 to read, provide for school level procedure.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
School level procedure making. Is there a second? Second. Back to you. Any further discussion to the motion?
No, I think if we don't feel as a body that this is explicit in this draft, then let's make it explicit, because it's important to me too. And we need to be explicit for our local schools. They're different, they're unique, and some of them are in the same district and 20 miles away. So we need to be explicit. Let's be explicit. Thank you.
Okay, Member Davis, you have a light on. Was that for this amendment?
Next.
No, okay. Okay, if there's no further lights, let's vote on that then. That Member Bogus amends line 128 to read, sub 2, provide for school level procedure making. Member Bogus?
Yes.
Member Booth? Yes. Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Member Green?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hart?
Yes.
Member Hymas?
Yes.
Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Norton?
Yes.
Member Reel?
Yes.
Member Straight?
Yes.
Member Wood?
Yes.
And Member Moss is yes. Okay, that passes unanimously. And that brings us back to that brings us back to the underlying motion, I believe, from Member Bogus. Am I getting that right? We're back to the basic motion. Okay, and I see Member Davis's light on. Is that for the underlying motion now? We're back to Member
Yes.
Bogus's motion to,
Yeah,
okay.
So what the LEA that I spoke with said is that we need to have a consistent, well, the exact words were, we got to have a base on which to build. So we need a consistent definition of chronic absenteeism. The word isn't in the rule. We're charged with creating a rule that has LEA address chronic absenteeism. It's not in draft 8, and there's no definition of draft 8. So it just doesn't seem like it's doing what we're supposed to be doing. And I call the question.
Okay, let's see. Well, we can vote to call the question. I don't see any lights anyway. Were there any lights on to speak to? Yes, so we're on the underlying substitute motion that the board approve R277607 draft 8 as amended on second and final reading. There's a motion to call the question that would require a second and 2/3 vote, but if there's no other lights, we can simply go to a vote anyway without that preliminary vote. Seeing no lights, let's vote then. Does that make sense? Did you have a light on for this?
Sorry, I've
You-
been speaking a lot and engaging, so I apologize, sir.
Okay, if the light was on accidentally, then there's no vote to call because the lights are off and we can simply proceed to a vote. Unless there's Member Norton, in which case we do have to call the question. All right, so you have a light on to speak. So, all right, so the motion is to call the question, motion to previous question, which takes a second and a 2/3 vote, in which case we would skip past any other discussion on the underlying motion, go to a vote. So, do we have a second on the motion to call the question? Second? All right. Where were you saying to start?
I'll just go to the bottom. You've been going from the top all day.
We're going to get to the popsicle sticks one of these days. Okay. Yeah. All right. We should probably do hands. Yeah, I think we can handle that now. We are voting to call the question, right,
Okay.
for the underlying motion to approve draft 8. So, all in favor of calling the question, which means we skip any further discussion and move to a vote on the underlying amendment to approve draft 8, raise your hands. This is to call the question.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I got
I'm sure it wasn't you.
12-3, so that motion passes, which means we move to a vote directly on the underlying motion, which is that the board approve R277-607 Draft 8 as amended on second and final reading. And we will go from the bottom. Member Wood.
No.
Member Straight.
No.
Member Reel. No. Member Norton.
No.
Member Lear. No. Member Carey.
Yes.
Member Hymas. Yes. Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
Member Green.
Yes.
Vice Chair Earl.
Yes.
Member Davis.
No.
Member Klein.
Yes.
Member Booth. No. Member Bogus.
Yes.
Member Moss is a yes. Where does that put us? 8-7 in favor. That motion passes. Okay. I believe that concludes action item 9.2 and takes us to action item 9.3. Thank you very much, staff, for joining us and answering our questions. Heading for the door. All right, so 9.3 coming out of finance, back to Chair Norton.
Wait, I
Sorry?
had one more.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry, I had a motion on this agenda item. Remember, I had said I had a motion on the same agenda item?
9.3, okay, so we've concluded the consideration approval of drafts.
No,
Is
it has nothing to do with the draft.
unrelated to?
It's unrelated.
Okay. We'll see if, I'll have
It's
to
a code
defer whether she's in order. The code request might need to be deferred for legislative action.
Okay? Whatever you want.
I
can do it now, I can do it then.
We are, but is that related enough to come out of finance?
Sure.
I don't have a personal preference. I just want to try to follow the rules. Angie?
Chair Moss,
Deputy Stallings?
I was just going to add that it has been a common practice that if there's a request for statutory change related to a rule, that we have allowed that. So for example, when the Finance Committee was discussing the school fees rule, you may remember Board Member Bogus made a motion. And then also the recent repeal of the instructional material, the requirement to share with others that you're getting rid of your textbooks, that came when a committee was reviewing that rule. So it is a practice that we generally
I'm
adhere to.
fine with it. I mean, I frankly, I thought earlier when the motion was to request a repeal, that probably would have been handled better in our legislative session, but it doesn't matter. It's related, let's go for it.
It's pretty simple.
Yeah,
I do
let's
have
go
a
for it.
point of personal privilege.
Okay.
How does this comport with our obligation with the open public meetings law? I mean, we haven't given notice, we haven't talked, I'm in favor of what you're trying to do, I'm just curious.
We do have a
The
noticed issue. Yeah, we have two things. We have a noticed issue of legislative code proposals. It's a little bit later in the day. We also have this particular issue noticed now. That's why I'm turning to Angie. I want to hear the motion. I'm just making sure we put it in the right. Does that change the analysis as to the question of notice and where it falls?
Honestly, Chair, I think it's up to you. If you prefer to wait till later, I think that is absolutely appropriate. But I was just sharing that we have had a practice in the past of when we discuss a board rule, if during the discussion, board members have said, oh, you know what, we should ask for this amendment related to the rule, we have allowed that. But I think it would be appropriate either place.
If you're deferring to me, I'll tell you this. I mean, I think if we're addressing the rule, then we address it when it comes out of committee. If we're addressing code, it probably makes more sense if we have an item on the list that is legislative changes, that we put it there. Representative Ballard presented to us, and we're going to maybe revisit that later. So can we defer this one to?
Sure. Oh,
I want to hear it, but that might make more sense in terms of the
It's
notice
all good.
issue.
Wherever you
Let's-
want.
Let's get to it then. What came out of finance was just the rule, and then if we hit code, we can address that. Unless anybody thinks that's crazy. All
I
right.
do, I would like to hear it now, but I'll
You'd prefer to hear
withdraw
it
and I'll
now?
wait till later.
I thought you were trying to defer until
No,
later.
I actually wanted to hear it now. I was just curious about the
About the
policy. And
notice?
if you have the power, and historically we've done it that way, I would be okay with it proceeding now, but obviously not if it's in violation of our obligation for.
Yeah, I don't
Public
think it really
I- I
matters.
just have a-
Sybil,
a
did you have
point of
preference
information.
Parliamentarily? All right, let's put it with legislative. All right, so we'll do that. Back to Chair Norton. I don't.
Oh,
wanna-
sorry, sir, may I ask a question?
Yes.
And I am confused as to why, like, Member Davis is getting to make this request, and we have all this context right here in front of us. And to me, though I understand noticing and I understand all of those things, I'm confused as to why we're so averse to handling the policy request when we all have all this information in our brains. We have a foundation of context. It seems to me that it would actually save time in the long run if perhaps we engaged in that allowance. I don't know, maybe I'm not seeing this correctly, or that I've not tracked the information to its full end. But to me, it would make sense to entertain this idea now when our brains are full of context. It's just a thought. It's just a.
I'm just making the ruling based on the forum. We're addressing board rule here, and we have a whole section for legislative proposals there. So this time I'm going to put it there, and I'm not,
Okay.
dying to stop it, but I think it makes sense that we talk about legislative potential proposals. Some of those might mix and match together as well, and so I think there's a forum sort of coherence that puts it there better, but whatever, as long as it gets heard. So let's go back to Chair Norton, let's get through our finance, and then we'll have our legislative proposal section, and we'll all try to remember and come back if we lose context.
Okay. In the next section, which was fiscal year 2025 budget formulation process for the 2024 general session of the Utah Legislature, the following motions were brought forward. Motion for the board, the committee moves that the board direct staff to develop one comprehensive legislative request for the 2024 legislative session that includes all potential RESA funding and policy requests together. Do you want me to read these individually as a motion or one big motion regarding the budget? Chair?
I'm trying to pull them up,
Sorry.
sorry. Let's see, are these all in the agenda? Yeah, so
Mine are in
this
the
is the
summary of
comprehensive,
actions.
yeah, the RESA one, right?
Oh, is that where they ended up? These are all in the summary of actions under, what I guess is now 9.3.
All right, I saw them in the agenda memo. Hold on here. Item 9.3 is the fiscal year budget formulation process for 2024, right? And in the agenda memo that I'm looking at, it lists the motions which start with the comprehensive RESA. Is that what you're seeing?
That's the one I just read, yes.
Okay, and then goes from there to San Juan?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, let's read through each of those then.
Okay.
Those
so-
are all in your agenda memo, board members.
So I just read the comprehensive. Did you say you wanted them one at a time? So do we want to take a vote on that?
Well, I think,
Or do you want?
why don't you present it as you can choose, it's, you're the chair, you can choose to present them together and see if anybody
I would like
divides.
to present them together.
Let's do that, give
Okay.
it a shot.
The second one is that the committee moves that the board directs staff to develop a legislative request for the 2024 legislative session to address the San Juan broadband project needs. The third one is that the committee moves that the board directs staff to develop a legislative request for the 2024 legislative session to address the statewide online education program SOEP needs. The fourth one is that the committee moves that the board directs staff to conduct analysis on potential percentage increases to the value of the WPU during the 2024 general session, so the board may determine what percentage increase to propose. Number 5, the committee moves that the board directs staff to identify potential funding request ideas, including the estimated proposed funding amounts related to the ideas for the board's consideration in August. And number 6, the committee moves that the board request staff conduct an analysis on a potential funding request to support a minimum of 1 full-time music educator per public elementary school building. Now, board, these are obviously not finished, ready to go onto our legislative request list. These are just asking, do you feel that these are things that we should have staff go to work on? This is also, obviously, not the comprehensive list. We just started the process, but all board members are welcome, and staff are welcome to bring forth their ideas sooner rather than later, obviously, to give staff the time to work on those.
So you'll see, board members, the next item after the finance agenda is the general session legislative preparation. Action item 10.1 is the process for board requested legislative funding. So if there are other ideas that board members want to propose for staff to develop between now and August, and the board approves to have staff work those up, that we brought back for review and potential approval in August. So these right now before us are the Finance Committee's proposals to have staff develop a funding request, what used to be called a business case. So that's all this would be doing, voting to direct staff to work these up so we can look at them in August. And then any board member, when we get to the next section here, will have the same opportunity to throw yours in the hopper. So with that, any discussion to that motion? Member Bogus? Or, I'm sorry, Member Klein, then Member Earl, then Member Bogus.
I would just motion to divide, so we can vote on them individually, or I can make a motion.
So the motion is to
approve.
divide them one by one? Is that the motion to divide?
Okay, I will make a motion
Yeah, you can
to,
define the division.
to approve the last one on the list.
So first, we would, if there's a motion to divide, you need to separate that out first. Motion to divide.
So
and
my
then-
motion is to approve the last one on the
Well,
list instead
first
of
we-
motion to divide.
Okay, but the motion pending is to approve all of them. And so if you want to only
Is that,
consider
isn't that just a
one-
recommended action?
The motion, well, the motion out of the committee is recommending that we approve all of those for development by staff. If we want to just move on one of them, you'd need to divide and then bring
But-
that individual one before the
Okay, because
board.
she already made the motion.
Right.
Okay,
That
so
was
yes.
a committee motion. So the motion is to divide, to separate the last one from
Yes.
everything else? Okay, is there a second to that motion to divide? Motion to divide would separate the last one, which is the full-time music specialist. Is there a second to divide by separating out the last item on the list? Hearing no second. Was there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, there is a second. Any discussion of the motion to divide off the last of those proposed business funding requests? Member Klein? All right. Seeing no lights to discuss the motion, all in favor of, let's go back to show of hands, all in favor of dividing the committee motion by separating out the last item on the list for a single music specialist in each school. Did I say that right?
Are we separating it out?
Yes.
Separating it out?
Nope, separating out to discuss it for separate consideration. Then somebody can bring a motion to approve or not approve. So the question is whether to divide the last one from everything else. All those in favor, raise your hands. 1, 2. Six, that fails. So we have the entire motion before us. I'll just speak briefly to it. Remember, this is not to approve these particular funding requests for forwarding to the governor's office or the legislature. This is simply to approve having staff work up a proposal for us to consider in August. So there's several steps here. They work up the formerly called a business case, now a funding request. We review it, decide whether to approve it. Those that are approved go to the governor's office in October. We then rank and sort if we do. I think we've approved that process, so we'll have a top 10 list. But this is just the first step in that process, asking staff to work up a funding proposal, which we then decide to approve and then decide if we want to prioritize it, right? So we have before us the motion to approve staff working up each of the itemized requests, or excuse me, funding proposals. It'll take a while to stop saying business case.
Sir, I have a point of clarification.
Yes.
And I'm not certain to whom I should address this. Maybe Superintendent Stallings is my, you're my first girl, honey.
Why not?
In the first line item, I recall discussing in committee that I had concerns that we could lose it all if we put it all in one. And so as this funding request comes forward, I just want to make certain that either I can amend this motion or you can just tell me we're going to see each line item. Like, do you understand my question? Maybe I need to be different in my articulation.
Chair Mansfield.
Go ahead, yes, please.
No, I believe, I understand what you're saying. Your concern is when we present these to the legislature, if we bundle them up, we might lose them all versus if we break them out. I think at this point, as Chair Moss stated, it's just a directive to staff to prepare all the information. I think once the information is prepared and when the board is creating their priority list, you all could consider pulling them out separately. So I think that's a decision that could wait until after the information is prepared.
Okay, so
as
when
well.
we get the information, may I follow up?
Yes.
When we get the information, it will be bundled but disaggregated within.
Correct. They'll will be kind of having each of those money amounts identified separately so that you could know that maybe one's 120,000, but another's 3.2 million. Staff can make that separation.
Okay, thank you. And I have no further questions, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything further on that? So, sorry. Vice Chair Hart?
You've got like.
Oh, I've got a
bunch of people.
couple. I'm sorry. It's, did I get Chair Norton? You're still on my list, but was that just for
That's
the,
just because I'm
the
waiting to
finance you're
go.
directing?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So, yeah, can I speak?
looking
So
out there at
I have a question on the San Juan broadband. Is this, it sounded to me like it was $500,000 a year. My question is, who's previously funded this? Has it the legislature that's funded this? Has it the UETN that's funded this? I know that some of the fundings come from ESSER funds, right?
All of it.
All of it has, so
And it's
nobody
coming.
else has funded any of this?
And it's going to lapse.
Right, but my question then has to do with, are there others that should be funding this? That's what my question is. I'm not saying it doesn't maybe have an impact on what our area, right, or some of our districts, but is this our wheelhouse, so to speak, or should another entity be pushing forward? I'm just asking the question, I don't
And
know.
maybe I could just piggyback before you answer. If a business case, a funding proposal was requested, would that funding proposal include answers to that question? Here's how it's been funded, here are the options for funding, here is your opportunity to ask the legislature. Would that typically be part of a funding proposal if it's requested? Go ahead, sorry.
So Chief of Staff, Sarah Young, thank you for the questions. To begin with, Vice Chair Earl. So previously, the legislature directed funding from the U.S. Department of Treasury's COVID-19 Relief Fund in the sum of $3.9 million to be administered by the Utah State Board of Education to support the initiation of the project all the way back in 2020. So that was one-time funding. I would also add that to the earlier comments, San Juan has used their ESSER funds to be able to address additional needs that they've seen beyond that startup infrastructure, and that those funds will come to a conclusion. So I appreciate it doesn't answer the question of should it be us. I really think that's a board call, but we have previously been asked by the legislature to be the lead fiscal agent on funds related to the project.
Okay, and I guess this is because I'm familiar with UETN and how they previously put their resources out, right, for the accessing of internet and other things. Is this a maintenance or is this a build-out still? Oh, sorry. Maybe you've got it. Oh,
Can
I
I-
called on her. Is that-
This is maintenance, however, UETN is very actively involved in this discussion, as is the San Juan County School District, as in about 5 other entities, on the best way to go forward. Right now, we are looking at, let's maintain it for 5 minutes, but there are multiple options and funding sources that are being looked at.
Okay.
Some move faster than others.
Great. If we could just have that when it comes forward. This is just not one I think I'd put on top of my list, but it's not in my area. It's in other people's areas, right? So I just want to know the details, and it may be a priority after I know all the information. I just don't have enough information to say this is top priority for me, so.
And I will quickly follow up with Chair Moss's question. So our form does ask, what is the historical funding related to this initiative? So that will be prepared for you for consideration related to all of these topics.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Then I have another question. It's on the board request, staff identify potential funding request ideas. So we had this similar last year where we had a million things, staff brought a whole bunch of things forward. A lot of those didn't get moved forward. I'm just trying to understand the difference between this and that, and if this is problematic, if staff builds something out, is this their expectation that we pick it up? And if we don't pick it up, I'm concerned that then staff will feel like we're not supporting them in their efforts. Does that make sense? So I'm trying to understand where's the balance in that, and where do we, I think we want information back, but I don't want to create a situation where either we feel obligated or they feel like if we don't move it forward, they feel like they've been devalued, and I don't want that to happen. So I'm trying to understand how we can frame this in a way that's productive.
I can address that, or Deputy Jones could, because we handled this in finance. It was my suggestion to bring back a different version of what happened last year. Last year, every idea that was presented was turned into a full-fledged business case, and our staff spent a ton of time developing those. This is not that. This is simply to identify potential funding request ideas, including the proposed amount for the board's consideration in August. And I guess that perhaps should say, for the board's consideration in August, to vote for a full business case / funding proposal. So the idea would be we don't ask them to do tons of work, but identify the things they're thinking about or hearing from the field, bring an idea, and a board member could bring that out and say, yes, I'd like a full business case on that full funding request, which would then be prepared for September's review in time to put it on the list if we wanted to do that. So I think personally, that's kind of what some of us thought would happen last year. And as the process went forward, we ended up having staff spend a ton of time up front, not all of which translated. This is an effort
Do we
to have
need
a
to add-
sequential,
yeah.
right?
Do we need to add language to that then, or do you feel like there's an
We
understanding?
might say an amendment, I guess I could propose an amendment, for the board's consideration in August on whether to work to prepare a full funding request.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion of that? I think I've explained my thinking there. All in favor?
Wait, that is so far out of,
I asked for lights, all right.
that is so far out of
I didn't see any
order.
lights. Anybody want to?
I am
So far out of
still
order?
discussing,
This is on a potential amendment to this one. Do you want to discuss it?
he's gonna make,
I'm looking out here for lights. I got to look to my sides better.
no,
I'm trying to
what
move
did you
along.
just do?
Okay, so the suggestion was from Jenny, from Vice Chair Earl, which I turned into a proposed amendment.
Okay,
that
so did you
says-
propose an amendment?
Yes.
Did you get a second?
Yes.
Did you speak to it?
Yes. Would you like to speak to it? Randy spoke to it, and then nobody else spoke to you. Would you want to speak to it? I'm sorry, Randy seconded it. Excuse me, folks. Member Booth seconded it. I'm moving too
Did you
quickly.
get all this?
I'm sorry. Member Booth
Are you
seconded.
having a one-man meeting?
No, would you like to speak to it?
Okay, no,
I
I just
was looking
want to
for-
make sure
for
that she's
discussion
got
to the
all of the
motion.
notes for the meeting.
Okay,
read
I
the-
moved the amendment. Member
Okay.
Booth seconded it.
Okay,
I didn't see anybody who wanted to speak to it.
no. You just need to.
Let's
refer
restate
to
the motion,
That's all,
okay?
that's all. She's
The
got.
motion is to amend the item that is related to potential funding request ideas at the end to add for the board's consideration in August, on whether to request a full funding request. All right, that's the, but you can
So
speak to it.
Deputy Jones and Sarah, is
I'm
is
sorry, I'm
that
not trying
clear?
to steamroll
No,
you.
I just
didn't see anybody
felt like
wanting to
it
speak to it.
moved too quick.
You feel like you know what could or what to do, not to go too far or too, yeah, okay. That's-
Okay, well, but we
And that-
haven't voted.
No, we have not voted, no. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to, you guys are the ones trying to move me along. Any further discussion to that proposed amendment?
Okay, we can vote.
Okay. So I think this frankly reflects, I'll just sum up, what we intended coming out of finance, but that clarifies that it's a two-step process. That's the idea. But I'm more than happy to open for discussion. I just didn't see any. All right.
So
Member
could I
Vargas.
just speak in favor of the amendment? We really discussed this, maybe not at length in committee, but I remember that, and maybe that was something in the room that we discussed. And so I would support the amendment. I think it provides our staff clarity. It allows the board to lead, and I would support the amendment.
All right, thank you. Any further? So can we move for that amendment? All in favor? And any opposed? No opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Okay, now we're back to the original.
And now we're back to the original motion.
And I still have my light on.
And Member Vice Chair Hart?
So I'm a little concerned that the one full-time music educator per public elementary school. How did we determine music educator? Why not librarian? Why not art educator? Why not writing teacher? Why not, where's this coming from?
I can answer that.
Member Bogus proposed it. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, so in this process, we had just, context is everything. We had just come out of the 607 conversation. And in my conversations with teachers and parents and LEAs and principals, that oftentimes the things that gets kids into school are things like the arts. And that we have to remember that we've been taking things away from students that gets them to come and enjoy school and maybe endure the math that they might not like as much. And that music education as a whole has really been stripped out of our elementary schools. And though BTS exists, that having a music educator in every school would possibly be a prudent move for the state, and that also the studies and the data that support the neuroplasticity and the higher math and ELA scores as a result of music education are very real, they're ever present, and they're ongoing. And that the idea of having staff present information on that, on how much it would cost, so that we can entertain the motion would be a prudent move.
So a follow-up, Chair.
You bet.
Couldn't we just say adding a specials educator? Because so does the research on STEM, and we do have BTS. So every year, it seems to be quite it's interesting where the legislature goes with BTS. I just want to make sure we have the flexibility. Not only that, we have a better chance of actually getting some of those opportunities in schools, but I don't necessarily want to limit it to one art form or one, I mean, you know what I mean by specials, so
Yeah.
I just wonder if that steps us into an area where legislators say, well, we have BTS. And it just worries me that looking at that and having been through the system, I just wondered why the backstory. So that helps.
Should we put that to Staff Member Bogus as to how this would be?
Staff Member Bogus?
Different from,
Inner dreams.
should we put that to
Well,
Staff,
I can-
Member Bogus, as to how this is different from BTS, or would you like to address it?
I can
Sure.
address it, and if our staff would like to correct me, I'm open to that. BTS is 4 areas. You've got your visual arts, dance, music, and your fourth. Drama. And And in particular, an LEA gets to choose, or a building gets to choose.
Right.
And this would put a consistent music educator, the data on, in particular, the Salt Lake District, the number of kids going to college in fine arts is a greater percentage than and this was, data is 3 years old, but it was a greater percentage than all other subject areas, like the percentage of kids that were in advanced engineering, going into engineering. And so the data was pretty clear. And I think music education offers just so much more than people can possibly imagine and that I could probably even articulate in this moment. But to have a consistent music educator and to lead out as a state in arts education in every building, I think it produces a lateral momentum upward, and we can add to it in subsequent years in putting the arts, full-fledged arts, back into our schools. And I am a fan of integration. I really do I like it a lot. I do a lot in my classroom. But I think arts for art's sake is grossly neglected in this state, and I would like to see us champion a movement forward for just arts for art's sake.
And I don't disagree with the arts. I support it. I just want more flexibility for the LEAs. That's all. I don't want to take away that flexibility. But I just wanted the backstory, and I appreciate that.
Well, and maybe it's because I'm biased. It could be because I have a bias for music education. I think it's super important, and it's just sad to me that our beautiful little young people they're basically denied that because we haven't put
In
that
some
forward.
districts.
In some districts,
districts,
yes.
they don't deny it.
And I would love to see the whole state say, no, we value this in a way that we're gonna put it forward. And if the board disagrees with me, well, it wouldn't be the first time. So,
Superintendent Dixon has a thought.
Thank you, Chair Moss. Board Member Bogus, I cannot disagree with you at all in terms of what music does for the brain and the value of music education. I wonder, given that we actually are a lighthouse state for BTSA, for the arts we have in the schools, other states don't have a statewide initiative, and I'm wondering if it might be helpful to this board to get a report in lieu of the motion, maybe get a report of how is it going with BTSA? Like, because we know we have funding and we have slots that for whatever reason we can't fill. So trying to find the specialists, trying to see, what's the percentage of schools that still don't have something in their schools. So I'm just wondering if it might be helpful to get some information brought before the board to help inform this kind of motion so that we maybe don't get out ahead of ourselves when we have some roadblocks perhaps with BTSA that might need to be addressed. And then if there's space for some funding targeted at music for a proof of concept or something, just wanting to make sure that the board has credibility given the long history of BTSA when we go before the legislature to ask for funding. So it's just my thought that I want to share, that I think maybe a report on some of those elements with BTSA lessons that we've learned might be helpful.
could we, Chair, may I?
Sure.
Superintendent, could we do both? Because I think you make a valid point. But I don't, I think the motion, it's number 6. It says, an analysis on a potential funding request. It's hard to move forward without knowing what it's gonna cost, because it might be something that's just not prudent for the board to take up. And so I think the information you want is paramount, but I also think the dollars and cents are paramount. And if we had both of those coming forward at the same time, I think that could prove prudent in our decision-making.
Yes, Sam.
Is that a potential amendment then to your?
That's what it already says.
I guess it would be a yes and.
Or just clarity?
That, but I forget the language, and maybe you could provide that to Director Rasmussen, but you said something about the BTSA data, the number of jobs filled, the number of jobs unfilled, something, I forget how you verbalized it, Superintendent Dixon.
Well, I actually was going to invite, remember, I'm not terribly clairvoyant, but I'm guessing that at some point in our process, there might be a proposal related to BTS, so.
There certainly will be.
Feel free to weigh in.
I think even in last year's
business case, that we're not using the word anymore, but that information is available. We know how many schools across the state are not participating in BTSA, and we also know how many of them are dance, how many of them are theater, how many are music, and how many are visual arts. So that information is available, and I would love to do what Superintendent Dixon suggested as a part of the BTS proposal, determine what are the blockages that are stopping the ones that still want to do it from doing it. Is it just that we don't have enough educators in the arts that are willing to jump in and integrate? But I also resonate very positively to arts for art's sake and getting a musician in every school. But I would also love to get a STEM person who's doing robotics and a lot of other really great things. It's money. And we've been, I would say, pretty successful, but not nearly as successful as we need to be, even with BTS. But maybe people would resonate to arts for art's sake, and so we ought to explore it.
Thank you, Member Booth.
So does that suggest an amendment to this? You want to keep it as is, and then we'll defer to when BTS comes up separately, whether there's other data that's part of that? I think the question for us right now is, do we need to modify at all the list of items, again, only on which we would like to ask staff to work up what a business funding proposal would look like, right? So
Yeah, so sir, based
it's
on.
up to you whether you
Member
want to.
Booth, I would love, could you just email that to the board, or maybe a staff member could, because I don't know where to find it personally. But if the information is already there, we can review it and approve this, and that way we can compare them and juxtapose them right next to each other.
Well, here, I guess here's the issue. We're coming up in August with hopefully some funding proposals that are identified and requested today for consideration. August is not the last opportunity. We'll have September, then we got to get the governor's office by October, right? So we've got 2 shots at it. So I guess, I think if the report could go out, that would help inform our decision in August. If we vote for this today, we would also have the information on what it would take for a music person in each elementary, right? So I think what I'm hearing is there's no amendment. You'd like to leave it as is. That would dovetail in with some of the stuff we'll get on BTSA. So, okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sounds good. Other, Superintendent Dixon?
So just making sure that the entire board heard, instead of trying to read our lips, that we'll put something together and just send it out via email to you all that would incorporate that motion and like a one-pager on, as discussed by Board Member Booth about BTSA. Would that suffice the will of the board? I'm seeing nodding, so. Okay.
I guess
We'll
the
take that on
question
in
is,
with
are
email.
we modifying the request for the analysis, I guess, that is proposed in this item then would be the analysis that Superintendent Dixon's talking about? Or is this intended to be a full funding proposal?
Chair
It
Moss,
says
the-
an analysis on a potential
So I
funding
think the
request.
intent was information to inform whether or not we want a funding proposal.
There you go. Okay.
That is my understanding.
Okay, which
and
this would allow us to.
Superintendent-
How
to
much would it
give.
cost to have one in every
Yeah,
school?
okay. Perfect. So that would come back in August, or sooner, but up for consideration in August. Okay. All right. Any other, making sure I don't overlook my vice chair.
You're not.
All right, I see no other lights. So the motion before us is,
Oh, shoot. Hey, I need someone to explain to me why we would need to address the SOEP program needs.
okay, item number,
Can someone
Could
give me
I
the back?
speak to that?
I would, well,
Chair Norton.
I can begin to
Chair
speak to
Norton, please,
that.
yeah.
thank you.
This year, there was quite a bit of leftover money that was reappropriated. And going forward, it would be helpful if that maybe could be something that is done
earlier rather than after the year's over. Also, yes, with the new Senate Bill 215, the private and home may be getting a whole bunch of other money that they might not need this pool quite as much.
Okay.
So we're just looking into options on how we can help the people who are not having access to SOEP have access.
Excellent.
And this would include how the last funding expanded access for small districts, right? How that money was used and the uptake and all that. Yep. Awesome. Any other questions? Okay, I think, let's vote while Molly's not paying attention.
I'm ready to vote.
Almost. Are we-
My light is on for voting, sir.
All right. All right, any further discussion or questions? Okay. The motion then is to move forward with each of these proposals as articulated. I guess I should read them again for the record. So maybe if you could scroll up to number 1. I'll try to speed read. Motion 1, that the board directs staff to develop one comprehensive legislative request for the 22-24 legislative session that includes all potential regional educational service agencies, funding, and policy requests together. 2, that the board directs staff to develop a legislative request for the 2024 legislative session to address the San Juan broadband project needs. 3, that the board directs staff to develop a legislative request for the 2024 legislative session to address the SOEP program needs. 4, that the board directs staff to conduct analysis on potential percentage increases to the value of the WPU during the 2024 general session, so the board may determine what percentage increase to propose. 5, that the board request staff identify potential funding request ideas, including the estimated funding amounts related to the ideas, for the board's consideration in August on whether to direct staff to develop a more formal funding request. And 6, that the board request staff to conduct an analysis on a potential funding request to support a minimum of 1 full-time music educator per public elementary school building. All in favor of that, please raise your hand. Keep them up for Sybil. And all opposed, just to make sure we're getting it right. 1 opposed. Okay, thank you. Back to, oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. All right, I think we're back still to,
We have one more for this round. We know we do have round 2 coming up later in the show. Okay. Finance Committee recommendations for program review. And the motion for the board is that the committee moves that the board approve USBE staff to submit an application for the 2023 SLDS grant opportunity.
sorry. We're on 4 still?
I'm in the wrong place, because that one did not have a motion for the board.
Oh. Program review didn't?
Well, not on my paper. That was the committee.
Yeah, I think we initially thought we needed board approval for that. We decided it was an internal finance
Okay,
matter,
sorry.
right?
So we are in
my
a new
bad.
place. We're on 14.5, the application for new awards, statewide longitudinal data systems, SLDS, from Institution of Education Science, IES. And now back to the motion. The committee moves that the board approve USBE staff to submit an application for the 2023 SLDS grant opportunity and forward the proposal to the board for approval. And we have Director Bruff here to speak more if needed.
Thank you, Director Bruff. Questions or comments on that motion? Questions including those for Director Bruff? Did you have your light on? Okay, Vice Chair Earl.
Hi. We've been carrying on dialogue for the last week on this item, so I appreciate Director Bruff for being here. Just a couple things. I'm personally not a fan of the federal government providing funding for interoperability. That's just a personal concern I have. But I have spoken to him about some needs or some interest in this funding One of those being in the area of special education and transition of students and making sure entities have the information so they're not having to duplicate in such a way that does not provide good services to students and the ease of those kind of things. So I'm just sharing that those are things I would like prioritized in if we choose to use this money as a state. There's the other two things I have concerns with is data. I understand that that they have to meet requirements and that the federal government for these grants has certain requirements. I do have concerns of the weakening of FERPA over the, about a decade ago when they changed it. So those, I'm just telling you what my concerns are with this and with the funding. I think if we accept this money, that it needs to go to the most prioritized needs of the state, so that we are meeting actual things that we need and not building out into things that are maybe more of wants instead of needs. So those are Jenny, Board Member Earl's thoughts. But anyways, I don't know that I really had it. If you want to say anything to that, you can. But
can I piggyback with a question, perhaps, just for background? The grant proposal or request, it says applicants may apply for funds to carry out projects to address one of the following priorities, right? Using an SLDS: infrastructure and interoperability, college and career, school finance, state policy questions. Maybe you could just address what it is that Utah identified as its priority and how that relates to Vice Chair Earl's comments.
You bet. So again, Aaron Bruff, Director of Data and Statistics. There's 4 priorities available. We can only pick one. We picked the interoperability modernization priority, but we also are piggybacking. So just sharing with the committee, I talked with basically our federal counterparts, said we are also interested in doing the financial component because we're already doing it in USIMS. This would be a benefit. Again, talked with the finance department here saying interest, what are we looking at? And so it would be coupled together, but it's that interoperable component that we're going for a priority. What we're looking to do, if I may, is it's the exchange or the transaction of data between agency to agency in a smoother, more secure fashion based upon a push from an individual through the system instead of having them call, hit roadblocks, call again, hit other roadblocks and such. So it would be based upon, for example, we're talking about special education, when students exit the K-12 system, actually when they say 12, exit or age out, and they go into the Department of Human, DHHS, I don't remember what that stands for. Health and Human Services, thank you. And they need records from their transcripts records, for example, from a high school. It is really difficult for that information to flow or to get to. And so this is an opportunity to say, you're basically saying, I'm requesting, it goes through the data systems through what's called an API push, goes through, retrieves the data because it's based upon one trusted sources that this would develop out. The data then being requested would flow back through, if you will, the highway or the pipeline back to the requesting agency so they can receive it, so they can process and move forward. Hopefully that makes sense. When I described it, it makes perfect sense in my head.
It does. Do you have a follow-up?
Well, and I appreciated the discussion that we've had because it isn't storing more information. It's just the more secure movement and transferring of that information and just going from one to the other in a more efficient way. Anyways, so I do appreciate the discussion. Like I said, I still have a couple of concerns myself, but.
If I could just quick follow, you mentioned more security would be part of that. How does that, and you may have alluded to this, but maybe layman's terms, how would this be used to enhance security as you're transferring information?
We would definitely be looking, as we write the grant proposal, we say, we are going to be adopting the most secure, the most up-to-date security policies, technologies, and making sure that they are a part. So that inside of the grant application, there is a clear requirement, say, describe how you will make this secure describe how you will do the data governance component, describe how you will maintain privacy on this information. And again, speaking with Director Felt this morning and his staff, kind of talking about, obviously we'll be updating, when we say the new security policies, I don't have all of that information because I'm not the expert on those, but we'd be looking at, okay, what is the new trends? Because as we transition to cloud-based in many things, what are the best ways to secure everything? They're not necessarily the same things that we're using today. And so that's basically what we're looking at is, how do we make sure that we can, A, understand how to secure the components? What are the industry best practices? And as technology comes screaming forward and new things come online, are we keeping up with all those things? So that's part of the grant right out that we say, we will be doing this.
Would that also be an appropriate use of the funds, assuming we received it, to the extent that enhanced security requires a cost? Would that be an appropriate use?
Absolutely. That's a
Okay, so it would
component of
actually fund the enhanced security as well as the interoperability that you're trying to.
Exactly.
Okay.
That whole thing gets kind of coupled
Got it.
together with the funds if they become available,
Okay.
if we receive the grant.
Vice Chair Hart, and then, Superintendent Dixon, did you want to jump in
Yeah.
first?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to alert people that Yushi was on Zoom if we had questions for them.
Oh, great, great, okay.
That's just FYI.
Okay, I will go then, Chair Moss, if
Yeah,
that's okay. I was on the call where we partnered with Yushi, our great partners, and others to talk about the possibilities of this grant. And one of the things that, gosh, I don't know how many years I've heard this issue, but one of the issues that we continue to hear is we don't know in transition from high school to higher ed, how are we doing? Like, how are kids making it through the system and being able to, for example, engage in coursework that leads to similar other coursework in higher ed, or leads to job attainment, or, a lot of those things. I remember back in No Child Left Behind when we were tasked to track some of that data, and we were all very uncomfortable with the lack of security, and of course, we didn't have the technology then that we have now, but just, we had some concerns. And so now here we are, a decade later? I don't know. It seems like a decade later at least. And trying to get at the same information. And so what happens is we have all these little research projects that come to Aaron, and people coming to Aaron and his staff requesting a lot of data and not being able to really get at this in a very clean way. So as we discussed this possibility, the thing that was enticing to us as staff was, here's a way to do both, a yes and, to get at the data in a seamless way where we then feel more confident that it's not being held somewhere, but actually just moved and still in the secure space that we have it held. So building out both the security and the data that is needed all the time that people are asking for, and then coming to us for research projects and other grants. I just feel like we keep approaching this in a piecemeal way instead of having a more systemic way to get at the data that can help form your decisions and the Board of Regents, the Board for Higher Ed at USHE as well. So that was the selling point for us as staff looking at it.
Thank you. Back to Vice Chair Hart.
Yeah, so I knew Superintendent Dixon would say it better than I, but I really support this because I don't think we're in an environment where we can ignore evaluations of our quality, of the quality of the product that we're offering students, and we need to be doing, looking really close at our outcomes, and this is one way to do that. I think it's way past the time where we just say, here's the product, come get it if you want it, it's public ed, deal with it. We have to customize, we have to make sure that we provide value, and we can't do that without this information. Our constituents want us to show and be transparent about what we're offering at the cost that they are paying, and this data is needed in order to do that. So I very much support this project. Thank you.
Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. Director Ruff?
Yes.
Right? Okay, thank you. So my question is, could we do this without tying ourselves to the federal government?
Scott just answered in the whisper behind my ear. If we got other funding, yes. So this is a funding stream.
So how much, could you remind me? I know I read the
This,
documents.
it's $4 million is what we'll be asking for over a 4-year period. So sure, if there's another funding stream, we could likewise do this. But this is the opportunity for, again, this is the request.
Yeah.
Here's a funding grant. Yes, it is a federal funding grant. If there's another source, then we could do it.
I have a follow-up question.
Sure.
Has the staff or your office or maybe board leadership, I don't know, explored other funding opportunities?
Not currently. When I say explore, so we currently have state funding that supports, it's the UDRC, and it's at each of the individual agencies, there is a funding stream that comes in from the legislature that currently maintains everything.
Yes, sir.
They haven't given us more money. When I say they, the legislature has not given us more money. This grant opportunity is an ongoing thing that we're aware of that's come from the federal government, started back in 2007, I believe, for the very first time. And again, it's just called the SLDS, or the State Longitudinal Data System Grants. We've received a number of these. And typically, the process behind this is, when it very first was set up, it was, let's start figuring this out and going at the beginning, and here's the seed money. The requirements of the grant are now saying, you have to have a state sustainability. This is to help enhance what you've already built out. So we haven't gone to the legislature and asked for this simply because, A, we knew a grant application and opportunity was coming. And so that's why we're at this point right now saying, okay, it came, can we apply? And that's why we're here today is, can we apply for this grant to see if we have it? Have we gone down other avenues? We haven't done that yet because this is the avenue that was presented to us with all the work that we're doing right now anyway. So if that makes sense,
It
that's the
does.
approach that we've taken so far.
It does make sense. Thank you, sir.
Member Davis.
Yeah, I support this motion. I think we can save, well, we can't save, but we can supplement with the $4 million. And we have asked important questions in our finance committee. Member Moss asked about any weird strings this would tie us to or any of that kind of thing. So I just want to make sure it's on public record when we have to go back to those USIMS meetings with Senator Andrick, because I talked to him on the phone about this. I just want it known that I didn't pass up an opportunity to get this $4 million to do some of what we already need to do, but some of an extension of what other kids in other states get with the coordination between our secondary and higher ed. But we just haven't, because we haven't had the funding.
Thank you. And I did ask about what the federal strings were. That's a persistent question of mine and others. And Director Bruff answered that it was sort of defined by our proposal. We tell them what we're going to do with it, and if they give us that money, then we do what we said we were going to do, and that doesn't affect our judgment about education. It just affects how we process the data to analyze what's going on. And so I appreciated the response to that question during Finance Committee. I don't see any other lights. I think, was there a motion? I think there was. It was the committee motion. So the motion, unless there are further questions or comments, is that the board approves the request for USBE staff to submit an application for the 2023 SLDS grant opportunity. All in favor, raise your hands. All opposed? 5, I think. Okay, that motion passes. Is it 10-5? Passes 10-5. Okay. Does that wrap up that section of finance? All right, let's take a break.
Oh, good. I was going to move to
Let's take 5 minutes and saunter, and
Yeah, if we say
10.
five, that
All
will
right,
be
say
10.
5.
5 to 10.
No, we have no idea.
We are going to legislative preparation.
Oh, you're going to do that, right?
I'll run it. Are you going to propose the
Yeah,
master teacher?
I've got it all written down.
Okay. And it'll just be the prior business case, but open to discussion between now and August to work up whatever.
Yeah.
Because I think Cindy had a good point. I was thinking the same thing. That might tie into it.
Yeah, no, I think
But it might not.
it might or might
There's
not.
only like 400 of them. If we're going to juice the system, I don't know that we want to require that. It could be something, some part of it.
Once
That's an
once
input.
she said that though, I'm like, ooh, we could really augment this with some of the other things.
Yeah, that's
and
what I was thinking.
and so let's augment it, but let's get it on the table.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I thought. We don't augment it now. We
Right.
just bring up the last one.
Yep.
And then discuss between.
And here they're stealing my New York City is stealing my best science teacher. I lost my best social studies teacher this morning.
Oh, Molly.
They're leaving because I'm leaving.
You need more pay. Oh, this is at Albion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, it's not
But
your
it doesn't
issue.
matter because I have to
It's
hire.
not your. All right. I forgot to refill my drinks. We are back. I got this one. I can do this, and then I'll give you the standards and the other thing. Yeah.
Okay.
And the screening tool, and I'll give it to you at science.
Somebody just needs to text me. I need a hand.
We're out of control. All right, welcome back. I think we've got a quorum, and we have concluded Finance Part 1, the special session, and we're on to item number 10, which is the 2024 General Session Legislation Preparation, which we will turn over to Deputy Superintendent Jones and Deputy Superintendent Stallings, I think. We are now
Chair-
only 3 hours behind, just in case somebody's counting. Go ahead.
Okay, well, we'll try to be quick.
Certainly not your fault. Oh,
Chair-
right.
Yeah, Chair, if it's okay, Chief of Staff Young's up here with us too, so.
Thank you.
Really, essentially, I'll try to be as succinct as possible. This is an agenda item that's intended to do, or allow for you as the board members here to provide your recommended funding requests. Trying to get away from the business case term. But if you'll recognize Chief of Staff Young, she can provide more of the details on that. And we've already prepared a template for you to make motions if you so see fit. So can you
Okay,
recognize
thank you.
her?
Yes, Chief of Staff Young, welcome, thank you.
Thank you. So Chief of Staff Sarah Young, very similar to the format that we just followed related to the Finance Committee. This is for all board members to be able to have the opportunity to direct staff to develop a comprehensive funding and/or we will get to policy request related to actions then that the full board could consider for adoption and prioritization in the August board meeting. So the way that we have structured this, we have the template that staff fill out as part of backup, just to help inform you on the different items that we will respond to in terms of preparation. But we really do seek the board's guidance in terms of specific topics and/or solutions, resources, or policy solutions that we as staff can draft to support you in your future efforts with the legislature in addressing needs for K-12 education. We're happy to answer any questions, but also would seek your direction on if there are additional items that you would like staff to address.
All right, thank you. Questions or comments, or the floor is open for motions and proposals for the development of funding requests. And I see Member Straight, Member Hart, and Member Booth.
Am I up then?
Yep.
Oh,
You got
okay.
it.
So if something was already in the queue last year, do we have to resubmit those? Okay. So can I do that?
You bet.
Now? Okay. So the collaborative hours, the 32 collaborative hours, the current obligation is $64 million. That's been in place for 2 years. It's one-time money. I'd like to increase that to $100 million. 100. Number 2, curricular.
Hold on, I think so the process will be, we bring it forward, and if you get a vote of approval, then staff will work up the funding request, right?
Okay.
So for
I have
each of those, and I think there's a couple others that are last year's, that the request is going to be to vote to bring it forward. So if I'm getting that right, Deputy Jones, that's the process we agree on, right? So maybe you take each one and,
Yeah, I guess that's fine if they want to do it.
One time or ongoing, she's asking.
Let's maintain one time for, yeah. But would be open to a permanent funding source, but I think as it is would be the direction for now.
so board members, the proposal, and I guess we'll look for a second, but I just framing it again, this is to vote to ask staff to work up the funding proposal for our consideration in August as to whether to put it on the list and prioritize it. So we're not approving that the 100 million is the final. We're asking them to work that up if we vote to approve the motion from Member Straight. Is there a second? I'll second it. Any discussion? Again, these are not full-fledged debates on whether we want to propose this to the legislature. It's just whether we want to work up a funding proposal for consideration. So Member Straight, any discussion to the motion?
Just briefly, it's been in place for 2 years, highly successful. I hear comments, positive comments all the time. I don't think I need to say anything else about it.
All right. Any
But
other?
can I add more things now?
What's that?
We have to vote.
Oh, we have to vote?
Oh, yeah. So yeah, for each of these, the question is whether we vote to have, we voted previously to approve having the Finance Committee recommendations turned into funding proposals. And so this will be an equivalent process open to any board member. So same process, bring it up, vote, they prepare it, then we vote whether to put it on the list and prioritize
Well,
it.
maybe I should speak for a half hour then to it, because I want it to be brought.
You think that'll get you votes?
Not me speaking for a half hour. I won't speak
That's
for
what
a
I
half hour
mean.
if you vote for it.
I seconded it. Was there anybody else that wanted to speak to it? Anybody else speak to that proposal to develop a funding request for $100 million in collaboration time? If not, we can put it to Member Lear.
I've got to say, I was the one who initially proposed this, so I take a little pride in this, and I totally support it. I'm not clear, it's only a funding request, so I'm not clear what $100 million would mean for all teachers, and it would be helpful to know that. Have you figured that out, Brent?
It's about 1/3 more, and it'll just convert to hours like the others. And yeah, we'll work out the details.
So a third more than they're getting now is what you're saying.
It's 64 million right now.
And so that would mean, but it won't probably translate to a third more per teacher, or maybe. We don't know. I guess that's the point of developing.
That would be in the business
Right.
case, though,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
All right, I support giving our teachers more money any way we can do it. It's legal.
All right, any further discussion of that motion? If not, again, the motion is to ask staff to develop a funding proposal similar to last year's business case that was $64 million for collaborative time, but raising the amount to $100 million. Again, we're voting on developing that, not yet on final approval of that as the request for the legislature. So with that, all in favor?
Well, sir, I have a question.
Oh, there's a question, I'm sorry.
So
It's
my
tucked
question
behind your
is,
laptop.
having
I got
filled
you.
out some of this paperwork, it's, I don't know, a little bit cumbersome for educators. Well, in my district it was. And I'm wondering if we couldn't have, instead of directed hours, just have a certain number of hours that are programmed into the school year, maybe. I don't know, but that paperwork was overwhelming for me personally. It was very cumbersome to fill out and check all the boxes and align it to this and align it to that.
It's just a thought.
So would that be part of the funding proposal that's worked up for our review in August? Would it be, we include a description of what it would take to get the funding? Whether or not there's paperwork, and if so, how much? Member Chair Norton, were you gonna?
That's an LEA issue, because that's not the way it happens in every LEA.
Okay. And my question is that something that we would have brought to us
We
for
read a
consideration in
paragraph, what we
August
did.
before we decide whether to approve this? Right now, we're asking for a business case. Would that be included in a funding proposal?
So right now,
Would that be included in the funding proposal?
each LEA developed a policy around the parameters. And, yeah,
Okay. I would assume that would be addressed. I mean, we don't need to decide right now whether we want to approve this. We just need to decide whether to work it up for our review. And I would assume that review would include whatever paperwork requirements there are to get the money, right? So that would be part of our review process in August. Okay, any further questions? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? One opposed? Member Klein? Can I come back to you, Member Straight? I just want to make sure we rotate. You had two or three potential proposals.
I had three.
Three? Let me rotate around. I will come back to you, though.
Okay.
I promise. We'll just spread the love to every board member. Vice Chair Hart?
I would like to move that we bring back the teacher leader issue, thing that's no longer a business case, that was previously approved by the board. I think this goes back to what Superintendent Dixon was talking about in her superintendency report, some of the really cool things we have going on in this space, and I think,
Do we have a second?
Speak.
Second.
Seconded. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I think that we might want to, we definitely would want to consider some changes, but I think the idea is very worthy, and we've primed the pump, and we've done some things even without the funding. It's time to get that funding in place. Our teachers deserve a career ladder. We need to, as someone who keeps losing teachers for the next year, we need to do things to keep our teachers in the classroom, the ones that are excellent. So that's my plea.
All right, any discussion to that proposal? Member Straight?
Yes, I think we added it last year as well, and I was a supporter then, and I still am.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Earl?
So I just have a question. Are you, just help remind me, is this a state-led program, or we get money to districts for them to do this initiation? Was that, or I'm just trying to understand, is this something a district can already do? And this is
match.
funding for them? Kind
It
of a
was
match?
it was
Okay.
written up as a match last year.
Is that what we want to ask that this is as well?
Yes.
Okay. I would rather see a buy-in than we provide
Yeah.
a program, because then it just doesn't, there's no ownership.
Well, and different districts have, and LEAs have gone into the space in different ways. I'd like to maintain that flexibility.
Okay.
Any further? Member Straight?
So I hope I'm right on this, but I believe this was approved, and then COVID took it away before it could even be implemented. Is that correct?
That was 2 years ago.
That's a
That was
different one.
That was a
Oh.
different one, and then we did a little something different last year.
Okay, but it's sort of related.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it
It's
was.
kind of the,
we kind of went into that space without the funding, like Superintendent Dixon was talking about, and so it had kind of adjusted a little bit, and it would need further refinements.
Senator Milner ran a bill, but it did not have funding, and it referenced the different types of teacher leader. The business case we did last year included master teacher track and that kind of thing, and matching to incentivize districts to innovate in that area. And then it ultimately was not pushed through the legislature, and so it didn't get funded. So the idea is to bring it back. Okay, any further discussion to that one? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. That one appears, okay, all opposed? One opposed? That one passes. Thank you. And I think we had Member Booth.
Thank you. You can probably guess what I'm going to recommend. We've been recommending each year that the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Learning Program be expanded to be offered to every school in the state. They did increase this year, this past year, but did not quite yet get up to the point of having every child in Utah being given the opportunity. I'd like to recommend that we organize the, whatever we're calling legislative request, so that it would fully fund again, knowing that even when we make that request, it probably will be considerably less than that amount. But I would love to continue our forward march to try to get every child having an arts experience in their individual school throughout the state. And right now, we're about 3/4 of the way there.
There a second? Second. Seconded, Member Straight or others. Any discussion to that motion? If not, Member Bogus?
I like his idea.
All right. With that, all in favor, please raise your hand. Appears to be unanimous. Thank you, Member Booth. We have Member Davis and then back to Member Straight, I think.
Yes, I'm actually not moving a motion at the moment, but I just want to put a bug in the board's ear, as I did in Finance Committee, that we are still waiting for data from the WestEd study on special education financing in the state of Utah and its impacts and needs and what's happening where. And so I have started hearing from LEAs that they are particularly stressed about special education funding and keeping school aids and such. And so I just want you to know that that may be coming, even though I'm not requesting that today. I don't want to do it prematurely before we get the right data.
Do we know when that's coming?
We don't, and I keep asking, but we don't know yet. But hopefully it'll come in time to really use it to make a difference.
For August and
Yes.
September. Member Earl?
Is there a second there? I guess there's no.
Can we put it on, and then if we have the information, we can, yeah, I would move that we did that, whatever that needs to look like.
Dr. Voorhees?
Thank you, Chair. Leah Voorhees, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support. We will likely not have definitive data by the fall. We will have some data, and it may be enough to be able to fill out a funding request, but they are actually not scheduled to finish the study until this time next year. They're doing an in-depth study in LEAs, which is why it's taking so long.
Okay, may I follow up?
Sure.
Well, then you're not going to have a motion ready to put up on the board. But I move that the board directs staff to develop a legislative request for the 2024 legislation session for special ed funding with whatever data we have available by the legislative session.
Okay.
Actually, it would need to be before that. It would need to be by September, because it moves in October to the governor.
September at the latest. All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion to that motion? Okay. With that, all in favor, please raise your hand. And all opposed? Two opposed, that passes 13-2, I believe. And back to Member Straight.
Thank you. So this is not new as well. This was on last year's as well as the year before, and that is curricular and co-curricular fees. This time, I think what we're looking at is perhaps a different view. when it got bogged down 2 years ago, it wasn't because there wasn't lots of support. There was lots of support, but the funding and does it go into WPU, all these different things really shot that down. But when I was attending a forum put on by the Sutherland Institute, there was a discussion about family-friendly tax policy. And so I would suggest that we take a look at making that because these are fees and that every student pays. And because of our demographic shifts, there was talk in this forum in regards to these family-friendly tax policies. That would be a good tax policy that would benefit families. So before it was around $50 million. It's probably different than that. I'm not so concerned about that, but I think this may be a perhaps winning strategy, because I think most people say that, or feel or believe that these curricular and co-curricular fees make hazy that line between a free and public education that is guaranteed for all students. So that's my proposal. An old proposal, but a new slant.
Is that? Go ahead. Yeah.
I didn't hear the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Say again, what's your proposal? What is the proposal part again?
That we push for funding, not as anything that goes into the WPU, but as a tax policy to fund. So it'd be like a tax cut. So the legislature would be giving a tax cut to pay for those fees.
Tax, okay, I better.
How does that work?
That's a different, I know it's a different concept, but I've heard it talked about, and I kind of put those ideas together with this forum that I was at and thought, this might be a way to look at it. Let's look at it and see if we can figure out that would be feasible. Maybe it's not feasible, but if it is, it might be a way to get there.
Got it. I'm not totally clear on the concept, but that's the idea of a full business proposal, right? Is we look at the concept and then we debate it, so.
I did have one other, but
Can I
let's get
speak to
this
that,
one
though,
for-
first?
it goes.
Well, and me too, I've got that.
Okay.
Me also.
Yeah, does that one have a second? So we're talking about the,
For purpose of discussion, I'll second it.
okay. So the motion is that there be renewed, brought back the proposal for the legislature to cover the cost of curricular and co-curricular fees, which last year was in the amount of 50 million. We would reassess that amount and look at the option of using a tax cut as some form of covering that, correct? Okay.
Or maybe they come back with something else. We're open. but
Options.
That's the thought process that I was having.
Got it. And I don't know if you mean a tax rebate, a tax cut, but whatever it is, that's what we're
They
asking
provide
for.
funding.
Okay.
But
So,
yeah.
is there a second for that one?
I seconded it.
Second, I'm sorry, you already did second that. Okay. Any further discussion before we vote? Member Lear?
And Brent, I know this sounds, you're telling us as much as you know, but I'm always cautious. The legislature seems, I don't know if it's a legislative group, it sounds like it was the Taxpayers Association maybe that was,
No, it was Sutherland.
oh, Sutherland, that's right.
AEI
But
and
they're real
Sutherland.
fond of tax credits.
And it wasn't them. I'm not speaking on behalf of
No,
them
I
or
know.
that they brought up this concept of family-friendly tax policy.
And I won't hold you to that. My concern is if it's a tax credit, tax cut doesn't make any sense to me. If it's a tax credit, that's something that a lot of, sometimes policymakers are fond of. And I'm personally not, because I think it misses the mark that a lot of people who need this the most don't make enough in taxes that a tax credit, or they don't pay enough tax, that a tax credit helps them. And so
Would you like the request, the legislative request, to include explicit information on what it would look like if it were a tax credit? Or is that not that much detail yet?
I would rather not. I tend to agree with Board Member Lear that that's not the direction we want to go. The the legislature has always been friendly to the proposal, but we've never been able to figure out the funding. Because one of the things that I heard back, well, we give you the WPU money. If you want to use it for that, then you can. So, but that doesn't really work in, as far as from each LEA. But if all those, if we have the legislation that you can't charge curricular or co-curricular fees, and then the funding is provided, then that's the way I envision it. And yeah, and so the stream is still the same. It still comes from the income tax fund, but now it's viewed as a tax cut to benefit families. So it's more of a perception, and actually creates the good policy. But the perception of a tax cut versus more money to the districts directly. So anyway, it would require a count and things like that every year, just like you have any other funding.
Vice Chair Earl?
I'm not sure I'm completely following, and that's okay. I personally would want maybe them to explore several options instead of just one. So we can look at if this case, if that case, and I think that's what you're saying. Am I wrong in saying that? Or are you wanting just,
I could say yes or no based on which question you're asking. So,
well, are we looking at several options?
am I flexible? My age says I'm not flexible, but my mind is. So, yes.
Okay, so I just want to be clear.
However we can
'cause-
accomplish the goal of a free and public education to a greater extent and help families with the cost of school, that's what I'm for. I want to see curricular and co-curricular fees die. Okay, I want them to go away. I think it goes counter to that. And to be honest, it very much benefits the middle class. The middle class is most benefited by this type of a situation.
So is it clear for staff?
I think if it's a tax cut, that takes money out of the coffers. A tax credit puts in the hands of families, almost like a preemptive fee waiver. You give them the money to pay the fee, right? If it's refundable, it goes to those that don't pay enough tax.
So you're just going to develop out options,
Well, if it's
possibilities, right?
refundable, it goes
Okay.
to those who are not paying taxes. So yeah, we're going to explore those options, right? Okay.
Yeah.
How to use tax policy to perhaps pay for
Or send it
fees.
directly to the LEAs, then they have to reduce or may not charge fees. So I'm hearing both, so we'll.
Yeah. Explore the options, I guess, sounds good. Okay, anything further to that motion? Member Norton?
Yes, and I'm hoping that this clarifies it a little bit more. I heard this very same thing at a legislative session, it was local legislators last fall, and it was brought up to, eliminate these co-curricular and curricular fees. And the legislators said, so they just wouldn't be paying this, the parents with children in schools wouldn't be paying this amount of money that they've had to pay in the past for this education. Yes, exactly. Exactly what we had proposed all along. We just, and they said, God, that would be kind of cool because that's kind of like giving them a tax cut. So it wasn't something that went through the whole big processes. It was just, if you don't have to pay this money, that's more money you get to keep, and a fee paid to the government is similar to a tax. So it was just very, very kind of straightforward, not credit tax, through this fund or whatever. It was just, hey, look how we could help, every family that's got a child out a little bit. Does that help?
Thank you for helping me out. That was explained very well, and I have to say that I've heard those same discussions. So this idea is out there to some degree or another.
So they weren't actually talking about it. They weren't talking about a tax credit. They were talking about basically paying the fees and having that be like a tax credit? Okay. So somewhere in there are some options, I guess. All right. Any other? Member Bogus?
May I address Member Straight?
Sure.
Member Street, So, just so I'm clear, curricular, you're thinking fees for chemistry, math, even maybe AP classes. Is that what I'm hearing you say? Or are we taking AP and dual enrollment and putting it over here?
Well, so that's all been worked out. We've been through this process for several sessions. I'll say this. So, for example, that textbook fee, gone. Now, the yearbook fee stays because that is not a required element, right? And so all these fees that we collect for curricular and co-curricular, and some people have even said we should do it for extracurricular. But I'm not going there at this point. But you know, it's strictly those elements. Now, if you take a concurrent enrollment, there may be a fee for a textbook there. Am I correct? That's my understanding. You know what? I don't think I should talk so specific at this point, because I might get in trouble.
Well, I want to be clear because my question is, there's already fee waivers in place for things like instrument rental and chemistry and things like that. And I'm all about getting rid of fees. I'm just not really super clear on what kind of fees we're talking about because the spectrum is broad and wide. And
Let me just ask, I assume that would be defined in the business case, right? What's curricular and co-curricular?
Yeah, and we have.
What's the price tag? Yes, please.
Actually, in Angie Stelling's Deputy Superintendent Policy, this discussion right here is exactly why the bill hasn't made it over the finish line. Because it's the legislature and the LEAs, and we're involved, but I would say the legislature and then the districts and charters have these opinions. It's that definition of what will they either no longer be able to charge, or they will or won't? Or if you were to do a tax credit, it's going to come down to what is the list of items or fees that we're going to give the credit for. Like, is the instrument in or out? Is the cost for the chemicals for chemistry in or out? Is the cost for the trip to go to the state, whatever, tournament? Do you see, that is really the defining part of the policy that has been the cause of negotiations. And so I don't know that we as staff would necessarily get that specific. I think we could get into some generalities, but I think the two groups that are going to care the most about what that line is, it's going to be the school districts, the families, and the legislature, because it's the school districts that are collecting those fees, and they have to then make the determination if it fits in that definition of a curricular fee or not. Last year's bill, Representative Strong's bill, the way it was drafted was very specific, same with Representative Robertson's from 2 years ago. And in some ways, it limited the amount of fees that LEAs weren't going to have to charge, meaning it wasn't as broad as you might think. It essentially eliminated a lot of the general fees, like a locker fee or registration fee, or I'm trying to remember, and I wish I could channel Barbie Faust right now. But it's really that's gonna be up to the definitions and the statutory language, and then the fiscal impact will depend on what that statutory language either prohibits or doesn't, if that makes sense, or covers or doesn't. Yeah.
it makes sense, well, not at all making sense. It's okay. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. Ready to vote on that one? I think it looks like we are. The motion then is to request staff to prepare a business case on payment for curricular and co-curricular fees and to explore the options for potential payment and the price tag. Does that sound about right, Member Straight?
Yeah.
All right, good enough. All in favor, raise your hand. Appears to be unanimous. We're missing one. Minus two, missing two. So 13 yeas and two absent. Is that right? All right. Okay, did you have one more? I don't see anybody else in line, so if you had or Member Lear, did you have? I'm trying to spread it around, but Member Straight, I don't see anybody else with a proposal, so.
Randy was.
Oh, I'm sorry, you got one. I apologize. Thought that was left from a comment.
Okay, with 16 years on the NABLE board, the ongoing subject of concern after every legislative session was transportation. We just didn't get what we needed, and how are we going to do it? And we already have enough transportation woes, and we can't find the bus drivers, and we can't transport the kids we need to transport. And if we're talking about safe kids and safe routes and all of that stuff, buses could help a lot. Even just buses to do what needs to be done, what is already allowed. They just have to subsidize more and more with the price of gas. And I mean, they're in a world of hurt. And we've had this up for a lot of years, and we've gotten some help probably every year, but we really would be taking a major burden from the LEAs if we were able to get the legislature to really support this and help us solve the problems that need to be solved from a transportation standpoint.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. And Member Booth, you've discussed, but anything?
Sorry, I didn't mean
No,
to.
I let you go. I forgot to ask for a second.
Thank you. I apologize.
Fault's mine. No. So just wanted to give you the opportunity if there's anything more. If not, then we've got Member Straight, Member Bogus.
So when Representative Ballard was here today, she talked about the safe routes and properly funding student transportation is a big deal. And, we should be providing more routes, and perhaps we even need to change the formula. And I know in one of the districts I represent that they combined 2 elementary schools, and it just happened to be that a major road went through that split the boundaries, and once the one school closed, then they were less than a mile from school, but they had this major road that had 23,000 cars a day going up and down it. And so the district made the choice to bus them instead of any other option, and they took the costs themselves. It would be nice if our funding were to recognize those special circumstances. And so I think this, along with Ballard's bill, proper funding will give us more options. So anyway, that's why I support it.
Okay. Any other comments to that motion? Member Bogus.
I do have a question, and I'm not certain, maybe Member Booth can answer. So is it the proper role of the state board to advocate for this money? And I would ask the question, is it the proper role of the legislature to fund a local issue? Wouldn't it be more appropriate for our local LEAs to, maybe we mobilize this money in so that it comes in the WPU, and then local districts deal with this by themselves? Because it seems to me that it would be better addressed at a local level than a higher up level. We've got a broad array of needs in our state with regard to transportation. It just, I would ask the question and then maybe have an amendment.
Yeah,
Deputy Jones.
So, Chair, Board Member Bogus makes a good question in that sense of, and I really do think, I'm not sure of the history, it predates me, but when Ron was up here with Representative Ballard, he pointed out that, code right now requires that the state only pay up to a maximum of 85% by or each LEA. So I think there is that balanced approach, if you will, of, hey, local district, districts are the transporting districts, charter schools, there's some exception out there. But anyway, I think that is really the key there, is that they're trying to balance that aspect by trying to provide that. Whether or not they went to it exclusively like, hey, all of the burdens or all the costs, so to speak, of transportation are incumbent on the local, that would be very, very expensive. And then you're probably going to create a lot of concern about, equality and the ability for school districts to pay for that. So hopefully that helps. But I really think that was the genesis, if you will, of the the funding formula that the legislature put in place for pupil transportation, without knowing completely all the history behind it.
Thank you, Deputy Jones. Does that answer the question? Any, yeah.
Yes, I think yes, I believe so, sir. Thank you. Could I make an amendment to this motion?
You can propose it.
I would love to propose an amendment.
Sure.
I would move to amend it to add the language including funding transportation that, in a manner that allows LEA autonomy and execution. Oh, sorry, in execution. Implementation works too.
Is
Point of
that a
order.
friendly, or does that require a vote? It's Member Straits or Member Booth's? I forgot who brought the motion.
Member Booth brought it forward.
Member Booth's motion, do you consider that a friendly? If we can adopt it without objection, unless there is an objection? Okay, so that's friendly. Again, keep in mind, we're all just doing this about looking at a funding proposal. We're not voting to approve it, prioritize it, send it to the governor, send it to the Hill. We're all just working it up for review. So with that, with that friendly amendment, further comment, Member Straight?
I just say that, like all mandates, so the legislature gives lots of mandates. Sometimes they fund them, sometimes they don't. Now, going back to the example of curricular and co-curricular fees, yeah, you can put it in the WPU, and that funding then is ongoing and growing, and you can base it on that one time, and then it continues to increase. And I think that is usually preferable. But sometimes the mandate comes without the funding, and that is where the problem really lies. And so in regards to like transportation, if they meet the cost as of today, 100%, and the WPU grows over time to match that, but then that's difficult to do because you have smaller LEAs, larger LEAs. If you're in Grand County, your bus and transportation needs are much different than they are along the Wasatch Front, and so sometimes even that becomes difficult. How to fund the WPU in a way that is fair. So it's a complex question, and we deal with a complex organization. So I think just a point to think about.
And I'll just add, one of the perennial questions is how much do we seek for separate funding and how much do we propose to roll into the WPU, right? Last time the legislature did some flexible kind of buckets and indicated that was interesting to them. We got all-day K funded by rolling it into the WPU. I think that'll be a big question that we address in August and September. We're going to have all of these added up, are going to be a pretty big price tag, and then we start the process of prioritizing and seeing what we want to suggest above and below the line. So this is kind of a preview for a deeper discussion, but right now we're just asking what elements will be involved in that discussion. So unless there's any further discussion, I'm sorry, Carol. Remember earlier? No, it did. I missed it.
Such a little name.
I apologize.
I think transportation is different. This is kind of addressing Member Bogus's point. Transportation is different, and sort of to Brent almost got to what I was thinking. Transportation, I think, has been funded at the state level because, A, that dreaded E word, equity, and also because the districts least able to afford it, Wayne, Grand, have the greatest needs. So I think it's got to be funded at the state level, because again, you travel anywhere from Wayne County, and it's going to cost way more. Though Salt Lake District has a lot of buses or a lot of kids, it doesn't have the distances that that Wayne has or some of those other Paiute small districts, and they can't pass a bond to save their lives. So to say, we'll give it to them, the WPU, and I know bonds are usually for facilities, but it just makes it puts a real burden on the districts that can least afford it. So I think it's got to be funded at the state level, and for me, making access to it's a little like absenteeism. If you can't get the kids to school, we can't teach the kids.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything further on that? If not, the motion is that the board directs staff to develop a legislative request for the 24 legislative session on people transportation, including funding transportation in a manner that allows LEA autonomy in implementation. All in favor, please raise your hand. And did you get that? Any opposed? No opposed? Okay, that passes. All right, I don't see, oh, do you have one more? Or
do.
two more, or?
Well,
Go for it. I see no other lights, so the floor is yours.
Okay. I'll just do one more today.
And I will remind members, August and September, September is our final opportunity to prioritize and at least vote for things that we want to send to the governor's office. So August is a good opportunity. August is our last chance to request the development of a funding proposal, which could then be voted on in September. So still a couple more shots at it.
Okay. So this may be one that is very preliminary and one that it just, I don't want to create too much discussion, but maybe just start looking at this idea and perhaps it will catch on. But it kind of goes along the same lines in regards to family-friendly tax policy. We've gotten to a point in our state where that's actually something that is supported by both major parties. And so my proposal, and I have no idea how much this would cost, absolutely none, and that's what I love about all my projects. But anyway, in many places, in many countries, when you go to school, part of being at school is lunch and sometimes breakfast. And my proposal is that as a tax policy, similar to our fees, that we just provide lunch and breakfast. We just provide it for all students. Do away with all the free and reduced lunch. Do away with all of that. Heck, and I have seen an idea where you could create a foundation to do that. So anyway.
I think we need a second.
Oh, yeah. What am I doing?
It's my fault. I didn't ask. It's been seconded. Back to you.
You know, you get going and then you forget all about it. But anyway, that'd be my proposal. I'd just like to see what those numbers came out at. I'm not sure if now's that this year would be when it'd even be practical, but because I just put forth two pretty big ideas, but I would like to see what that would look like.
Okay, it's been seconded. I have one question. During 2 years of COVID, we effectively did this. And so,
True.
I'm protective of staff time, but I wouldn't think this takes much to put a price tag on, right? Because we already did it for a year or two. Right now we're just asking whether we want to authorize a proposal, right? And given that we've done it, I'm just curious the staff time. That's part of what okay. Any discussion to that request, Member Carey?
I do. Just a question for the maker of the motion. Are we looking at during the typical school year, or are we saying when school's not in session? When would you be looking at providing the free meals?
As currently it's implemented, so that would be Title I schools, or certain schools that are designated would also serve summer lunch.
So during the school year, is that,
outside of the school year as well.
so all year round?
Just as it is currently.
And when you say all, may I ask another question?
Sure.
And when you say, so you're saying year-round, and that would be K through 12?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
But
Thank you,
one
Board
thing,
Member
one thing, clarification is, not all schools do it during the summer. They do a school in an area. And so, and part of it's based on Title I designation versus other designations. So, thank you.
Any other comments? Member Reel, I'm getting there, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Member Straight, thank you for proposing this. I somewhat cringe every time I hear that someone donated money to pay off debt that students have because they can't pay back their lunch fees. And I think that this is important. We know that students learn better when they have eaten, if anyone's been in a room of hangry children. So I love this and I really support this idea.
Okay, Member Klein, I'm sorry, I skipped you
Sorry,
too.
I just want to
It's
point
getting
out,
late in the day.
I just want to point out the irony of trying to come up with a price tag for what free costs.
Thank you, all right. I'll say I would have some concerns here, but we're in the stage of asking what it would cost, right? So I personally don't think my kids should get free lunch, but that's just me. That's precisely the point. I can afford it and therefore I shouldn't get it free, but that's a discussion for a later date. What we were talking about universal, right? You're asking here what it would cost to provide universal, as we did during COVID, where we dropped the, SES requirement, correct?
Yes, and Chair Moss, you would pay for it.
Oh, I would, okay.
And so would I.
Yes, I know, out of my taxes, I get it.
Believe me,
Yes.
it's free. It's just,
right.
It's based on a value of what we value when it comes to children.
I get it.
Yeah.
We can have that discussion another time. But the question now is whether we work up a proposal to see what this looks like. So any further, Jenny? Member Earl?
Yeah, just philosophically, I think I cannot move this direction. While I think there are children who have a need, and I think we're very respectful for that, but when it comes to, we're just going to take care of your kids, why don't we throw dinner in there too? Why don't we throw other stuff in there? All I'm saying is there are resources available, and there should be. I think that's important for those that have a need. But this, anyways, philosophically, I cannot get behind this. So.
Okay, any further? And I think that's my thought on the merits is means testing rather than universal. But the question here is whether we work up the proposal to tell us the price tag. So all in favor of the motion is that the board directs staff to develop a legislative request for the 2024 legislative session on providing free school meals to students in alignment with existing LEA implementation. All in favor, please raise your hands. What do we got there? Oh, we didn't ask for did we get how many in favor? You need 8 in favor. 7 in favor, so it fails. We need 8. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
Okay, so that passes. I think there will be vigorous discussion when it comes up, but approve the business case. Member Carey?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that all the motions that were just approved, that we get a combined price tag on all those proposals, and that the board prioritize those proposals based on all metrics, including the associated price.
So that is the existing process that will be followed regardless, and I probably should have clarified that process. At the end of this, they'll bring the funding proposals, we'll vote whether to approve them, and then we'll vote whether to prioritize, and that will be, I think maybe what the request is to aggregate the total price tag.
Correct.
Because this is sort of what we called in some sense, the Christmas list. And then
Right.
we look at realities of revenue, and that's a moving target, and we don't know entirely until the session starts. And we look at a lot of things, right? So I think if the motion is that we eventually prioritize this, that's already in the works, if that's all right.
Yeah, and I can leave that out, but I would like to see
get
what
a
the board
total price
just
tag.
voted for in terms of dollars.
Yep, okay. And keep in mind, we've not voted for anything in terms of asking the legislature. We've asked to put things on a list so that we can decide what we want to support and then prioritize. But that's the motion, is to, we have an aggregate of this plus the previous ones that came out of finance, right? So, and that would that include, I presume, anything that's requested in August, that also have a rolling aggregator so that we know exactly what the full price tag is as we go through this process?
Yes, and I'd like to speak to the motion.
Okay, any second to that? Okay. Back to Member Carey.
Yeah, and I think it's just important that, the board maintain that transparency. We vote for all these things, and I think there's merit in some degree, some more, some less, to everything that we voted on. But I think it's important that the taxpayer, that parents, that the stakeholders, that they understand that there is a cost to this. And I think that when we divvy it up and say, well, this program cost this much, and this particular program was this, that can get lost. But I think if we keep that aggregate, and then we know as a board, wow, we just asked for $1 billion in funding or $500 million. I think that's important not only for transparency and the taxpayer, but for us as a board to know what our wish list would cost. Thank you.
Okay, and I will certainly speak in support, and that's a big part of what we do. We get a lot of ideas on the board, and then as we go through crunch time, we narrow down to, what we consider priorities and what's realistic and fiscally prudent, and so I'd certainly speak in support. Any other discussion of that motion, Member Hymas?
Yeah, just out of curiosity, maybe I missed something. We do this already, is that right?
Well, aggregate the total?
Don't we always look at that and?
I'm getting nods of heads.
Yeah, that's all I'm wondering. Maybe I'm just
Maybe you
taking more
could
time than
clarify.
necessary. I don't know why we're voting on this when we do this already.
Is this always part, I
We
kind of,
always-
I can't remember if I've gotten on my calculator or if there's always an aggregator at the bottom.
Yeah, Chair, every year we've
Okay.
done this, we always aggregate it because we
All
have
right.
to provide that level of detail that Board Member Carey's proposing to,
Yeah.
and in accordance with the Budgetary Procedures Act. However, I do appreciate that he's bringing this up, as a new board member, in the interest of the transparency on it too. So there's no harm in this motion, we already do it, but, we proceed that way too, so.
If we already do it, I'll withdraw the motion. I just think it's important that, the public know.
Yeah.
And they will,
Okay.
sir, yeah.
Chair, if I may provide a clarification.
Please.
One thing that I will note, because you'll see this in August, is that when we run the totals, we will not have a comprehensive total until the board votes on what percentage of the WPU they would like to see. So we will total everything that we have a hard number for, but because that WPU category is still flexible based on board direction, that is the one variable that we will still be asking for additional details on.
And then if I may further the clarifying further,
You bet.
that will be an estimate, because whatever percentage value of the WPU you want to recommend, that will be an estimated amount, because it's still subject to enrollment growth, all these factors that play into that, so.
If I may, just a question of
Sure.
clarification, thank you. So we'll have the individual price tag for each program or activity that we just voted on, but we currently don't add those all together and say, this is the price tag for everything you just asked for.
We do. Well, go ahead.
Correct, we do, but we have one box next to the business case related to the WPU increase that usually says to be determined, because we're still awaiting board direction. That, I just highlight it because that is usually the largest budget category that this entity asks for and makes a big difference in that total aggregate. So we'll give you the total minus that amount in the tracker.
Yeah, I'll withdraw the motion. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. And this is a complicated process. You know, there's a lot of fiscal reality and prudence that goes into this. There's prioritizing, lots of debate. So our staff have always done a great job of keeping us apprised of what we're looking at here. And then we start pruning and prioritizing. And as it gets closer, we get some revenue numbers. I mean, it was crazy during the COVID years. I got on the board in 2021. Yeah. I came after the first crazy year, and folks who were on here back then went through even more of this complete uncertainty. So as we come out of COVID, I think we're zeroing in on a little bit more predictable, but we still have questions of recession. All that affects what WP is going to look like. And so we have all these other items, though, that we've requested that our staff give us a specific subtotal and total, and then we sort of move in on the WPU as the biggest component of that as we move forward. But our staff are terrific at helping us guide that process and make informed debates and decisions. So thank you. Okay, I think there's one other motion. Did you have a light for this? Sorry.
Not for this,
Member,
sir. I just have a question.
Member Green.
So do we have a chance to submit other suggestions after today? in
Yes,
August,
and
is
let
what
me
you
answer
said?
that because I have one that I've been tracking, and in August, we could make a request for a funding proposal and then have it brought before us in September. Member Davis mentioned the West Ed study on SPED. There's also a West Ed study on base funding and admin funding. And we received a West Ed report on small districts, but our folks, Dale Frost, Sam Uri, are still looking at that. Question secondarily to that is how that applies to charter schools. So for 3 or 4 years, we've been funding administrative base funding on a one-time basis. And right now, there's a question whether that might finally turn into something that's capable of assigning a long-term value to, but we don't know yet. At least the last I heard, we're still not sure. So I have brought that a couple of years on the base funding, and that might be another one that gets thrown in the hopper if we don't look like we're going to zero in on some long-term funding certainty. So that's just another example. But if members have other things they're tracking, you can bring those up in August and have them reviewed. So Vice Chair Earl has a motion.
Yeah, I need to make a motion to reconsider. Item number 9.2, R277607, to amend language on line 143 and 144 and 127. If I have a second, I'll speak to it.
I have a second. I would second your motion.
Okay. So on 120, sorry, let me get on the right line here. 143 and 144, we've had some questions from the field and from our, from others in this area that are just concerned that this language may be a little bit misleading. It's may enlist the assistance of community and law enforcement agencies and organization for early intervention services. So the motion is, Yep. We have to vote on that first before I go down to do it.
Sorry.
I was right. You guys are supposed to be like, Jenny?
I've lost track of you as well. So
So we
the
didn't
motion
vote on
is
the
to bring it
reconsider
forward
to
reconsider.
amend.
So Member Earl was on the prevailing side, and so that's in order for her to bring up the motion for reconsideration. There was a second, I believe. Was there?
Yep.
Okay. So the first motion is whether to reconsider that item, and the item number was?
9.2.
Item 9.2, and then we'll get to the substance of the proposed amendment if the motion for reconsideration is approved. So any discussion of the motion for reconsideration first? Member Bogus, Member Davis, was that to this or to something else?
I would defer to Member Earl.
Okay, so
Well, we got to vote.
call for a vote. All in favor of bringing that item back for reconsideration, please raise your hand. Unanimous?
No, Matt didn't.
Any opposed? Matt's a no. Okay. Member Hymas is a no. Yes, Member Leary.
Is there a way that we could actually see, this has become such a, I was going to say a kind of semi-bad word, but I won't. This has become such a combination of Band-Aids that I can't even see what this thing looks like. Because I've got another amendment I want to make, by the way.
So the motion to reconsider has passed. That brings back member Sybil. That brings back for all purposes or for the purpose proposed by Member Earl's motion? This is a Member Lear motion.
So you can't.
Or I'm sorry, Member Earl motion.
So
Is that the board reconsider item 9.2 for the purpose of,
Amending those two items.
is that right? Is Brian with us, or do you know, is that the,
Oh, Brian's there.
is it limited to, and I should have read the whole motion. I think I skimped on my reading of the motion.
Reconsider item 9.2.
So
The motion was reconsider
it was to,
item 9.2.
Brian, you're on mute.
No, he's not.
Oh, am I just talking over
Can you hear
you?
me?
Sorry.
No, can you hear me okay?
Louder.
Just need you louder, Brian.
All right, I'll yell. If member
We
Lear's
can't hear you,
motion
sorry.
remains-
Let's see if it's our
You
end or
still can't hear
yours.
me? All right, let me work on
There
my
we go.
volume.
We got you. No, we got you. We can hear
Oh,
you.
you got me better? I would say if member Lear's motion is germane to member Earl's motion, then it should be in order.
So let me read
So it's
member Earl's.
related.
Yeah, let me
If
read
they're
member
related.
Earl's motion in full. And we might have to just take that vote again. I think I
Point of
only read the first
clarification,
part
Chair?
of the motion.
My
Yes.
motion.
I don't think what she said is what is written on the board. I think she used different language.
I did, and I will
Let's get
read
the
that.
full language up there. I apologize. I don't think
To reconsider item 9.2, R277607, to amend language on line 143, 144, and 127.
all right. Can we get that up on the board and then we'll read it?
But like I said, can we see the whole rule by any chance?
Of course. I think we
Sometime.
have it as it was previously passed. Yeah, we need to get the rule up there.
Do you want me to read it again?
See what germane means.
It's to reconsider it to, yeah. It's all one motion. We need it to reconsider item 9.2 in order to, there you go.
So Sybil, can I add that for the reconsideration, or do I just? Okay, so, yes, that would work. So my motion would be to amend R277, 607 draft 8, that the board strike lines 143, no,
Hold
yeah, it's
on.
up above, yep, sorry, I'm like, yes, that looks right.
So the top line is now correct, that the board
Yep.
reconsider item 9.2, R277-607, to amend language on lines 127, 143, and 144. Does that frame it appropriately? Reflects member Earl's intent? Okay, so then do we have a second? And I'm sorry I botched it. We have a second?
I second it,
Okay,
yes.
yeah. All right, now that we've got the language right, all in favor, please raise your hand. Sorry?
So we're not speaking to this, this is just amendment.
It's reconsidering.
It's
that.
reconsidering it for the purpose of amending language. We haven't yet looked at the language of the amendment, right?
Okay, yes.
We doing this right? Sybil and Brian, okay. We're bringing it back to reconsider to amend language on lines 127, 143, and 144. If that is passed, then the language can be,
Did you speak, my apologies, Chair, may I ask just
Yeah.
a clarifying question? Because I guess speaking to the motion, have we heard the maker of the motion speak to this motion? Or is it just out there for us to
I can s-
vote, then hear about why
She
this is
spoke
being brought
somewhat,
up?
So I can
You wanna
speak
speak
to it,
further? Yeah.
yes. That may enlist the assistant, in other words,
I thought we.
the language, the way it is, there's concern that community and law enforcement agencies will come in prior to being, that we don't want that proactively to come in. We want them after, or according to the law, that they would come in as resources. In other words, we don't want the punitive efforts to be in place. So our 53G8201 would be referenced earlier in the document. That would be the change to 1.
I'm sorry, Member Earl, I believe it's 211, not 201.
211.
I believe so, I could be
Line
wrong.
127 is where Ben had recommended it be inserted.
I'm just saying that the code line, I believe you said 201, and I believe it's 211.
Okay, I apologize if that was the case.
No, that's okay, I want to make certain I'm clear.
So it's still referenced in there, but we're not calling it out as a,
Okay.
there was concern that law enforcement, they would be introducing them earlier than necessary.
Thank you.
And that there was concern that that would be punitive in nature.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, any other discussion to that motion? We opened it before and had no lights. Member Davis, did you have a light?
I still,
Member Lear?
I would like to see the rule so we can see the context of this.
So,
Before we vote on it, and then
I thought we were just voting to bring it back.
No, if we're voting to bring it back, we already voted to bring it back.
no, listen, I botched the first,
Yeah, you should.
I did not,
So you gave him a do-over.
correct. We're voting to bring it back, and then the specific language would be presented.
Okay.
That's correct.
But at the same time.
It's a two-step.
But we're voting it, that we're only amending certain lines.
Right, bring it back for the purpose of addressing 3 lines, but,
The language right on page 60 is how this should.
does this sound, here we go.
Or 132.
Or 132.
So you would just say, Mr. President, I move to reconsider the vote on. Because I voted against the motion.
So the relating to part is the question. What is that? Her amendment, her motion.
You just have to say, you just have to
You
say.
can, but once it's rescinded, anybody can also make a motion to sub. You can do what you want to do, but other people can now do a sub. She doesn't have to be germane.
It doesn't have to be germane, that's what I thought, so. Oh, and the same too, I can also amend.
You can amend, you can do
Okay,
anything
great.
once it's open.
Once it's
She
back
can
on
do
the
her-
table.
Yes.
That's what I
According to
thought.
page 132.
And I think,
I should have looked.
Brian,
I'm
yeah,
gonna rule the
yeah.
day, so if it's desired to cancel or countermand something that's been adopted.
Okay, did that make sense, Jenny, what you said? No, because it says
Such as action
Sure
can be
that's the
proposed by the
rescind?
municipality to rescind and by another form of the same
I'm sure that's the same thing as the reason.
If I need to state, I was on the prevailing side. So,
Is there a reconsideration rule specific? What's, is that Molly's looking at? 37-1 in Robert's rules? Sorry.
Now I'm page 13. I think we need the big one.
The question shall come before the assembly again.
There you go.
we all have a book, so.
Pausing for just a little bit of using our new books.
I know, aren't the books
So
helpful?
37. Oh, is it? Oh, is it? Oh, here we are, okay. Seven, I'm looking at. Fact is, to the extent practicable, to place, again, the question of which the vote has been reconsidered in the exact moment before was voted on originally.
All right, I think it is 37.6 and 37.7.
This is coming from the field.
It's pretty big, Jenny.
Oh, goodness.
All of us heard from the field, you know? All of us have RLEAs.
It was from Deputy Norman, though.
It was W.
It wasn't like random. It was through our.
My favorite person.
No, I'm saying that I'm saying there is the field, and then there's the field, and all of us heard from the field. And I know not all of us are privy to what Deputy Norman said either. The rest of us.
Yeah, I get it. So. Well, we'll bring her up.
That'd be helpful.
All right. Having all done our homework,
And using our new resources.
got the new resources. I
I would
think
just
we
like
were.
to verbalize my excitement about the resources.
Thank you. There was an effort, I think, to have a targeted motion to reconsider. It looks like under Robert's Rules 37.7, it is a general motion to reconsider,
Okay,
correct? Which we already voted on. So
yep.
my feeling that I had done it mistakenly was wrong, and I was mistaken about being mistaken. So I think we have voted to reconsider.
To make them.
That motion was passed, and so Member Earl now has a specific motion to address the rule that we previously had passed. So, floor is yours.
And I'm going to pull it up here. Do you, Angie, do you have that? Or I can pull it up too. So it would be to strike lines 143 and 144 and add in, on line 127, add in 53G 8 to 11. Did I say that correct this time? Yes?
I'd love that.
Yes. And I can speak to that, and maybe Deputy Superintendent Patty Norman could give us a little bit more information. Do you want to do that? Is she looking at
Is
me?
there, oh, thank you.
Currently, Deputy Superintendent Patty Norman, currently, by adding that language in as it is stated, it may seem to conflate against some of the current statute that was just passed during the last legislative session, where it takes any time law enforcement is involved, and it takes status offenses as part of what truancy is, and it talks about status offense and when law enforcement can or may or shall be involved. And then once law enforcement is involved, there's a whole nother set of circumstances that become punitive in nature. For example, there could become a court document that goes along with it, or a record of sorts. And so it starts to conflate the punitive measures, truancy, compulsory education, those types of things that come before, which early intervention is usually not a part of. It's usually first you do the early interventions methods, and in fact, it talks about two methods that need to have happened and they're not successful, and then law enforcement is involved. So by calling it out here, it seems to preempt that and conflate that matter.
Yeah,
So, yes.
I just have a question for Deputy Superintendent Norman, based on what you just said. So earlier, they said if a family chooses to not participate in an intervention, that was totally fine, but from what you're saying, it could escalate the situation to involve more punitive measures if they don't.
So, not necessarily. What this is saying is in 53G-8-211, it does talk about Class C misdemeanors, truancy, and when law enforcement can be involved. And there's a certain time law enforcement can be involved. By adding this in at this point in time, it appears that law enforcement should be involved for early intervention measures, and it's usually not a part of early intervention. Usually law enforcement is called in after early interventions have occurred, and then law enforcement is called in, and then there's a set of things that have to be done according to the statute that is mentioned.
And that's for even like a situation where a student is chronically sick?
Yeah. No, that's not truancy. That would be an excused absence. So this would be in the case of unexcused absences in the very beginning of our case 6 students. That would then violate compulsory education, but not that because it would be excused. So unexcused absences, case 6, are about compulsory education. Unexcused absences in 712 are about truancy.
Okay, and so that's a good point as to why we should never conflate the two under a single term like chronic absenteeism. Because they are two very separate things.
Chronic,
Okay.
yeah, chronic
Was that-
refers to the number.
It's just a metric.
Why you need a
Okay, well,
definition of
she's
chronic
making a
absenteeism.
point. We'll go around the room and everybody's free to weigh in. I think we have member Davis, Lear, and Earl in queue. Those are the lights at least.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with taking this out, but just know we're taking out now the only reference to the word intervention. And again, I will say, the whole point of this in code is for LEAs to enact chronic absenteeism prevention and intervention policies. Just throwing it out there. But I have an amendment also when we're done with this amendment.
As do
After people are done talking about this amendment, I'm in queue for an amendment.
Got it, okay. Member Lear
And I'm in the queue for another
for another?
amendment.
Okay. Anything further? We will have dinner close to 6 o'clock. So there's that.
Maybe 8, but you know.
All right, back to the motion. Is there any further discussion to Member Earl's
So
motion?
I would just offer in response to Member Davis, my understanding is this came at the request of legislators who were involved in this process and of USBE staff. Is that understanding not correct? That they requested that we entertain this change. Is that correct?
Yes.
Take it out.
But-
You just now have.
Again, Deputy Superintendent Norman, the study that was mentioned prior during public comment by John England and what was happening during that committee, it was talking about non-punitive measures and supports. It was not talking about punitive measures. And that's why some of the recent legislation that just passed was talking about supportive measures, not punitive.
Yeah, so I don't think that the removal of that word is nefarious. It was a requested removal.
That's why we need to put it in somewhere else in a positive.
All right, any further comment or question?
Yeah,
And I'll just, go ahead.
Well, I've got another comment on this. It's not so much that there's a problem with removing these lines. It's a problem that without those lines, having the definition of intervention in the rule, which is the purpose, a major purpose for the rule, is not necessary because now you've removed the only place it's used in the rule. You see what I'm saying? There's a definition of intervention in the rule. If this is the only place it's now used in the rule and it's now being crossed out, then we should also cross out the definition. And that was the purpose of this directive from the legislature, as Cindy read it.
So can I ask I think these are all waiting. Can I ask my question?
Yeah, I think there's other folks waiting to make other amendments, right?
Yes,
So is
so,
that question
so
for this?
my question then is, if this were amended, what interventions are left in 8?
In draft 8?
Well, yeah, in draft 8, what interventions are
I
left?
can answer that question. All
Member Vargas?
interventions allowed under the code.
But it doesn't ever say that.
Yes,
So
it does.
Where?
On line,
It encompasses the code. I believe it's on line 27, but I would need to defer to Member Hymas's draft. Once again, because mine does not have the line numbers that he does.
So
would be
it looks
in-
like line 142 also references code, right? Is that what you're looking at?
Yes, so all interventions allowed under code in lines 126, 27, and 28 would be allowed through the process.
but yeah, it needs to use the word in order to satisfy the code, but satisfies our directive.
where we just
And
have
so
the
we could-
53G, where we added it there, we could say outlines attendance expectations, conventions, and definitions.
Sure. No matter, it doesn't make sense, but.
Well,
make
we
sense.
have, we have an amendment, there is a reference to 206, which is where intervention is described as a series of non-punitive, individualized activities, right? Trusting relationship, improve attendance, et cetera. That's the word intervention is defined in 53G 6206, which I believe is referenced
After activity.
in the rule, but I think the rule only references 206.3, not 1,
Patty had her hand up.
correct?
I just am going.
Deputy Norman.
Yes, thank you. If on line 143, if you wanted to make sure the word intervention was left in there, if you change the word law enforcement to juvenile justice and youth services, that was within the spirit of HB 400 and the entities that worked on that. And that is where the FTE went and all of the other related services of HB 400.
Could you say that one more time for those of us that aren't familiar with the juvenile justice?
Yeah, juvenile
folks?
justice and youth services, JJYS. That provides all of the intervention services that are currently being offered so that students are not referred onto the criminal justice system or involved in the courts or law enforcement.
Okay, so is there interest in adopting that as an amendment? So Deputy Norman, the suggestion would be, rather than removing lines 143 and 144, you would replace law enforcement agencies and organizations with Juvenile Justice Association,
Juvenile justice and youth services.
Juvenile Justice and Youth Services.
It could be organizations, doesn't matter.
So the effect there would leave in the word intervention, reference the appropriate code section, and reference youth services, which is not a punitive law enforcement activity. Is that the idea? Can I follow up, Deputy Norman, with that, unless somebody else has a question? I'm just curious the extent of juvenile justice. When we say justice, that often sounds like punishment, right? And so if what we're trying to eliminate here is a reference to, you know, a too early engagement of law enforcement agencies, what does it do when you bring in juvenile justice? Does that sounds to me like juvie, detention, whatever, right? What does that mean?
First of all, why does that sound like juvie? There's a personal experience there that you can talk about it
Another
afterwards
time.
if you would like.
Another
Okay.
time.
Yes. So Juvenile Justice and Youth Services is one of our state agencies, and it is a state agency after HB 239 back in 2017 is receiving the funding that used to go to the courts. So prior to that time, the only way that you could access juvenile justice services before it was used juvenile justice is if a student interacted with courts. And so that's why we had those high numbers of students with criminal activity. So at that point in time, they started getting the funding beforehand, and a school could refer, and they could say, we're having, you know, we've contacted a parent, they would like support, and they can contact juvenile justice, and that's when it changed just a few years ago to youth services. So now they can provide those support services prior to having to interact with any court, law enforcement, or any agency, and that money has gone there. And schools now directly interact with juvenile justice youth services as a support mechanism that does not at any point interact with the criminal system unless, and that's why we go on to that 53G-8-211, if interventions are unsuccessful 2 consecutive times for there's reasons. If it's not successful, if this happens, then at that point in time, they can interact with the criminal justice system, which brings in law enforcement. And that's why there's that change. If prior it read law enforcement is first, but then if you read through those other codes, it starts talking about when law enforcement can be have interaction, and it was much further down the line than this was representing.
Is that always done with parent approval, and should that be part of the revised language?
It's done,
It's in code, right?
It's
I mean,
in
it's
code.
spelled out.
It's all
spelled
spelled
in
out
code. It
exactly
got
how
changed
it-
up this
yeah.
year.
Okay,
Yeah,
so if you
and-
invoke juvenile justice and youth services, you are subject to the code, which requires
Yeah,
parent
and almost
communication.
in all cases, it's a joint effort between families and the school. And it's really about that, do you want to participate this? Because the second part that enacts law enforcement is if it doesn't work or they don't interact with it or, those types of things, that's when, at that point in time, the statute then interacts with law enforcement. So if you're interacting with law enforcement clear back here during a very early intervention, a student doesn't show up for a couple of days, and now you have law enforcement showing up, at that point in time, it could become punitive, and you could then, at that point in time, create a record for a student.
Thank you, okay. Other questions or comments,
So the movement is
discussion?
towards least intrusive, is what it is.
Yes.
And to engage with families earlier in a productive way that is supportive versus a criminality direction, right, that is going to provide. Okay, does this language do it then? I don't know if we've already got a second. If we'd probably have to have an amendment unless. Yes? Oh, I shouldn't say yes, that's in charge.
Sorry, who are you trying to?
Well, I don't, Kristen raised her.
We've got, I've got lights from Member Bogus, Davis, Klein, and Norton. Were you all in line? Member Bogus? Okay, I'm sorry, you're right. That was a suggestion. Has that been adopted as an amendment to the motion?
Okay, I'll make this motion.
Okay, it's your underlying motion.
Keep line 143 and 144 and strike law enforcement agencies and organizations and replace with juvenile justice and youth services on lines 143, making it so that there's no change on 127.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Second.
Second, discussion of the motion. Member Earl?
No, I think I spoke to it before we had the
Yeah.
motion up there.
Okay.
So it's
Any-
just that least intrusive, maximizing it.
Other discussion? I got you. Other discussion to that motion? I got lights, but I'm not sure who's actually on. Okay, Member Norton.
Yeah, I would like to propose a substitute. And just strike out "and law enforcement agency." So it would read, "may enlist the assistance of community agencies and organizations for early intervention services."
So I think that is an amendment to the amendment, right? Changes language of the amendment. That would be in order as an amendment to the amendment.
So they could be considered a law enforcement agency. I mean,
I think
law
she's
enforcement
amending
could
the
be
amendment.
considered one of those agencies, but,
I think her language was just wrong.
you know,
So let me
juvenile
just-
justice and youth services could be too.
Let's just see if it's in order. Okay, yeah, I want to see if we're in order, and apparently we're not. Perhaps. Brian? We have an amendment to, let's see. How many amendments in are we? You had a single amendment that was initially going to scrap those lines. You then had a second amendment, which was,
So this is out of order.
well, was your amendment a motion to, let's see.
It's a motion.
Okay, the motion to amend. All right, I'm sorry, folks. The initial motion by Member Earl, having reconsidered and opened it, was to drop certain lines. Right, but having then reconsidered it, the initial motion you brought substantively was. So we.
So then Norton's is the
So her, I think, Member Earl's first one was a motion with an amendment to the motion. Are we not now on the second amendment?
second one.
Which is in order?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, had to excavate a little bit there. We got- Dig down a bit. All right, it's not a substitute, it's an amendment to the motion, which is, I think, in order, right? Okay. So, is that being clarified. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so Member Norton's proposed amendment has been seconded. Back to you if you'd like to address.
Well, I
I thought there was
felt-
community services or something.
No, now it just says community agencies
Oh, right.
because, juvenile youth justice youth services are one of those agencies that could be called upon, but there are many others as well.
Okay, any other discussion to the motion to amend from Member Norton?
So I do have a question, and
Member
maybe it's
Vargas.
to the maker of the motion. I'm not averse to this. I like the way that it's framed up. I am concerned that we have agencies and organizations that are not appropriate to be engaged. And now we've left it wide open, so anybody can be called, and I worry that we've got something that may be out of line with the intent of the code, but may also open us up to places where we could enter litigatable areas, maybe.
Okay, we had a point of order. Did we get a second? Did we not get a second?
We didn't, but they're
Straight.
straight.
He did second it. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, all right, so thank you, Member Vargas. Any other member? I've got Davis and then back to Norton? No.
I think I'm up.
Davis, yes, you are.
Is it in order of parliamentarians to make a substitute motion to move draft 10 because it has none of this negative stuff in it? Which brought up someone from an earlier public speaker said
What happened?
8 has a lot more negative in it than 10.
So what happened with number 10? Did we take a vote on draft 10? No.
And we have to re-vote on one of the drafts because Robert's rules, when you bring it back, makes it as if the original motion is in place, which is bringing draft 8 and 10 for consideration.
Well, the question, I guess, is whether it brings back everything that we were considering or
Bring-
just
In both
the
places,
particular
page
motion we
60
were
and
considering.
162, it brings back both.
Let's check with our
Makes the
parliamentarian.
agenda item as if nothing has been done.
Brian,
White flag.
And I looked at that.
there you go.
as well. It
Just
says-
jump in there, Brian.
All right, it says, it brings it back to the exact position it occupied the moment before it was voted on originally. So I wouldn't say it goes, so now that we've, originally, so that would be right before the motion that kind of ended this item, and then we moved on to the next item. So I don't think we go all the way back to draft 8 versus draft 9. I think we go back to right before the motion passed. If that makes sense. And I think the substitute motion would be in order as long as it's not a third amendment. If it's just a secondary amendment, then that would be in order.
So the motion to substitute is to switch over to draft 10 rather than draft 8. That's the parliamentary question. Having gone back to the point of consideration of draft 8 where we were before the vote, is it appropriate to sub in consideration of draft 10 when it wasn't part of the motion for reconsideration, but is that the effect of the motion for reconsideration? Does that make
And
sense?
I think it would be, I think it would be in order because we're at a motion to amend, so the substitution would be a secondary amendment. So I don't think we're violating that. And I looked through Robert's rules and there doesn't seem to be a limitation to the scope of what can be amended. So I would say, yes, it is proper.
Okay, so as a general matter, a motion to substitute in version 10 over version 8 would be appropriate. Is it in order within the context of where we currently sit? Do we have 2 levels of amendment on the table? I think we have, let's see.
I'd have to ask Sybil on that.
So we may have to rule on the motion to amend before we consider a substitute? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. All right, so it's generally okay, just not right this second. All right, so what we have on the table then, Member Norton's motion to amend to strike and law enforcement on line 143. Any final discussion to that motion to amend? If not, all in favor, please raise your hands. Oh, I didn't raise my hand. I'm sorry. I was trying to read. Okay. Did we get any opposed? Okay, so that passes unanimously.
No, but I do have a point of order, sir.
Yep.
So Member Carey is trying to get onto the Zoom to participate in this process, and my understanding is it was not live, so that he could do so.
Okay.
He just said, that's all he said, was that they need to launch the Zoom.
All right, well, while we're working on that, let's frame up what we have. So the current motion pending is, we voted on Member Norton's.
my
We're
son.
back to the underlying motion to amend, which is to keep lines 430, let's see, that one, correct? Oh, I'm sorry, so that passed, okay. That, does that, all right, so that kind of takes the place of the other motion to amend that was pending. So it does take us back to the underlying motion from Member Earl, that the board approves R277-607 Draft 8 as amended on second and final reading. And so the floor is open. Member Davis?
I have a substitute motion to approve draft 10.
Okay.
I'd like to speak to the motion.
Is there a second on the substitute motion to approve draft 10? Member Booth seconded. Back to Member Davis.
If I misquote you, you can speak up. I'm looking at you back in the corner, Mr. England. Okay, people are saying draft 8 is way more negative than draft 10. And the whole public comment that we heard in Finance Committee was to avoid these punitive things. So why don't we just avoid all this language about, these agencies and police officers and the other things that are listed in draft 8 at the bottom, and leave compliance issues and code in the area of compliance, and make this board rule about positive interventions, as was the intent of the group that worked together. And if there's a problem with draft 10 that people really are like, this needs to be changed, let's work on an amendment on it. But at least draft 10 gives a definition of chronic absenteeism that's in the code, which is just look, when a kid's absent about 10% of the time, maybe pay attention, find out. Are they sick? Do they need a home and hospital
Point of
teacher?
information,
You know?
chronic
Hold on, let's let
absenteeism
her
isn't in the
finish.
code.
Sorry, just let her finish.
It is
and then
in
I
the
can
code.
It's
go to
not
you.
defined in code.
No, exactly.
Member Bogus,
Because
let me,
we were supposed
hold on, folks. Let's let Member Davis finish. I'm happy to go
Okay.
to a question.
First of all, did I get a second?
I think you did.
I'm like, no, you're in my mic. No, maybe we're both not talking too fast.
All right.
Okay, so Representative Johnson, who you talked to this morning, when I was speaking with our staff in the hall, we took a bunch of stuff out of the code during legislative session because we said we would do it, we would flesh it out, which we've not fleshed really anything out, like what even does chronic absenteeism mean if LEAs are supposed to be addressing it? Historically, it's used as 10%. If we want something different, then fine, let's change it. But I think it's okay with, hey, once a person's at 10%, then the other part we added in the definition in the Finance Committee is it lets people know, oh, let's find out. Is the child sick? Do they need a home hospital teacher? Are they truant? Are they excused? what's happening? Do they need a tutor? I'm like, what's going on? So, you know, and plus, there's a piece about special ed in 10 that allows for some variance with special education. And it also provides the language, like the intervention language, in a positive way with the way it was amended earlier. I think that amended passed to make interventions a definition of positive based on feedback from, again, the gentleman in the corner. So if we want to go the positive intervention road, if there's something that's too cumbersome from an LEA, is the only thing I can see in this is that they have to review their attendance policy regularly. Is that the piece that everyone hates? Like, take it out if that's the problem, but why are we moving on this one that has all the negative stuff in it if the point is not to do all that punitive stuff in this particular rule?
Member Bogus, did you have a question for?
Well, I would just have a comment. I don't see
comment?
anything in draft 8 that's negative at all. It simply says, make a policy, follow the law. And it's all the stuff in draft 10 that is cumbersome on LEAs. You've got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this. And it's heavy-handed, it's very prescriptive. And so I feel like we're being gaslit here because there's not negative in this. It just says, follow the law. These are the codes. The language is in the code. And it's very clear. It's very open. It allows LEAs to go and do the work that they're already doing without the heavy hand of the USBE. And so I would speak against the motion. And then I would offer the same to the people who are championing draft 10. If something's wrong with draft 8, move an amendment. And we can vote on it, but I feel like we're getting caught in semantics.
Okay, I have a quick question, and maybe it's for Member Davis. The negativity or the negative elements or the potentially punitive elements of draft 8, are they in places other than lines 143 and 144 that were being proposed to be removed? I understood the motion for reconsideration to be an attempt to remove that potentially heavy-handed element. And I'm not clear whether there are others, and maybe staff would know this too, but I think there's a lot of interest in removing punitive action. I'm trying to identify it in either. Well, I can ask other, Member Lear?
Let me just speak a little bit about that. First of all, I think it's important to note that I worked in developing draft 10 with staff, specifically the attendance people. And their desire was to put in some positive language that moved both LEAs and parents in the direction of helping kids. And we took out extra definitions that over time had been left out. So there was, in terms of the reference to heavy-handedness, I think that a lot of the weight of the earlier drafts came off. Yes, there's still directives in there about helping LEAs to help children, help students, and help their parents understand the importance of attendance, which the staff understood and I understood was the purpose of HB 400. So are there some directives to LEAs? Yes. Are there multiple ways those can be satisfied? Also, yes. And I think that in my case, I was listening to those people. I was so impressed. I mean, I've talked to Tanya for a long time, but I didn't realize Aspen's experience at all levels of schools and positions. And their strong message is, we've got to do something that is helping LEAs to address this attendance issue. And personally, I thought they were very willing to take out some of the things that they would have liked to keep in and move it in a positive direction. And we did take out and changed even in deference to Mr. England's comment. He had one more amendment that he had suggested, but it became a positive note. And when I think, even I came to understand chronic absenteeism is not a negative term. It is a metric. It is an ability for a school to see how big their absentee problem is. So I don't want this to be personal. I just feel like the staff, who I believe in, brought forth the efforts to help LEAs do the work that we all need to do to improve attendance.
All right, thank you. Member
Point of order.
Straight. Point of order first?
Yeah, I had put my light back on. I was after Member
I'm
Bacchus,
sorry.
but you skipped me.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I saw Member
Go ahead.
Straight first. You're
go
on.
ahead, please.
It's okay.
You got it.
I just, may I address a comment that was made earlier? I want to address the gaslighting comment. That implies intent. There is no intent to gaslight anybody. I don't care if we pass draft 8 or draft 10. What I want is us to do what we said we would do when we cut all the stuff out of the law. And if we're not going to do it, it's fine. Let's just not say it anymore. I think that we need to have some kind of definition about what we're talking about. And chronic absenteeism is just someone who's repeatedly absent. Could be for a million different reasons. The definition is to say when someone's repeatedly absent, and if chronic is just a problem, let's define chronic. It just means consistent, whatever. It's just to say, look, pay attention. If kids aren't coming to school, find out, are they okay? What do they need? Get helps in place if they need them. That's it. That's what I understand we're asked to do, address chronic absenteeism and make interventions and policies. So there's not an intention, a personal thing about anyone. I just want to make sure we're doing what's required in the law and doing it in positive ways.
Thank you, Member Davis. And I will remind us that we don't make personal accusations or attacks. Member Straight?
I don't even know what gaslighting is. I've heard it. But anyway, so I was part of the task force that worked on the recommendations that then came from that group that then became in House Bill 400, which we then had some spirited debate, and it was kind of the same outcome. And now we have the rule in front of us. As part of that group, everyone's intentions from this wide-based group of individuals from every aspect of stakeholders involved in these ideas was to do something positive to help with a problem that had become very large and needed to be dealt with. And I very much believe that Draft 10 exemplifies those ideals. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Straight. Any other comments, motions, questions? We're discussing for Draft 10. Member Earl.
Yeah, just, to me, draft 10 is cumbersome. There's a lot more moving parts in it. I think there is simplicity in draft 8, just referring back to the law. So there just feels like there's a lot more, significantly more pieces. Do this, do that, do this, do that, which most districts probably are already doing that. So is it just a matter of putting it in, we're putting it into rule just to, anyways, I think it's just simpler in 8, and I would encourage us to not vote for this.
All right. Member Bogus?
Oh, sorry, sir.
All right. I'll just add a comment that I think there's some improvements that could be made to Draft 8 if it comes back. It does seem simpler and more flexible. Any further comments before we vote on Draft 10? All right. I think we now need to go to roll call.
I have a
Member
question.
Davis. Sorry.
Beyond reviewing an attendance policy regularly, what do they have to do? I mean, what is the cumbersome thing? Can we find out the concerns so we can try to resolve those?
Yeah. Well, I'm just looking down just through this. We've now established, okay, shall collect regarding student attendance through two-way communication to students and families, shall support a school-level attendance team in review of data to inform, mitigate, prevention, and intervention actions through tiered systems of supports regularly as provided in an LEA school's attendance policy, shall create a systemic LEA and school response for LEAs or schools, attendance policy that are in alignment with other education systems, shall promote shared accountability and continuous improvement related to an LEA or school's attendance policy, including school-level attendance plan. And that's just the one section. I think some of this is already included, and some of this is probably what schools are already doing already, but it's included in that, I think, in the law as far as the recommendations and the direction to head, so.
Well, let's take them out and just say.
Well, then you end up with 8.
You've got a definition at least people can work from. And special ed.
The motion before us is to approve draft 10. So we're discussing draft 10. The what? This is a sub-motion. You can't sub it, you can amend it. You can amend a sub, but you can't sub the sub. That's a different motion that I think would be in order. Motion to table, I believe it.
Motion to table.
Well, or refer, I don't know, that motion. Is there a referral? Do you remember the standard on?
Something everyone likes.
Which one's the one?
That in the big 14?
Chair, what are we looking up here?
I'm waiting to figure out how to motion to table
Oh,
or postpone.
Postpone is non-debatable, you just make the
Well, I'm up
I
next.
want it to go back to committee though, if possible.
So that would be the motion to refer back to committee.
Oh, I can postpone to committee?
I think they could, I think if these two drafters get together, they could make something.
Okay.
Yes. Dr. Norman?
Just as a reminder to the board, one of the reasons why this was put during the special session for finance was our LEAs were requesting it so they could have it ready for their back-to-school policies and packets that they would be sending out to parents.
When does that need to happen?
No, it can happen at any time.
Sir, if I
It
may.
has to have public comment, so they have to put out the policy, have public comment the 30 days, and so it would take, approved by their local board and have that public comment period.
Well, they're not gonna have it done anyway. They're not meeting over the summer.
Look, can we just ask the time? I think the question's been brought by,
Here, I've already, if I get recognized, I'm making a motion.
you're recognized.
To a committee.
You are recognized and you can
I
make
move
it and
that
then we can ask about it.
I move that we postpone this item to committee.
What? She just said we don't have time.
About what?
You don't have time anyway. Local boards are not.
So hold on, let's get back to some more. Vice Chair Hart has a motion. We'll see if it's in order, then we can debate it and talk about whether there's a risk from timing or not. So is the motion to recommit to committee, Vice Chair Hart? I think postponed isn't directed to a committee though, right? Isn't there, there's a motion to commit to a committee. I think the question here is whether we recommit to a committee, whether that's in order. So,
Molly.
commit or refer, 157.
That really fix it.
Well, I think there's a forum question, though. Rather than just postponing it, we're redirecting it to a committee. I think
Do you
that
want me
has
to
to be
withdraw my
done.
motion? I'll withdraw it. It says,
It's in 11.
we'll be out of compliance with code.
Well, if you can bring the motion, then we can discuss it, or you can withdraw the motion. I mean, bringing it allows debate
Well,
on the motion,
okay.
or withdrawing.
I withdraw the motion, but I'm going to make it again if somebody doesn't come up with an answer.
All right, where are we? We have
And Cindy's-
draft 10 on the floor,
Cindy's next.
and I don't believe we have had any amendments
Just
brought,
delete
correct? So we are discussing draft 10 as it had been presented to the board earlier this afternoon. No amendment on the floor, just discussion. Further discussion then to draft 10, Member Davis. We got Member Davis, then Member Bogus, then Member Wood.
I think a halfway point here to get rid of all that stuff that you don't like is to take the definition of chronic absenteeism out of draft 10 and put it in draft 8 and add lines 14 and 15 from draft 10 into draft 8 and the special ed piece. Then that takes all that other stuff out that people said they didn't like. It keeps the simplicity of draft 8, and it gives the LEAs like a starting point. Hey, jump off and pay attention to kids who are gone 10% of the time or more and see if you do need to contact them or do anything. And I realize emotion's on the floor, but I'm just saying that is probably the most middle ground we're going to get here. And we could, if we had enough people, we could be done with it today.
So that would be let's see, we have currently a substitute that brings in number 10. This would be, sorry, Member Booth?
Can I withdraw the motion?
That's an option. I think there's been a
I'll make a
proposal as a
second
second sub.
So,
Does
sir,
does that work, Sybil? Sorry, can we have a second sub?
no.
Brian, is that,
You know what? Your
it's not
vote
okay?
overrides Robert's rules. Your vote overrides it. If you think that's
What
wise,
vote?
then let's do it.
You can do a substitute to a substitute as long as the original substitute is a First Amendment.
Well, it is. All right, second substitute.
Then
If you want,
Yeah, you can.
if you want to make second substitute,
Okay,
The
I'll make
floor
a
is yours.
second substitute in draft 8, that the definition of chronic absenteeism from draft 10 be incorporated into draft 8, and that lines 14 and 15 from draft 10 be incorporated into 8. You have to find the right place. And that the special education portion, line 67 from draft 10, be incorporated into draft 8. 67 through 70, thank you. And look, if we can't get anywhere with this half and half, then it's probably gonna have to go back to committee because we'll be here till midnight.
all right, let's see if we got the motion framed up.
We have 30 minutes to sign.
We're moving here. The board amend 277, 67, draft 8. So the definition of chronic absenteeism, we should probably specify the lines you're talking about, where that definition is coming from, and those are 34 to 36, correct? So can we, is that a friendly? I'm just trying to make technical on lines, and add lines 14 and 15 from draft 10 into draft 8, which are, recites section 53G 804, requiring the board to make rules requiring LEAs to enact chronic absenteeism prevention and intervention policies. Excuse me. And also line 67 to 70 from draft 10. That's probably defined somewhere, isn't it? Addresses the,
I'm fine with that. Why do they say that? I'm sure it's somewhere. I'm sure it speaks for that.
all right, do we have enough time? We got a second, correct? Did we?
Second.
Thought we had a second.
Chair,
Okay.
I have a motion to amend.
Let's see, we're on a second substitute. Can we amend? I'm sorry, folks, that I don't have all this memorized. I feel
Yeah, so you can amend a substitute.
incompetent, but we're on this,
No.
okay.
A substitute of a substitute is, you can't amend that. It would be a tertiary amendment.
All right. It's hard to know when a tertiary, when you have three of one thing or with two of one and one of the other. All right, thank you, Brian. So, that's a tertiary and can't be brought. But we do have on the floor then, Member Davis's substitute motion to the earlier substitute. And so have members had a chance to take a look at what those lines are, the definitions of chronic absenteeism, a reference to the code's requirement to address chronic absenteeism, and then a reference to the interplay between absences for mental or behavioral health. Am I getting that right? Okay, any discussion then to that motion? To the motion to Member Hymas? Am I reading the wrong lines? I thought we were going from, you guys correct me if I'm off here. I was reading from draft 10, line 60.
Oh, sorry, it's in the special ed section, but it's not a definition of mental health. We lost that. If we do this, we're losing that.
If that's fine.
Right, 67 to 70 from draft 10 reference addressing the interplay between absences for mental health or behavioral health and free appropriate public education requirements for students under federal law, including IDEA, right? We're looking at the right lines? Okay. Okay, we Member Lear, would you like, we got Member Hymas, and then I can come over here. Member
Yeah, I
Hymas.
was just going to speak in favor of the motion. I've been reading through both of these drafts, 10 and 8. I've spoken to both creators, or I don't want to say creators, because they've both worked with many people. And so it's hard to just put it on Carol and Christina's shoulders. However, as I looked over draft 10, I did highlight, this doesn't mean anything to you, but maybe it means something to me, but I did highlight this section, 67 through 70, and I didn't share it with anybody. I like this. And I wondered if we could incorporate it, and I felt that it was incorporated already, but I did like the verbiage and thought it was a good idea to have LEAs aware that there is a difference, right? That you don't just go after somebody, not that we would, I don't want to spark any concern, right? But that you would look into and say, okay, what's going on? How can we help you? So 67 through 70, I like it. I asked a question about 14 and 15 to Carol. I looked up the wrong law because my question was, I don't see where this was. Carol showed me where it was in the law, so it doesn't take away from, for sure. I don't know how much it adds to because the law is throughout, but it surely doesn't take away from. And then the definition of chronic absenteeism, I don't have an issue with either. I know that it's been brought up many times that it's our responsibility to put that definition in there. I think it's well known throughout the state what that is, but if this offers clarity, we're all about clarity without adding additional measures. So I just want to take a second as one who spoke or voted for draft 8 and in opposition of draft 10. I am in favor of this amendment.
Thank you, Member Hymas. Back to Member Lear, or no, lights off?
Sir, I have a point of information.
Just 1 second. Okay, Member Lear's lights off. Back to Member Bogus.
So, the mobilization, sorry, it took me a little bit to get that word out, in lines 14 and 15, ultimately creates redundancy because that language is already in the other one. It says, in section 1D, it says this board is authorized, or this rule is authorized. In section 1D, it says by section 53G-9-804, which describes the legislature's expectations regarding absenteeism prevention and outreach policies. So we have an attempt to mobilize that's gonna create redundancy.
Okay, further questions or comments? Any additional
Just
member
a
straight?
comment.
Have a light?
I don't know if it was on this, Brent, sorry.
No, I just want to say that in the spirit of coming to an agreement, and I'm the opposite of Board Member Hymas. I did not support 8, and I did support 10. And, but let's get this passed and move on.
Okay, any further discussion, comment from staff or others? Back to Member Hymas.
Just briefly, I think that there is going to be that redundancy, and I don't know if that's something that staff can just look at and clear it up, right? We've done this in the past where it's like, hey, it's already mentioned in here. We probably wouldn't mention it twice. To replace it, whatever, you know what I mean? I don't have an issue if staff, I speak for myself, but I don't have an issue if staff says, okay, I see what you're saying, let's get this in there.
I mean,
Member Davis?
you could just use lines 14 and 15 and replace those two lines because it says what they have to do from the code. They are the interventions and policies required in code for chronic absenteeism, not for compulsory attendance and other things.
So with respect, line 16 and 17 don't reference that at all. It says, which describes the legislature's expectations regarding absenteeism prevention and outreach policies.
Sorry, Member Bogus, these are which lines? This is from draft 10, line
you
16 to
say them
17?
Which one?
This is what you print, just saying.
It is in line draft 8.
Draft 8. We're pulling from draft 10. You saying it's
So-
duplicative with something that's already in draft 8?
Yes.
Okay.
So the motion is to duplicate, and in line 20, I apologize, I was 4 lines off, I do apologize. In line 20, it says, so if you go up to the big number 1, this rule is authorized by, and jump down to number D, section 53G-9-804, which describes the legislature's expectation regarding absenteeism prevention and outreach policies. So it's already included in draft 8.
Can always bring the motion. Needs a second and 2/3.
Can I call the question that vote on Cindy's?
That would be the motion. That's in order, requires a second and then a 2/3 vote.
Second.
Been seconded. So the motion is moving the previous question, meaning to go straight to a vote on Member Davis's proposed amendment, which is framed up on the board. So we do now have to go to roll call because we've got Member Carey with us remotely. I think we do. Member Carey, are you with us? Sure, before we plow through this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
All right. Were you able to hear the motion?
I was, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that's the motion is framed up and we'll vote in order. Sorry? I'm sorry. Yes. Right. This is the previous question. I'm sorry. I wanted to ask Member Carey if you could see what we were moving to vote on. But we are not yet voting on the motion, Member Carey. We're voting on whether to vote on the motion. Just want to make sure you knew what that underlying motion was. Okay, so looking for.
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. This requires a 2/3 vote. Member Wood.
Yes.
Member Straight.
Yes.
Member Reel.
Yes.
Member Norton.
Yes.
Member Lear. Yes. Member Carey.
No.
Member Hymas.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hart. Yes. Member Green.
Yes.
Vice Chair Earl.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Member Klein. Member Booth. Member Bogus.
No.
Member Moss is a yes. That passes 13-2. So we now proceed to the underlying motion, which is Member Davis's substitute motion that the board further amend R277-607 draft 8-2. Number 1, add definition of chronic absenteeism on lines 34 to 36 from draft 10. Add lines 14 and 15 from draft 10. and add lines 67 to 60 from draft 10, 67 to 70 from draft 10. I guess I have a point of order. Do we know where those are being directed to be added to draft 8?
In the most appropriate position.
Yes, as determined by staff.
And staff can make technical changes, so.
I have one.
Okay, does that comport with the second? Who is our second?
Second.
Okay, that's been seconded, so we are moving on that motion as framed. We'll go from the other direction.
I had a comment.
We called the question, though.
We called the question. That's right, so we can't discuss.
Yeah, so we're. All right, Member Bogus.
No.
Member Booth. Member Klein. Member Davis. Vice Chair Earl.
Yes.
Member Green. No. Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
Member Hymas.
Yes.
Member Carey.
No.
Member Lear.
Yes.
Member Norton.
Yes.
Member Reel.
Yes.
Member Straight.
Yes.
Member Wood.
Yes.
Member Moss is a yes. That passes by 11-4. And so now we have, let's see, further amend. We go back then to Member Earl's underlying motion, correct? And it's now been amended. And the motion is that the board approves R277-607 Draft 8 as amended on second and final reading.
So sorry, I have a motion to amend.
Final discussion, Member Bogus.
So I would move that we amend the definition of chronic absenteeism to reflect the language that I sent Mr. Rasmussen.
Ben, do you have, looks like we do.
And, oh, well, after a second, I would speak to the motion.
Is there a second, now that we've got it up on the board, a school determines, et cetera?
And I don't know if Mr. Carey can see it. We might want to read it.
Member Carey, can you see this, or would you like me to read it?
I see it, Chair.
Okay.
I don't care. I want a second.
Did it come from somewhere?
Yes.
Where did it come from? Second it.
Where did what come from? Member Klein is
Definition.
seconded? Okay, could you speak to the motion?
I
Yeah, we've
would
got
be
it
happy to
seconded.
speak to the motion. Actually, I've been in so many conversations, but this definition takes root in my conversation with members of the Jordan School District. And it's actually part of my notes from my conversation with them, that if we put a definition in, they would like it to be encompassing of those things. And so I would offer it. I think it's better than what we have. It allows us to really serve kids at a very granular level. And I like the language, triangulated and intersected data points. I like that we're looking at multiple metrics. And I think it satisfies the concerns that the public has brought forth, and I think it satisfies the concerns of the board.
Okay, further discussion. Member Earl, Hymas, Davis, and Lear, if you're still lights on for this discussion. Member Hymas?
Yes, it says add to the definition.
Oh,
Add to the definition. Are we adding to what we just passed?
no, we're amending. We're replacing.
So your motion is to replace the definition of chronic absenteeism?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please.
And using, follow-up, Chair, if I could?
Yeah.
Using the definition that is, was just voted on, could LEAs on their own use this as part of their chronic absenteeism work? Or is that?
Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering. Sorry, we're getting some side help for my question. It's just hanging in the air. So Cindy, if you're the one who spoke up, can you answer that question for me?
the other one is just, if a student's absent 10% of the time, that it's a metric to let the LEA know they need to kind of find out what's going on, see if the student's okay or needs a system level of supports.
So
They
from,
could do any of these things,
right, and that's what, I guess that's the question that I'm trying to get to, and
because it
perhaps
doesn't say you have to do a system level of supports, it just says you need to figure out if you need to start that.
So the one that we have just voted on is simply chronic absenteeism. We don't care what, it's just at 10% of the days, that's what it is. And then LEAs go from there. Whereas this one is much more prescriptive, which is what, in my opinion, we were trying to get away. This is why I voted for draft 8.
I mean, if they went to Europe for 2 weeks and they're doing fine academically, you're probably not going to start your tiered system of supports.
But you have
Yes,
to.
right there. You would have to.
But you have, okay,
Instead-
you
in
you
the
have to,
definition-
but you can still use these, that's what I'm saying, you can still look at these and
But
say, okay,
it just says you,
that's not an
like, you
issue.
might make one call and say, hey, are you okay? Oh, we've been in Europe for 2 weeks. Okay, that's
So-
the beginning of your tiered system, you're done.
Anyway, Chair, my apologies, I didn't mean to get into an open conversation here. I just wanted to essentially ask the question, if this is needed. I get the value of this right here, but I don't think that we're limiting LEAs to still use these terms and definitions, if you will, to help their work go forward.
And I'll just have one additional clarifying question. We've got, let's see. Bogus, Earl, did we get you, Jenny? Sorry, I think. My question is, I'll come back to it, but I just want to hear if these amendments stick, what does the determination that you were chronically absent now mean in light of what we've done to draft 8? That's an important question, but I think we have Bogus, Earl.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Member Bogus?
So, sir, I think it would mean it comes down to the individual.
So that's
So if
the-
a student is gone
that's-
every Wednesday, that would be persistent absenteeism. If a student is gone 12 days in a row, that's persistent absenteeism, but that alone wouldn't produce chronic absenteeism as defined unless it intersected with at least 2 other data points, including a statistically significant decrease in academic achievement and persistent malicious behavior infractions that are documented through the school's infrastructure.
And my question is, if you
says
determine
may.
that a person is
May.
chronically absent, what does that now mean under draft 8 as amended? Does
It would
anybody
be-
know?
It would be
What
individualized.
does that trigger and what lines?
It-
I get that the determination is individualized as to whether they are chronically absent.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, if you make that determination with draft 8 as amended, what does that then trigger?
It
And I
triggers the
apologize,
code, sir.
Triggers
It would trigger the code that's listed in draft
802
8.
or 206?
No, it would
Which
trigger
code?
the intervention
Interventions
expectation
as
of the
defined
legislature.
in 206, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 206. Thank you, I'm sorry.
Just
I've
point of order.
got so many pieces moving around. I want to know what the effect is of making that determination.
The definition
I'm
says
asking them.
may.
Yeah,
It's up to the
Deputy-
LEA.
Deputy Norman,
Does this fit into what
Thank
they-
you.
as we've now hodgepodged this together, the question I have is, if
The
you
effect,
make that
yes.
determination, what does that trigger, right?
The effect is that chronic absenteeism becomes a broad category instead of one indicator. Currently, chronic absenteeism is just one indicator, one data point, and then you decide what the other data points are that could then say what type of support does a student need. This changes chronic absenteeism to a broad category, and because it says and, that means all 3 of those things, A, B, and C, would need to occur. So for example, if there was a student who was chronically absenteeism, who was very quiet and didn't speak out or something like that, they would not ever be a chronically absent student, because it says that they must have persistent malicious behavior, infractions, including vandalism, whatnot. So just what it does, creates a broad category for chronic absenteeism. If the word needs to change to persistent absences instead of chronic, then does that make sense? It changes something that was just a numerical indicator of the number of and how persistent it was, and it creates a broad category, and all of these things fall underneath it. That
helps on the criteria for determining if you're chronically absent. I'm just trying to figure out, in Rule 8, as it's proposed to have been, as it has been amended, what does that then kick into effect? Is it just the code? Is it the interventions?
It's their own
under
policy.
Their own
Right,
policy, which is in lines,
It's in there.
It's not in
Trust
there.
me, it's in there.
it's in there.
As developed by them, because there's no
Intervention.
direction about it.
It just triggers the code. It triggers the interventions in the code that are called out for chronic absenteeism.
Which is some sort of
I got some
communication.
disagreement on that, so we're all over the place.
Sir, just a
I
point
think
of
there are other lights on.
clarification.
I won't hog any more time. I'm just trying to figure out the link between the identification of a person as chronically absent and the interventions we've been talking about, and specifically whether those are punitive interventions of the type that relate to truancy, or whether they're simply the positive interventions called out in 206 sub 1 that talk about trusting relationships, that kind of thing. I don't know exactly, if we decide under this language that somebody's chronically absent, what that means for a school's next action. And it's probably because I've lost the script, but I'm looking for clarity if somebody has it on.
So, sir, if I could.
Member Bogus,
I'm
yeah.
so sorry, and I did send that email to Mr. Rasmussen, and he did put that up there exactly, and very well. But, in my notes, it's an and or in between B and C. So we would have to, and maybe I'm out of order, and when I say out of order, maybe B is A is B in my head, and I'm sure I sent it to him that way because that reads correctly in my mind, but it would, the attendance would be first, and then it would be that combined with B and or C.
Can't do and or.
There you go.
So that
What you
doesn't,
said.
that doesn't go to my question. There's an if this, then that, right? And you're talking about if this, if chronically absent, and there's two competing definitions of how you decide if you're chronically absent, right? If this, then that. That is the intervention. That is the action that's taken. I'm looking for what we now have, and I'm sorry, this is me. I've been kind of just refereeing the
Thank you.
discussion.
No action intent.
But I'm
It's a
losing
may,
the
not a
script
shall.
on if this, then what happens under the current rule? And maybe that's Deputy Norm. Supports maybe, and that's under,
It's in the definition of chronic absenteeism.
In draft 10.
in
Chronic
draft 10,
absenteeism.
which is now being brought into
Chronic
draft 8.
absenteeism means a student misses 10% or more of days enrolled for any reason and makes a school aware that a beginning of tiered supports may be needed. It may
these are
not. If they're
lines-
doing fine academically and they're on a vacation, it's probably not going to be needed.
What lines are those again, Member Davis?
It's in draft
Draft,
10.
It's in
and
draft
line-
10, line 34 to 36.
Okay,
That's
and-
the one we moved
and
over to
those are the
draft
ones,
8.
okay.
And the
Means a
may
student
is crucial, because the
And-
LEA may not do anything at all.
is it
Or
the-
use all of these
is it the
indicators
s-
or different ones.
Is it the student who makes a school aware that a beginning of tiered supports, or is it the absence itself, which makes a school aware that a beginning of tiered supports may be needed?
The 10%.
10%, but I'm asking for the
10%.
that, if this, then that, right?
Yes.
That is,
10%.
that makes a school aware that the beginning of tiered supports may be needed. That's the action, that's what I'm looking for. If we define this in one of these two ways, what does that trigger? It triggers action. That action is in line 35. Yes, okay, so the action is in line 35, that a beginning of tiered supports may be needed. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm dense, but I'm catching up. Thank you. And it sounds like there were some competing ideas about what that is if you determine the this.
Well, but the
So,
difference is
back
this.
to the other discussion. I thank you for clarifying. I just, if you're gonna vote on the trigger, I wanna know what it triggers, right? So,
LEAs to make a decision.
and that decision is couched in lines 35 and 36, which have now been brought in. All right, that helps me, because tiered supports is different than punitive intervention, it's different from whatever, right? That's what I'm trying to look for. All right, sorry, sorry to hijack, but I had to bring myself up to speed so I can vote. Let's go back to we've got Member Earl, Vice Chair Earl's got a light on?
Yeah, can you go to the other definition, if you don't mind, Ben or Angie, who's ever? Okay. I guess I'm looking at this going, I'm trying to understand, it becomes more subjective, I guess, in my mind than it did before. And there's more pieces to try to measure before we can begin an engagement with the student if they are consistently absent. So at this point, I'm not for this. I understand the intent. The intent is to tie more to it than just being absent from school. But I don't think anything prohibits a school from doing that. I think chronic absenteeism, I think the intent is to keep that simple and allow districts to build out, in my mind. And maybe I'm missing something, but I feel like that is the intent. And I just get concerned that we took 8 because it was more simplified, and then we expanded out so it wasn't as simplified.
Yeah, so, may I, Chair?
Yes, please.
So, with respect, it was expanded out, and I didn't vote for that, but if we're gonna put chronic absenteeism in there, this is something that, my understanding that one of my LEAs champions this, maybe not, I won't quote this definition, but it's straight from my notes with them, and I think that part of what this does is produces a check, if you will, on what could be rogue use of a definition to abuse students and families. And I think this puts a check on it. So it says that we have a student and they're absent and it's for any reason, okay, great. But there's a check on that says there has to be another indicator. And the systems are already in place, as I understand it, throughout the state. So this would not add to the burden of an LEA unless I am missing something in the conversations that I'm having.
All right, Member Lear. Oh, Superintendent Dixon was in. I apologize.
Yeah, thank you. It may be directed at Member Bogus. You know, I've had some conversations with a couple of LEAs, and including, I think, the one that you're referencing. And I want to make sure I'm articulating, I think we might be saying the same thing, but in my conversation with them, it goes back to Board Member Davis's, the way she framed that around, they use multiple data points for interventions. So is that what you're getting at? Because it's not about the definition. So the definition is a metric, but so for example, a district, I think of 2 districts that use Panorama to say, how do we get at the students' needs? They're absent. So as we work with a family and talk to them, what are the kind of interventions we would choose based on the multiple data sources that we have to help inform that intervention? Are you trying to get at that same thing? Because that's at least what a couple of districts have spoken to me about, the multiple data sources. So it's not part of the definition, but they would use that to determine the intervention. Is that, do you mean that by saying this, or are you really trying to define?
I would say
this?
no and.
Now you're playing on my words, ma'am.
No and, ma'am. If I recall the conversation correctly, it is that a student would never be determined or labeled chronically absent unless there were at least 2 intersecting data points.
Okay.
And
Does
so
that resolve the?
No, we have different perspectives, but it's okay.
That's
and
okay.
If I am incorrect in that understanding, I'm sure they were watching the meeting right now and they will call me and correct me. But if I recall that conversation correctly, it's that a student would not have that label and that would not be put on them and it would not trigger anything without at least 2 intersecting data points. And they use 4, but the 3 that I starred in our conversation were those 3.
All right. Member Lear, I got lights from Member Lear, Member Hymas.
I think we've all spoken to this definition. My concerns are similar to Member Earl's. I'm concerned about who's going to make these kinds of subjective judgments, including what is loitering, what is belligerence, what is persistent, what is malicious. And I don't want to put a teacher in the position of making those subjective judgments. That's why looking at chronic absenteeism, I've been converted. It's a metric. It doesn't carry all the baggage it did 30 years ago. You're not guilty of being chronically absent It's a metric to help the school know where to start in its efforts.
All right, member, let's see. Deputy Norman, were you running way in? I've got a couple of lights from member Norton and member Davis, but you're good, member Norton.
I have not talked to anybody from Jordan, but the Jordan policy on chronic absenteeism says chronic absenteeism defined as missing 10% or more of the academic year for any reason, including excused and unexcused absences, suspension, and time missed due to changing schools.
Okay. Thank you. And to member Davis.
I was just gonna say the same. In my interactions with them, it's a more simple, but again, I really like the concept of this, quite frankly. I mean, I wouldn't put all the words in rule because I think it starts to add too much stuff, but I think LEAs should be looking. If there are, like, at academics and all of these things before they start a tiered system of interventions, they should be doing this, and I think they do. Anyway, I wouldn't put it in the rule, but I agree with all of it.
Madam
Okay,
Chair?
yes, member Bogus.
I think the concern is that there are LEAs or perhaps individual schools that are not looking at individual or not looking at multiple metrics. And if we're going to go this route and put in a definition, I think as a board, we need to be very clear. One of the pieces of language used is that a problem well stated is half solved. And so it's only half solved to say there's a problem and state it well. When we start to address it, we need to put protective barriers in place for our students and our families. And to Member Lear's point, most of this is already defined in the behavior matrices within our schools. So statistically significant is defined in the world at large. And then behavior infractions, vandalism is defined in the matrices, loitering, vaping. We don't have to define those. They're already in the systems, the logging of behavior things. So it's already in place. It just says that if we're going to trigger a cycle of intervention, that we have to have multiple intersecting data points, and that's something the state board expects.
Thank you. Any further? Let's see, we've got member Straight, member Green.
Yes, I
And back
just
to member
want,
Lear. Yes.
am I okay to go?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just going to read a comment from one of my districts, and I'm not reading their ideas of what to do as far as the rule goes, but they're introductory to those ideas. Philosophically, when we look at attendance/truancy at the core, it's about a meaningful connection with the student and family by a trusted adult. Furthermore, given the climate we are in this, we'll take a multidisciplinary effort by schools and community agencies, including mental health access, to address the underlying issues related to chronic absenteeism. We would be happy to discuss this further on how Davis School District is working to address this issue. Thank you for soliciting our input and for your work on behalf of the students and families in Utah. That's what we're trying to get to. We're writing this to support. This sounds like a good conversation about the things that are happening and occurring, and some of the things that triangulate and intersect with what's happening with students with absenteeism. There are so many good things going around in the state. In fact, I've seen examples and data from schools in regards to this, and there's some great progress being made as well. And I'd like to call the question.
Okay. Sorry. Well, the motion's been made to call the question. There are a couple of lights on, but we have to bring that to a vote. And so does it have a second? Been seconded, it requires a 2/3 vote, has the effect of cutting off debate and moving to a vote on Member Bogus's motion. So we'll start with Member Wood.
Yes.
Member Straight. Yes. Member Reel.
Yes.
Member Norton.
Yes.
Member Lear. Yes. Member Carey.
Yes.
Member Hymus. Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
Member Green. No. Vice Chair Earl.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Member Klein. Member Booth.
Yes.
Member Bogus. Member Moss is a yes. That motion passes by 13-2. So we move directly to the vote on Member Bogus's motion to amend, which is to replace the definition of chronic absenteeism in draft 8 with chronic absentee as a means and metric determined on a case-by-case basis through triangulated and intersected data points, including A, persistent absences resulting in a calculated pattern, B, a statistically significant decrease in academic achievement, or C, persistent malicious behavior infractions, including vandalism, loitering, vaping, assault, and belligerence. Let's see, we started at the bottom last time, right? So, start at the top. Member Bogus. Yes. Member Booth.
No.
Member Klein.
Yes.
Member Davis.
No.
Vice Chair Earl. No. Member Green. Vice Chair Hart.
No.
Member Hymus. Member Carey.
Yes.
Member Lear.
No.
Member Norton.
No.
Member Reel.
No.
Member Straight.
No.
Member Wood.
No.
Member Moss is a no. That motion to amend fails. And we come back to, let's see, we are on Member Earl's. No, let's see.
Yeah, that's the final.
Member Davis's substitute motion was passed, incorporating the amendments. Member Bogus's motion to amend failed, and so we are now back to Member Earl's motion, which incorporates what was done by Member Davis. And to you, Member Wood.
I call the question.
Questions called on the underlying motion then, which is Member Earl's motion. Draft 8 is amended on second and final reading. The question is to whether we go directly to a vote on that. So again, we have, do we have a second?
Second.
Member Lear is seconded. Okay. We are voting to call the question and move directly to a vote on Member Earl's motion, which is that the board approves 277-607 Draft 8 as amended by Member Davis, but not by Member Bogus, on second and final reading. We're voting to go to a vote on that. Requires 2/3. It's calling the question. And I think we're back to the bottom on this one. Not that it matters, but Member Wood.
Yes.
Member Straight.
Yes.
Member Reel. Member Norton.
Yes.
Member Lear. Member Carey. Member Carey to call the question on moving to directly to a vote on Member Earl's underlying motion. We've lost Member Carey. Member Hymus? Yes. Vice Chair Hart? Yes. Member Green? No. Vice Chair Earl? Yes. Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Klein? Yes. Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Bogus? No. Member Moss is a yes. Do we have Member Carey with us? What's the votes? What are the yay votes on that? Twelve in favor, 2 opposed, and we're missing Member Carey. Okay, so that does pass, which means we move directly to a vote on Member Earl's motion that the board approves R277-607 Draft 8 as amended on second and final reading. Member Bogus. Member Booth.
Yes.
Member Klein. Member Davis.
Yes.
Vice Chair Earl.
Yes.
Member Green. Yes. Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
Member Hymus. Yes. Member Carey, are you with us? Okay, Member Lear? Yes. Member Norton?
Yes.
Member Reel? Yes. Member Straight?
Yes.
Member Wood?
Yes.
Member Moss is a yes. That passes and concludes, well, hold on
Our
here.
pizza is getting cold.
Let me just throw this out.
No, Jim.
Everybody's dying for pizza?
Yes.
Okay, here, let me just tell you the next agenda items. We still have requests for statutory changes. We did the proposals for funding requests. We still have possible statutory changes, including, I think, the one that Member Davis had that we deferred from earlier.
I'll bring it back next time.
Next in August?
Yep.
Okay, all right. We've got a new evidence-based screening tool, and then we've got the science standards. Do we want to tackle the evidence-based? We're not going to get the science standards before lunch, dinner. Do we want to tackle the evidence-based screening tool or straight to lunch? Huh? On the evidence-based screening tool? We can eat while we work. That's a good point. 5 minutes to grab your pizza, we'll keep working. Okay. Let's do it.
There's nothing on the screening tool.
What are you saying?
There's nothing on there.
On where?
Somebody say something about it down here.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
If it's not there, we can't, I couldn't read anything. I can't do it.
Are you talking about the science standards?
No, the screening tool.
Is it number 11?
Screening tool,
Yeah.
okay.
There's nothing on there. There hasn't been anything on there.
All right, let's see.
I would move we put it on another agenda. What's that?
Which is a new evidence-based screening tool. And I think we have staff here to introduce this. Michelle Knight, I know, is here. I just spoke with. And is Tiana McCall joining us as well? My understanding here is that we have a number of approved screening tools. Well, I'll just turn this to you. I appreciate you filling me in. I won't steal your thunder. The question is whether we approve another among the list of mental health screening tools for Box Elder District. So should I turn it to Michelle? You want to take the lead? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Moss. Michelle Knight with School-Based Mental Health Screening.
And then just describe the tool.
Oh, so this screening tool is screening for child anxiety-related emotional disorders. It consists of 41 items and 5 factors that parallel the DSM-IV classification of anxiety disorders. This was requested by Box Elder School District, and it falls in line with R277625's process. We have reviewed it with consultation from the Office of Substance Use and Mental Health and have approved it based off of the requirements from the rule, and we are here for approval.
To add to that, Deputy Superintendent Patty Norman, part of that rule that was referenced is the state board approves these tools. And then once they're approved, this would not just be approved for Box Elder, it would be approved for any LEA's use after this. Box Elder requested this tool. It was reviewed by the agencies that Michelle talked about. And then they would like, the reason why it's coming as its separate item is they want to be able to use it for next school year. So they would need the summer to be able to train on it and then have it implemented and all the proper procedures in place prior to next school year.
Hey, thank you very much. Questions or comments for our staff experts on this topic? And I understand this would be, we've got about 15 of them on the list currently. This would be a new one, number 16 or 17. Okay. Anybody? Member Bogus.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So,
And then back to Vice Chair Earl.
excuse me, I've looked in here and I don't see any information on this tool. I just see an agenda memo, and I've refreshed and relogged in and all of that stuff, but I don't see what I would normally see.
We're checking right now with Sybil, may I? And we just sent that in, so it should be in there now. Is that correct? Yeah. We had all of the information on the memo item, but not the tool itself, so it's in there.
I'm clicking the link. There it is, the screening for child anxiety-related disorders. And it's got the, let's see, two-page tool and then a area to be completed by the clinician. Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, so this is one area that I want to see the research on, not just the items. And maybe they're available there. When you say it's a new screening tool, you guys wrote it? Are you, okay, so I'm not sure based on the information here. It sounds like you're using it. Are you using it in a clinical setting? Or is this, you're doing this is going to be all children will be screened with this tool? Or it's if we identify a need, we contact parent, and then we initiate this?
Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you for your question, Board Member Earl. So this screening tool would be on the list of approved screeners. An LEA can opt to use it for their students. All screeners are required to have parental consent beforehand, and so this would just be an in addition to the other 16 on the list.
So this could be a full classroom screener?
Yes.
Okay, that changes it for me.
If they opt in, to answer your previous question as well, this is a worldwide screener. This was not created by us or Box Elder. They just requested that it be on the list.
So who?
And it's administered by licensed clinicians.
Do we have areas of, okay, in reading through this screening tool, it would seem to me you would need a child, in my view, a child would need to be demonstrating some of these behaviors prior to. It would seem like a very clinician type of a thing, not something we would broadly give to kids, because just reading through it, the focus on the items, can you tell me where I could find the actual research associated with this and the actual application? I know you put some general stuff in here, but what organization is doing, is that the research entity there?
I'm just pointing to the citation at the bottom of the instrument and the link we just got. I think this just came through, and I'm not sure if this is it, but maybe Michelle. It was an email, and the tool refers to some.
So it's the SCARED, SCARED tool? Is that the tool?
Yes, Board Member Earl, it's the screening for child anxiety-related emotional disorders.
Okay.
At the bottom of the tool, if I could just ask, is that the research on validating? It's got Burmaher, Chiapetta, et cetera. Is that research on, is that external research on the tool, or is that the reference to the folks who developed the tool? Looks like a replication study. It might, I'm sorry, that's kind of a random question to throw at you. I apologize.
Yeah, it does link to a website with a section on research.
I guess more than anything, I want to know the actual usage of this. Who would be, I know you're saying we would have a clinician, but I want to see where the research is, where it's been applied, who's used it, in what situations they're using it to make sure it doesn't, like it fits that framework. We're not, does that make sense? Like wherever it was researched and used, that's where this should be used. If it wasn't researched and used in broad classrooms, it shouldn't be used there. If it's used in a clinical setting, then this item should be applied within a clinical setting, if that makes sense, with the individual and the parent. If it's not, then I just would really, if I don't, I can't vote on it right now because I don't have that information nor the validation of the research, so.
Okay, yeah, Michelle?
Thank you, Board Chair Moss. So this was developed by the University of Pittsburgh, but like I mentioned, it is worldwide use. It's had over 10 randomized controlled studies on the tool. Over 10,000 children and adolescents have been included in various research studies, various races, ethnicities, languages. It is a screening tool, not an assessment, so it is used in a classroom setting or large base setting.
Chair Ma?
Thank you. Yeah, I can head over there. Did that answer the question? Yeah. Member, oh, Dr. Norman, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I was just going to state also within there, it is recommended that it's given to children ages 8 to 11, and then having the clinicians do all of the explanation of the questions. Again, the screening tool would then just be an overarching, here's a screening tool, and then the parents are opting into this. This isn't something that would be brought in or they have to opt out. It's an active opting in, and once they opt in, then it's just that screener, and then the parent would be notified, and then if they want to do anything further. So again, if they opt in, and then they would also opt into anything else that would occur after that. So there's nothing that's going to occur in the classroom without the parent's consent or any of the interventions or support that might be provided afterwards.
Thank you. Okay, Member Green, and then Member Klein.
Okay, so you answered quite a few of my questions that I just had. So you're saying that this program is administered in the classroom to all students ages like 8 to 11?
Yeah. Sorry, it could be 8 to 18. It could be.
8 to 18?
Yeah, sorry. It says it recommended 8 to 11.
Okay, all right, and then does that apply to LEAs that adopt this program specifically to align to the code? Or, sorry.
Yeah, that would mean that if Box Elder chose this as their screening tool, this is what they would use as the initial screener. And to put this maybe in context, it's similar to a vision screener. Does that make sense? Where you go in and they're going to say, yes, your child probably needs to see an eye doctor. They're not going to give them their prescription. They're not going to give them their glasses or give them any other medical advice that goes along with it. It's the first step to be able to notify a parent that they might have further involvement or other support that might be needed.
Okay. So opt-in, so are there contracts that go out to parents before this program would be administered or this screening would be administered? Just like a separate paper that says this is scheduled for this day at this time for these classes?
Yes, so the LEA, based off R277625, the LEA must send out a notification to parents at most 8 weeks prior to the administration of the screening.
Okay.
And it must be done every time the screening is done. So it does not just cover all bases.
So does this apply to the IEPs at all? I know that, so personal example is that when an IEP is, was done, an assessment was done, there is the psychological kind of evaluation that goes, that takes place, and there was a level of a diagnosis, but not a diagnosis that came from the psychologist at the admin level of our school district, right? And of which it could be anxiety related.
So that would already be considered an assessment, and this does not fall under assessment. This would be prior to.
So it's a screening, but not an assessment. How is a screening different than an assessment?
A screening evaluates the possible presence of a condition, whereas an assessment is a referral or a condition may already be present, and we are diving further into that.
Okay. All right, I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Green, Member Klein?
Yes.
You're up.
So looking at University of Pittsburgh's website, it looks like this is specific to bipolar spectrum services for children and adolescents. And so I guess that's my first question. My second question is, did you say Box Elder? Did they explain why they wanted this specific one added to it? Was there something specific about this that they liked, that they shared? And then I would say, you know, looking at the things that are on the screener, these are just normal, typical feelings and behaviors that almost every child has at some point. So there's nothing out of the ordinary. So I don't, these kind of screeners really should not be given universally. They should be as requested by a parent. If a teacher says, you know, they might benefit from this, that may be one, you know, reason to, you know, alert a parent, but it should be by request of the parent, not everybody does it unless you opt out. To me, this looks like simply a fishing expedition, because every child will at some point check one of those boxes, and now they're going to trigger interventions and services, and that's where I have a problem with this. So if you could answer those first couple questions.
Yeah, I think and help me along the way so that I can make sure I answer the questions that you had within there. I think the first question was asking about the university itself and then that it was used for a specific reason.
Bipolar spectrum services.
And so I think that although that may be something that they did on that, this screener is being used for this specific purpose. So we're not accessing any of their tools or any of their other research for other things in that area. This would be specific to anxiety. And so, so is that the first question that you had?
I guess I'm wondering why we are problematizing something that is normal for children. Every child has anxiety at one point or another, or feels sad, or nervous, or anxious at some point in their schooling experience. It's not something that should be diagnosed as a problem. Unless it goes to an extreme. Otherwise, it's totally normal. And yeah, we're turning normal things into.
I'm not sure of the question within that, but I think maybe this might help with the answer to it, which is, as a screener, it's not meant as the diagnostic or the assessment. It's just if a student is experiencing these things, they would let a parent know. The parent is opting in, so the active participation of opting in, and that would mean that a parent would want to have this information if they're opting in. And then they would receive the results of this and then be able to decide what to do then on their own. So there wouldn't need to be further action unless the parent themselves would choose to have further action after the screener. So they've opted into wanting the information, and then they would be able to have that active process of saying what they would do next.
All right. Oh, follow-up?
But they give it to the entire class.
Only if they opt in, right?
So basically, it's everybody's doing it, so the child's going to feel odd if he doesn't do it. If he's not. Do you see what I mean? It kind of stigmatizes the child that chooses not to participate.
Let's good valid points. I don't want to go, beyond the scope of the
Can I ask a
initial motion. The
clarifying-
question is, I've got a couple lights. Was it Member Green? Sorry. Who? Sorry, I couldn't see
Well,
who
I
spoke.
think I was first.
We got Member Bogus, Member Green, Member Reel.
So Chair, with respect to the body and our time constraints, I have many questions on this myself, and I have not been able to do my due diligence, and I would move to postpone it to the next duly noticed board meeting.
Timeline that they mentioned at the
We can ask about that. Let's see if there's a second, and then we can address the time constraints.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a second, so do you want to speak to it before we go to staff? I want to ask them, of course, what the time constraints are and what sense of urgency we're dealing with.
Yeah, so I heard you say, we're plowing through. Christina's got many questions here, and I want to respect the work of the body, and I want to respect our time here, and I think that I might not be alone in my assertion that I just have not been able to do my due diligence on this. I just received it about 5 minutes ago, or whenever, maybe, I don't know, I'd check the timestamp, but my point is, I wasn't able to do the work that I need to do so that I could keep my questions to a minimum.
Okay, let's maybe I'll just, did you want to speak to that?
Well, I just wondered, thank you, Chair Moss. I just wondered if we might summarize the points that we've heard. Because if you look at this tool just cold, there are a lot of questions about it. So summarizing what I think I heard, and you can correct me, from both questions and the answers, if this is appropriate, Chair Moss, you can tell me, no, it's not
Go
appropriate.
for it, please.
So we already have 15 tools that have been approved. Is that correct, Michelle? Okay, so if we have 15 tools that have been approved that other LEAs can choose to use, Box Elder is saying, hey, our school psychologists, right, have used this tool and they actually really like it. So if there's, so the other question I heard is, I think Vice Chair Earl said, is this given to a whole class, one-on-one? And it appears from what I'm hearing and reading, again, checking in for understanding, that it's one-on-one with a clinician, a school psychologist, or is it in a classroom? It's a broad use, so would it be given to all kids in a classroom at the same time? Because the directions actually talk about sitting one-on-one with an adult. So that's where I had a little confusion. Can you maybe clarify that? That seems to be a common question and theme that I've heard.
Thank you, Superintendent Dixon. To clarify, 8 to 11, they say to sit down with an adult to understand the question, but the screener is available 8 to 18. LEAs can also use this with screening nights, and that would be more one-on-one with the parent as well. And there is a parent portion to the screener as well.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. I missed that. I apologize. That's all, Chair Bones.
I'm sorry, I just took a bite. My question is, what is the timing on this? I mean, I understand they have available to them a number of tools. When are they looking to use this, and when would it need to be approved? I'm sorry.
Yes, currently the reason why it's on the agenda as a separate item is they would like to have it passed through this month, and they requested if we could have the board look at it this month for approval, so they could have the training on it and then be able to do the appropriate work with teachers and the clinician so that they know what to do with their scheduling and time, so that it could be implemented at the beginning of the school year. Of course, that leaves it up to the body of the board and what you feel is best.
Is it always at the start of the school year? And I can understand some things are at the start of the school year. Do different LEAs do this at different times during the year? It's not exactly
Yeah.
a kind of a
Yeah.
performance assessment, right? I understand the purpose of the tool, and how does that relate to when it's typically used?
Two parts to that question. The first part is because they want to be able to do the training in the summer. And so yes, and then the second part is it's usually done at the beginning of the school year.
Okay, Member Hymas? Wait, let me see if I'm doing this right. Nope, sorry, I missed Brent. Member Straight.
So I believe I heard that parents, it's required for parents to be notified. And I believe you said it was 8 weeks? So if it's 9 weeks, the parents have to be re-notified. Okay. And if a parent, can they opt out in that, or is just here, we're going to do this?
It's not opt out, it's opt in.
It's
So it's
opt-in.
just, so opt out would mean that everyone gets it unless a parent says, wait, I don't want my child to get it. But this is an active opting in. That means the only way a child would get it is if a parent says, I want my child to do this. So everybody else does not receive it.
So if you don't have the opt-in, you can't be given the exam. The parent has to actively agree to it. Is there like information that goes with this? Okay. And so parents are informed. No child is given this assessment without the parent's knowledge. If it's more than 8 weeks, then it can't be given. Okay, thank you.
Point of order, sir.
Thank you, Member Straight. Yes.
I made a motion to postpone, which is non-debatable.
We did. Did we get a second for that motion?
Yes, we
just
did.
We were going to ask about.
Yeah,
Motion to
and we just
postpone is
kind
not
of
debatable?
continued the conversation. Because if we're open for questions, I got lots of
Yeah,
questions.
no, I apologize. I didn't catch it. That's non-debatable. I figured we'd talk about the effect on. It is debatable. Sorry. But it's debatable. Parliamentarian says it's debatable. Part of that
Well,
was.
then can we debate the motion to postpone, because I got lots of questions.
I apologize. Yeah, my question was their timing, which goes to the question of postponement and what's the urgency. So we've kind of lapsed into some other stuff, but yes,
Okay,
back
thank
to
you, sir. I appreciate it. Well, I just feel
We are
like
speaking to the motion to postpone,
to
though,
the,
right?
to the motion to postpone.
Okay.
I just feel like my due diligence on this is not done. And if we're gonna deal with it tonight, I'm happy to answer or ask all my questions in a public forum. That's okay with me. But I was trying to be respectful to the body and to the timeline that we have tonight with the understanding of the other agenda items that are on our plate in the coming hours.
Okay, do you have a specific date to which you are seeking to postpone it?
The motion was to postpone it to the next duly noticed board meeting.
Okay, which is currently August something, 2nd, 3rd. All right, and we did get a second on that, is that right? Okay. All right, any further, let me go back to my lights then. I've got member Green, Reel, Earl, Davis, and Wood. And again, this is to the motion to postpone, so,
I'm just staying on for after.
okay. So anything to the motion to postpone, member Green?
I probably have just as many questions.
Okay.
I'd like to keep asking because it's very beneficial, but I think seeing more of the contracts and the program and understanding just how it all works, like who pays for it, who administers it, what licenses they have to have, so forth, so on. I'd love to understand that better, and I think my kids could probably answer yes to all of these, which is also concerning because they're, 6 to 17, so I don't know. I just would like some more time to give us some due diligence.
When did we get the request for this? I'm just curious on the timing. And is this, something that would typically be brought up during the summer?
Chair Moss, we received this request about 2 weeks ago, maybe even 3 by now, and we reviewed it in consultation with OSUM, the Office of Substance Use and Mental Health, and that's why we brought it to the board, because we've approved it. Based on HB 403, all LEAs who are opting into the screening program are required to do so by July 1st. So we've just been getting an influx of applications coming in, and this was one of the new screener applications.
And my question isn't meant to question you or your promptness. It's more the LEA. It's just sort of, okay, we got this, and it was at the end of the school year. I get it. So I'm not so much criticizing, but board members do have interesting questions, and so that's why we have the consideration of postponement. All right, member Reel.
Mine's for after this motion.
Member Earl, Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I just have another question on who are the clinicians that are trained on this, and what does that mean? Just the analysis and the reporting?
Oh, sorry, it is to postpone. Sorry, question is on the motion to postpone.
I mean, I'd like to postpone. I think it's a good idea.
Okay.
And part of the reason why, sorry.
Because you'd like to.
Part of the reason why is I know, I mean, I looked at this 2 or 3 times during the week going, where's the information, thinking it would be there. And because I would have done my due diligence too. And the very research that says, okay, this was substantiated here, and this is what this service is anyways, but I would move to have it postponed as well.
Okay, member Wood.
Just regarding the motion to postpone, so is this part of Box Elder would like to use this, they want to opt in to the mental screener, and this is what they would like to use? And if they do not get that approval prior to July 1st, do they have another option? I mean, they have 15 other options. Will this curtail what they hope to do, or?
Thank you, Board Member Wood. So yes, they do have 15 other options. They have preferred this one, but technically, yes, they could choose a different one if at that point.
All right, let's see, we have member Straight.
Speaking to the idea of postponement, I think I heard from you that there's a process of approval that comes through your district as well. Would you go over that again real quick?
Does this go to the motion to postpone?
Yes, because I want to know that they've done their due diligence, because that affects whether I vote to postpone or not.
All right, I think that's, what's that? We don't have Box Elder here, right? So is there anything you can say on that? If not, okay.
Okay.
I think the question's out there, but,
Okay, sorry.
okay, nope, fair enough. Member Davis, final word.
Like, if this was gonna be given to every child, I would say, let's postpone and dig in and figure this all out, but it's not. All the questions are online. Parents can read every single question, and they can make the best decision for their child. If they, like, I would never have my 8-year-old take this, quite frankly, it's way too many questions. But if I was worried that maybe they have some anxiety struggles, I might be like grateful that someone's willing to give a screener like that, and I don't have to pay $200 to go figure it out with us somewhere else. So, but the point is, we're not the parent, and the parent can read all the questions and choose. Is this something I want? Is it not? So I say not to postpone and give the parents the options if they want to do it or not.
All right, the motion pending is that the board postpone consideration of this new screening tool until the next regularly noticed board meeting. Did I phrase that correctly, Member Bogus? The next regularly noticed meaning necessarily August, or that if some other, I'm sorry? Duly noticed, thank you, Kelsey.
If the
The
board
next
calls a
duly.
special session, great. If the board does whatever, great. I don't care when it is. I just would like it to not be tonight because I do believe I have probably 15 minutes worth of questions. And I just don't think my due diligence on this is done.
All right, so the next duly noticed board meeting, that's the question under consideration. Member Lear?
Well, one more thing. I wonder, would it be inappropriate to ask that we had a little more information from Box Elder? If they wanted to come, I'd like to hear why Box Elder likes this. I feel like I'm making this decision in a vacuum. I don't want it tonight, but, don't worry, Sarah, not tonight. But I just feel like before I make that decision, I'd like to hear somebody who has used it, likes it, and we can understand why. And I'm not a school psychologist, and I would like to hear why a school psychologist would select this. So would that be
So-
possible next time? Is
Do
that,
you-
and it's not part of the motion, I guess, but
Well, I guess it goes to the postponement issue, and if the motion, is postponed, then there might be that opportunity.
Okay.
I don't know that you're ready to answer that, Michelle or
it's not
Doctor?
really a yes, no question,
Just a suggestion?
just a request
Yeah.
that maybe can't be fulfilled.
Okay,
As Chair, may I?
please.
Yeah, as part of the application process, I don't know if this answers your question fully, you may need more information. It does state the reason why they wanted this tool is the way that it further breaks down the possible category types of anxiety without being an assessment or a diagnostic. So they just wanted it for the further categories, possible presence of a type of anxiety.
That helps a little. I think I tend to agree with Member Davis.
Okay, any further discussion? Member Reel, your light's on? No?
Next time again.
Next time? Okay. I think we're ready to vote. The motion is to postpone to the next duly noticed board meeting. Oh, just to vote? All right, Member Bogus?
Yes.
Member Booth?
No.
Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Davis? Member, or Vice Chair Earl?
No.
Member Green? Vice Chair Hart?
No.
Member Hymas? No. Member Carey? You lost him? I'm just gonna check each time in case he rejoins. Member Lear?
No.
Member Norton?
No.
Member Reel?
No.
Member Straight?
No.
Member Wood?
No.
Member Moss? I'm a no. And I believe that fails by 11-3. Okay, so that brings us back to the underlying motion. And I think we're going to have to limit our timing of questions. I do know that members have questions, but, I'm sorry? You're in line? Yes. So, Member Reel.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay, that requires a second and then 2/3.
Second.
Is there a second? Okay, there's been a second, and we go straight to a vote. Again, 2/3. Question is whether to proceed directly to a vote on the motion to approve the new screening tool. Start at the bottom, Member Wood.
Yes.
Member Straight.
Yes.
Member Reel.
Yes.
Member Norton.
Yes.
Member Lear.
Yes.
Member Carey. Member Hymas. Vice Chair Hart.
Yes.
Member Green.
Yes.
Vice Chair Earl.
No.
Member Davis. Yes. Member Klein. No. Member Booth.
Yes.
Member Bogus.
No.
Member Moss. I'm a yes. That's 9. It fails. Requires a 10 for 2/3. So calling the question fails. The motion is before the body and still open for debate. Member Bogus, we are going to limit to one person 10 minutes, though. We're going to use Robert's rules.
Was that a joke?
We're
No, it's
gonna-
in the
We're
book.
going to limit to one.
It's in the book.
Give us some rapid fire questions.
So I
This-
tell you what, next time I'm preserving my time, just so you know.
Yeah, I knew you would.
All right. Okay, so I would like to know
You can
where the
limit to
peer-reviewed
10
studies.
minutes.
10 minutes.
Yeah, I would like to review the peer-reviewed studies.
That is the limit in Robert's rules.
Board Member Bogus, I would be happy to send them to you. There's been over 10 with 10,000 of responses. But I can send you a whole list of all their evidence-based reviews.
I would like to look at that. I will probably either vote no or abstain, but I would like to look at that. I feel like due diligence is something that's super important, even for something that is opt-in. I think when the state board puts a stamp of approval on something, we're saying, we have fully vetted this, and I can't say that I've fully vetted this. I'm wondering, what are the metrics, the percentage of students who engage in this screener that are determined to have, I think the words you used were, quote, some form of anxiety, and they were trying to differentiate. What's the percentage of kids who take this and are determined to have some form of anxiety?
Board Member Bogus, I'd be happy to find out and send that to you as well.
Board Member Bogus, I just have to make my own point of order. We didn't actually bring a motion to the body. Did we have the underlying motion, though?
The original motion was never made.
Then I would make a motion.
Well, I've,
fix mine.
You're what? You're,
I was going to call the question, but I was first in line.
okay.
So I can fix my call the question with the motion that the board approves the new screening tool. That the board
That's
approves the new screening tool titled
oh, that works.
Screen for Child Anxiety-Related Emotional Disorders. And I can speak on that.
Do we need a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Okay, go ahead.
I think that that Box Elder is following what they're required to, which is to get a tool. I am certain, and I trust them, that they're choosing the right tool for their schools. I'm sure there's a reason that they chose this, and I believe that I think that they know best what tool, based on who they have in Box Elder, to use this tool. And so I want to trust them, and they're just doing their due diligence, which they are required to by code. So I hope that we can pass this motion.
Okay, we have Member Hymas and then, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Earl was up first. No?
I'm good, I'm ready to vote.
Member Hymas, and I'll come back to you, Member Bogus. I cut you off, but Member Hymas?
I just want to briefly ask, this is, not only it's opt-in, this is, like the LEA gets to choose this, right? We're not telling LEAs they have to use it. This is one of many tools that they can choose. So with that, I'm going to speak for the motion that LEAs know what they're doing. If they don't like it, they don't like it. If parents don't like it, they don't like it, right? Nobody's saying that you have to do it. Let's just put it out there. We have lots of tools, many tools in my garage I don't use, but I'm glad I have it. So anyway, I'll speak for the motion.
All right, Member Booth.
I would like to just say that local control is a really good thing. And though they need to seek approval, and they're doing that, I believe that a school psychologist that's making this kind of request, knowing that it's an opt-in, and having already been reviewed by our agency and very well-qualified staff members who are in our agency with another agency in the state of Utah, and they're making a recommendation that it's approved and that we should go ahead and say, okay, great, you've done what you needed to do. We ought to honor that and allow them to have local control. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Booth, Member Bogus, and then Member, were you in line again? Yeah. No, okay, I'm sorry. Member Bogus, then Member Earl, Member Green. So we're coming back because I cut you off. Because I realized there was no motion pending.
So I've retained my
You
8.5
got,
minutes.
you got your one, sorry. I cut your 1.5 because I realized we had no motion pending. Back to you.
Okay, so, I guess my other questions were that is, as I'm reviewing this, the little, very little information I have, it appears as if this were not just to evaluate anxiety, but it was used as a tool in some cases to evaluate, early warnings for bipolar disorder. And that just comes as, from links off the document itself. I'm just wondering if you could speak to that.
Chair Moss?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, please.
Thank you, Board Member Bogus. That does not fall under the conditions that we would administer them for, so this would only be covered for anxiety. We would not, the LEAs are not even allowed to do that
Oh,
under this,
yes, thank you.
under R277625.
Okay, so I appreciate that, but that wasn't my question. My question was, has it ever been used for that purpose as the website indicates it has?
Chair, may I?
Yes, please.
As, I should say, as the website indicates, it may have been. I'm just, like I said, I haven't done my due diligence, I haven't read through all this stuff, I'm just
Yeah.
trying.
To clarify your question, to make sure I'm answering it, are you asking if this screener has also been used to screen for bipolar disorder?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not an expert in this tool, and so we could not answer this question at this time, but the question that is being answered is how the school would use it, and the school would use it for only anxiety screening.
Okay, I reserve my time. Thank you, sir.
You may or may not have time left, I don't know. We'll have to ask the crystal ball. No, all right, we're moving, Member Green, Member Reel, Member Hart.
And Earl.
Oh, sorry. No, you're first. I'm sorry, I thought you took it off.
No, so mine goes back to the question I asked before. The clinicians are counselors or are they social workers? Who would be the clinicians, do you know?
Vice Chair Earl, yes, that would be school social workers.
The
who would
school
be the
social
clinicians,
workers.
yes.
Once a child is determined by the school social worker to need certain services, then the parent's contacted and the school gives the services or an outside entity? Do you know?
So after the screener is used and they need an assessment done further,
Yeah.
so I believe that goes through the school clinicians or a community partner if they have a local mental health authority they're contracted with.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Member Green.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out on our R277625, number 7, it just states that if the application is approved, the superintendent shall submit the approved application, which is what we're seeing now, to the board for final approval. And so I think what we're just saying is we just wanted to maybe see more of that application, part of being able to make a fully informed decision on all the details. So the questions are good. They're being answered well. I just think for future reference, especially around items like this. Thank you.
Okay, Member Reel.
I'd like to call the question.
Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded, okay. Question is whether to proceed directly to a vote on what is now pending to approve the screening tool. So, Member Wood.
Yes.
Moving to call the question, takes a
Yes.
2/3 vote. Member Straight.
Raise our hand since Joe isn't on.
Oh, yeah.
Is he not rejoining us? Okay, I keep thinking he'll come back in, but, oh, is he out for the night? Okay, sorry, I thought we were still waiting for him to come back. Thank you, Member Davis, that works. All in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand.
Twelve.
12, that passes, so we proceed directly to a vote on the underlying motion that the board approves the new screening tool titled Screen for Child Anxiety-Related Emotional Disorders. And we can do show of hands again. All in favor, please raise your hand. That passes 10-4 with one absent. I believe. Okay, next up, we are, what's that? We just did a rest. Do you want to take a rest or? Oh, yeah, if you're, I am going to pass the gavel. And we are going to move to item 12. What?
Nothing, go.
No. Item 12, science standards.
Yes, item 12, science standards. I'm looking for a motion.
I have my.
Vice Chair Earl?
Yes, I'd like to move, I move to amend the 5 supplemental science standards previously adopted by the board on May 4th, 2023, by adopting and incorporating into the supplemental science standards the 28 amendments contained in the backup document titled June 2023 Science Standards Amendments Final-1. Would you like me to read through all of them?
Let me, board members, can you all pull that up? Did you, anybody not pull it up? It's not up yet. Are we getting somebody to pull that document up? Okay. Let's refrain from reading them all. Let's see if we can get them on the screen. Can we get a second? Is there someone willing to second without it being on the screen? Okay. Will you repeat the motion?
I will. I move to amend the 5 supplemental science standards previously adopted by the board on May 4th, 2023, by adopting and incorporating into the supplemental science standards the 28 amendments contained in the backup document titled June 2023 Science Standards Amendments Final-1.
May I ask a clarifying question? Is that what came out of Standards and Assessment Committee?
Would you like to speak to your motion before we entertain questions?
Do you want me to read through all of them, or do you
No,
want?
we're gonna
Okay.
wait.
Yeah, I can
Would
do
you
that.
address that? Yeah.
So, some of them, yes, not all of them. So, does that, when I say that, it's that, for example, all of these were motions made, and let me give you just a couple of examples. So,
They're now on the screen.
yeah, well, the nutrition one came out of Standards and Assessment. That was a unanimous one. Which one? 5? Yes, and there are some that were, the motions were brought before the board at the last board meeting. And then I worked with board members that had motions at the last board meeting that were relevant to what came out of Standards and Assessment, and just to adjust those language. So anyways, that's what I have here.
I would like to make a substitute motion.
You have to get acknowledged.
Yeah, hold on. We've got Matt and.
And I'd like to speak to.
Okay. Matt and then Brent and then you.
Okay,
Go ahead and
I'd like
speak
to
to
go
your
ahead and speak. I just, coming out of the last board meeting, that Standards and Assessment meeting, we put a lot of effort and a lot of time into the standards. I think we were thorough. I still feel like there was some cleanup after the things that came before the board. There were some alignment things that still needed to be there. A number of other board members addressed some of those in their motions that would have come forward. I feel like this balances both, meaning it honors the writing committee in their work, and it honors the Standards and Assessment Committee. There's a couple of things I requested. One of those was an appendix that articulated the engineering and other items, and specifically I wanted to address or speak just really quick to engaging an argument from evidence. In the standards themselves, it's such a simplified analysis of what engagement in argument from evidence means that to me, it was confusing as to what the students would be doing. In putting this together and looking at this document, which is what teachers are trained on, and I just want to articulate this because in 9th through 12th grade, it asks them to compare and evaluate competing arguments. respectfully provide and/or receive critiques on scientific arguments by probing reasoning and evidence and challenging ideas and conclusions, evaluate competing design solutions to a real-world problem. I wanted to make sure that we had exactly what that meant and not the simplified, because I think this cleared up some of the questions in my mind as far as what that language was being used for. So.
Okay, next up, we have Member Hymas.
Yeah, I'd like to call the question.
Okay.
And there's no speaking to that, is there?
I think it's non-debatable. I
You
don't
don't
know
have to
if-
debate it. I just wondered
Correct.
I'm not asking to debate it. I'm just wondering if you need an explanation as to why. Maybe I'll give an explanation and then say I'm speaking. But
Well,
anyway,
that's
I'll
what
just-
Brent does when he does it.
Well, I'm just going to call the question then.
Okay. Question has been called. We will go to a vote on calling the question. Okay, does someone second it? Does anyone second? Do we have to have a second? Okay.
I'll second.
Second. Okay, all in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. So we have only 8, we need 10, so that motion fails. We will continue with Member Straight.
Yes, motion to divide.
Motion to divide is in order.
But I'd like to limit it.
You can divide it whichever way you want, Mr.
Okay.
Straight.
So I would like to remain intact. Well, let me do the ones that I want taken out.
Okay.
So number 1, number 22, number 27, number 29. And I would like to speak to that.
Okay, so restating the motion is to divide out number 1, number 22, number 27, number 29. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Member Norton. Do we have that recorded on the screen? Okay, you may speak to your motion.
Thank you. So I actually have a lot to say that I'm not going to say because I think I want to get past that for now. But I do have many things to share in regards to this. So in general, I think we're at a much better place with these amendments than we would have been in our last meeting. I think there's been lots of movement. I appreciate that. And I don't see anything too, I think it's pretty much down the middle. There have been areas where there's been give and take. I think especially in regards to, the scientific method and how arguments are made within that. I also think we're in a good place in regards to the discussion on climate change. There's a definition. And I must speak in favor of those. So I am speaking in favor of the ones I didn't list.
So just to clarify, you are
Yeah.
pulling out for
Further debate, the ones that I
further
have
debate, the
concerns.
ones that you have concerns. So what remains are the ones you did not name.
Correct.
Okay.
And I would be willing to even call the question on those.
I think that's a previous question.
Oh, previous question. Yeah, that's fine. Is
I
that,
think it's already been voted on.
You gotta move to divide.
We gotta
did.
vote
Oh,
on
you know
moving
what?
to divide.
You're right.
Yeah, we can't.
Okay, so I'll be back in a second, everyone.
Okay, all right. The motion is on the floor. It's been seconded to divide out 1, 22, 27, and 29. All in favor, please raise your hand. Any other, I'm assuming these lights are waiting. Is anyone wanting to make comment to this motion? Okay, raise your hand if you. No, raise your hand if you want to divide.
Sorry, just point of clarification, because I can't read it. Is it 1, 2, 27, and 29?
1, 22, 27, and 29 are being divided out.
It says two.
So it's 1,
Oh,
2.
22. Did you mean 22?
22. 2-2.
That's what that's what I repeated. Sorry. Okay, now, what we are voting on is to separate out 1, 22, 27, 29. All in favor of separating out those, please raise your hand. One, two. That fails 6-8. 6-8. Okay, so we are back to the original, we are back to the original motion. Member Klein,
Motion to substitute?
motion to substitute.
No, I would move that the board approve the science seed standards in total that came as they were amended by the Standards and Assessment Committee.
Okay. Approve the science seed standards. Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have a second? Anybody second?
I would second it,
You're going to second it?
Yeah.
Member Bogus?
and I would like to speak to that.
Hold on, she gets to, because,
Brian is raising his hand.
Brian, what have I done?
Yes, is this motion limited to the supplemental seed standards or the core and supplemental seed standards?
So all of those that are listed that we did in our Standards and Assessment Committee. So the meteorology, genetics, human anatomy, marine biology, and oceanography. Yes,
And I believe those are all supplemental.
yes, the supplemental seed
Okay,
standards.
as long as- right, and I think that would be in order as long as we're talking only about the supplemental seed standards.
Yes. So we have a motion and a second, and you can speak to your motion now, and then we'll take comment.
No, I don't think I need to.
Okay. All right, comments, speaking for or against the motion.
Well, I guess I would just offer that I watched all those meetings, and a lot of time and effort and energy was put into that. It was heavily debated and I think fairly observed, and I think truly honoring the work of the committee would be approving the standards as they were amended out of committee. So I would just say that I do, yeah, that's it.
Okay. Member Norton? Speaking to this?
I'm not speaking to this
Okay.
motion.
Anyone else speaking to this motion? Member Reel?
Yeah, I'm speaking against this motion. I wasn't excited that these amendments were being brought back. Having spent so much time with these amendments, I feel as though I could now teach seed standards. I believe that the amendments that Member Earl brought forward are beneficial. They're what we could have gotten to if our meeting would have gone longer last time. And I think that it's important that we, although I think it's important that we honor the work of the Standards Committee, I think that we have found ourselves in a place that I feel very comfortable moving forward with these amendments that Member Earl brought forward. So I would speak against bringing back the ones that we had left with the Standards and Assessment Committee.
Thank you. Is there anyone else speaking to this motion? Member Wood?
So when the motions came out of Standards Assessment Committee last month, I had concerns. In fact, I was prepared to bring over a dozen amendments to improve the accuracy of the science and to realign the standards with the C templates. With the vote to approve the writing committee standards, I no longer had to bring those motions forward. Therefore, with returning to those, I would again have 15 motions that I needed to. When I was notified that there would be a motion to bring the standards back, I dedicated hours to this effort to try to keep our standards accurate, high quality, and that the science and engineering principles were used appropriately with the cross-cutting concepts. I appreciate the collaboration with Member Earl that went into the revisions, and I'm confident that our teachers could use what comes from them, not what comes from the standards and assessment. Also, as a side note, prior to last month's meeting, I found that one particular amendment I was considering to the human anatomy standards showed up on social media, even before a majority of the board members had seen it. I received a lot of feedback on that motion, some kinder than others, because whatever narrative accompanied the sharing of that amendment did not clarify that I was seeking to make sure that our standards did not limit the teaching of embryological development by beginning at a 9-week period, which these SNA standards do at this time, which I could not agree with. It also teaches erroneously that there are only male hormones or female hormones, and but the healthy development of the reproductive system requires multiple hormones beyond those that we traditionally think of as male or female. So I appreciate with the standards that came from Member Earl that I ended up having some bridge building conversations with people I otherwise would not have had, and feel like we can't go back.
Okay, thank you. For this motion, I have a, hey, Chair, can I ask a question? Yeah. So, well, what's on the table right now? The substitute motion. This is germane to that. Did you work with multiple other board members in the version of the standards that came out of standards and assessment that you've now refined?
Yes, I did.
Thanks.
So,
All right, any other questions? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. The motion on the floor is to approve what the Standards and Assessment Committee approved during their April 25th and May 1st, 2023 committee meetings, including meteorology, genetics, human anatomy, marine biology, and oceanography supplemental seed standards. Whew. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Okay, thank you. Those fail. We're back to, well, yes, we're back to the original motion. Yep, which is, can we go back to the, yeah, I can't see it on the screen. We're back to the original motion, which is I move to amend the 5 supplemental standards previously adopted by the board on May 4th, 2023 by adopting and incorporating into the supplemental science standards the 28 amendments contained in the backup document titled June 2023 Science Standards Amendments Final -1. Any other, okay, so now, Member Bogus?
Yes, ma'am, I would move to amend.
Okay,
In, I believe, line 18 or section 18. At the very end, my understanding is that this is the introduction. Is that true? I'm just asking whoever I need to ask to make sure I put this in the right spot.
are you talking about square number 18?
Sure.
Okay,
I'm
go
in
ahead.
the marine biology standards is where I want to put it right at the beginning of marine biology.
Okay,
And I just want to confirm that I am in the right spot.
I believe so. Go ahead.
would be
and-
the introduction.
Yeah,
That would be the introduction?
yep, that's the beginning.
At the conclusion of that, I would like to add the following language, that all standards should be studied and explored with the following as foundational presuppositions: the law of thermodynamics, the law of entropy, the law of biogenesis, and the foundational building of proteins or polypeptides.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. We have a second from Member Green. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Oh, I forgot that I got to do that, ma'am. Yes, so as I read through these, and I could bring a number of amendments, and I'm prepared to do that if necessary, but I think this basically covers it, that we have laws that are accepted science universally, and that these standards should be studied through them as a foundational presupposition in truth and lens, so thermodynamics, entropy, biogenesis, and then how proteins build up in their cycle of life, if you will.
Okay,
That's not a science term, but I think the building of proteins and how that takes place, that those as foundational truths or presuppositions is the lens through which all the marine biology standards should be studied.
Okay, you'll
And
have
I
to.
can define each of those for you if you would like, but there might be someone better here than.
I don't know if your light is for now or for next, so, Member Straight? No? Member Norton?
No.
Member Davis?
No.
Member Wood?
Yes, I'll speak to this.
Okay.
So adding it to line 18 means you're adding it to the introduction to the marine biology, which means you would then, each of our seed templates have a very finite order of how you do things. There's the introduction, which is a line that defines each strand. Each strand then defines each standard below. So you would then have to add in strands and standards to align with this in our marine biology class. So are you prepared to add in all of those for proper alignment?
So that would not be necessary.
Your light is not on.
That, it just wouldn't be necessary. It's the presupposition. It's the foundational truths of thermodynamics, the law of entropy, biogenesis, and the building of polypeptides.
But that's not how the seed template works.
So it doesn't have to work that way. The presupposition is the foundational truth upon which the standards are studied.
Okay, let's, duly noted. Let's go on. Any other comments?
I do.
Yes, ma'am?
Can I call the question?
You can,
Yeah,
but there's no other lights, so we
Oh.
were moving to a vote anyway. Okay, seeing no other lights, we are going to vote on the amendment. Line 18, the following language be added at the end. All standards should be studied and explored with the following as the foundational presuppositions: the law of thermodynamics, the law of entropy, the law of biogenesis, the foundational building of proteins or polypeptides. Everybody in favor, please raise your hand. Everybody opposed? Vote is. What? 13 opposed, 3 in favor. That motion fails. We're back. 14 in, 14 opposed. 3 in favor, 11 opposed. Thank you. Yeah, I know. Motion fails. All right, we're back to the original motion. We have, Jenny, Member Earl. Okay, Member Straight.
Yes. I would like to make the following amendment on number 1. And it's really not much of a change. I would like to keep all the language. I'd just like to change the order. I'd like to add the language from the writing committee that was taken out, but include the language from Board Member Earl. So let me attempt to put that together.
Okay.
Male and female reproductive systems' role in the growth and development of humans, and then add the portion about conception, development, and birth made possible. And that may take a little grammar, but.
Deputy Norman, do you have that?
So basically, it's leaving everything intact, but adding back in the portion.
Can you explain what portion for Member Norman? Oh, so it would just, so, Member Straight, is it just unstriking what's struck out?
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense. It need to be fixed. And as far as some of the language would need to be fixed because it wouldn't make sense if you read it. I can explain my rationale once.
Okay, well, wait a minute.
But I need to wait till I get a second.
Yeah, you don't have a second. And is anybody willing to make that second without?
Second.
The grammar? Okay, we had a second from? Norton. Would you like to speak to your motion?
So there's some discussion around me.
Okay.
About the why. And
Okay.
I'm definitely open to that. But if you look at it, it appears to me that what was added in is focused specifically on the growth of the fetus in the, well, from fertilization through birth. That's the way I'm reading it. Now, the other part, the reproductive system's role in the growth and development of humans in general, that would go through the development of the child as well.
So point of order on this, just a clarification, because this addresses a specific standard. That standard only deals with, that strand only what is it, strand what?
Okay.
It only works in that section. It doesn't talk about childhood. So if we go beyond that, we're gonna need to change other strands. It is only about that, the development
So
from
you're saying the writing
fertilization.
committee was out of alignment with their introduction?
What I'm saying is this is in alignment now with the strand.
Okay, we have a motion, we now have a second. You're starting to speak to your motion. Would you like to continue?
Well, I spoke to it.
Okay,
And perhaps it's a matter of, when I looked at it, it appeared not to make sense
okay.
to me, that it was limiting. I know it's about the development of the fetus. I understand that. It seems like if you look at the language from the writing committee, that last sentence is much broader than this very more narrow look at it.
Okay.
But like was said, the alignment, but I don't have all of that right here.
Gotcha.
And so that's my view.
Okay, Member Norton?
I'm not
No?
speaking to this.
Member Davis? It's okay if you're not speaking to this. You don't have to.
No, I'm not speaking to this either. I just want to note that we have Milo here. If anyone has questions or if he can clarify something, maybe he'd be willing to, we could call him. Because the question was about the alignment with the rest of the.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Milo, can you address the writing committee, maybe perhaps what they were intending with that statement?
Yes, so Milo Mon, secondary science education specialist. So the writing committee was deliberate in what they did originally have there with reproductive systems in the growth of and development of humans. But the alignment that Board Member Earl is pointing out aligns with the further amendments that she has put forward in lines 8 and 9. So the edits that she has in line 1 aligns with the additional edits she has in lines 8 and 9.
So combining both of them would put anything out of alignment?
No.
Or would be inclusive?
How she has it, when line 1 aligns with what's in line 8 and 9, which is that strand.
I see.
So may I ask a
Yes.
question?
Yes, you may.
So would adding that back in put us out of alignment? And was it out of alignment prior? Was the writing committee out of alignment with the statement that I wanted to put back in? Because that's where it came from.
No, the writing committee was not out of alignment with the statement that you want to put back
So
in.
if it went back in, it would still be in alignment, or would it be out of alignment?
Give me a second to process that.
While he's processing, can I speak to the motion, or?
You can.
It's on it. I got the one that has a short in it, sorry.
Yeah.
I know, somebody's got to have it. I speak against the motion. The fact that we're looking it up right now, the fact that we're in the moment is so difficult to make amendments on these seed standards because it affects so much more that we don't see. So I don't want to say I'm frustrated, but this is going to be a long night of saying, I'd like to make an amendment, and then we go back and say, how much stuff does that mess up? Not if it messes up, like how much stuff is it going to mess up, and, right? So we've got a board member who historically has put in the work. I think we can all agree with that. Whether we agree with what the amendments are or not, historically has put in the work and has met with members of the board, has reached out to other people who are involved in this. I'd love to get this going. I'm going to speak against this again, for the fact that we're having to look things up and say, okay, does this work? When we know already that the amendments that were put forth work. So I'll speak against the motion.
Thank you.
So
Member,
if I,
Probably against most other motions.
so 5.3 is what I'm told brings it into alignment with the addition.
Yes. So with, if we, I say either of those two sections there, the adding in what was crossed out will add is in alignment. And I think what is there is also still aligned.
thank you, Milo.
So both of them are in alignment.
Thank you. Member Earl?
I would like to call the question. I just, this has been thorough, tried to be thoughtful, making sure it was aligned, made a number of changes to make sure it was exact, reached out to people. I sent this out last week so that, and numerous people have reached out, and I've been appreciative of that. Tried to address all concerns and all issues. I feel like we're at the point, it's kind of that argument of, well, is this better or is that better? I think it's time to, if you don't like it, don't vote for it. I really think it's been good work. I've appreciated the people that have reached out. We've been able to work on this. I appreciate all of the engagement that we've had. This has been an interesting process, but I think these will be better with these motions. They align, they're in connection, and I call a question.
Okay, so that call to question is on the amendment, actually. So, well,
Make an amendment to call the question.
well, no, it's on
That one too.
Well, I'm clear, it's a call to question on Member Straight's amendment. Do we have a second? We have a second from Member Hymus. All in favor of calling the question, please raise your hand. And member Klein. Oh, you did. Oh, you did? Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so the motion carries 13-1. All right, so the question is called. We are now voting on the amendment. That's, yeah, I was letting them, there you go.
That's how it would read if it were.
Correct.
And Milo tells us that that would be in alignment.
That is correct. All right, so now we are,
Point of order,
everybody
Member
had the
Hart.
chance to read it?
I'm sorry, there are people that would like to know how we're voting. They want to know who's opposed in particular.
Okay,
And so if you could state that after the vote, I think I would stop getting weird messages.
okay. The person that voted against calling the question was Member Bogus.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
I appreciate that.
Yes. Has everybody had a chance to read this? All right. All in favor of this amendment, please raise your hand. That motion passes, 7 in favor, 6 opposed, 8 in favor.
8 in favor? Okay.
Yeah, we need to, will you please read it into the record?
The members opposed were Member Klein, Hymus, Bogus, Green, Moss, and Earl.
We are back to the original motion. If we can get that pulled up on the screen. The original motion, I move to amend is to amend the 5 supplemental standards previously adopted by the board on May 4th, 2023 by adopting and incorporating into the supplemental science standards the 28 amendments contained in the backup document titled June 2023 Science Standards Amendments Final -1 as amended. Have another second? We don't, do we? Okay. We now, Member Earl? Well, you called the question. Or-
Just clarifying.
You have a point of order?
Yeah, just point of clarification. Are we voting on adopting the whole of the standards as amended?
Yes,
Okay.
the whole document. Member Straight?
Yeah, I just want to make the point that I realize we've been here a long time. I've felt that as much as you have. But I feel a little bit on edge about the idea that all of a sudden, after spending how many hours on the absenteeism, that I feel the criticism. I am not here to be an obstructionist. I simply wanted to put forth some sincerely felt ideas. I wanted more information regarding this, and because I had this question yesterday, and you know we haven't. I as a board member haven't had these for very long. We talk about due diligence, yes. Talk about transparency. I don't want to be overly burdensome, and that's why in my first motion I divided it out, and I was ready to approve all the others and just let's move on. Yeah, I have a lot more to say, but it wouldn't be appropriate for me to hit that tonight because all it would do is cause bad feelings and bad heartache. And I think that we've done a good job, and I just have a couple amendments. I'm not against moving this forward. I want to get there. I want to compromise, and I feel like, yeah, there's a lot invested. I know how it feels on my side when I'm invested in something and someone criticizes it. Yeah, I understand. Anyway, let's move on. Let's vote.
So are you calling the question?
Sure.
Okay, question has been called. However, we would need a second for that. We have a second from Member Reel. So we are now voting. It's non-debatable. Voting on calling the question. All in favor, raise your hand.
No, just on this one.
No, we already
No, this
voted
is
on
calling
this.
the
You
question
called
on
the
the
question
standards
on
as
the
a whole.
original amendment,
Oh,
on the original motion.
I'm sorry. That's not what.
I think it's a done deal.
No, I thought you had just.
I don't know that,
I thought you'd put it in.
right there, call the question on the original motion.
Okay, so I thought we just voted on my language, then it was put back in and we were voting on that.
we did both.
Oh, well, that's not what.
I don't think can it be taken off the floor, or does it belong to the body? What was the vote? 11 in favor, 3 opposed.
Call to reconsider.
Well, I understand, but we have to stick to the rules that we have. If you don't like it, then you vote them down, and it goes back to. Okay.
You just need two, you just need one to reconsider it right now, if we're still in the same meeting.
Yeah.
We can reconsider it right now, and we can revote and see if he wins or not.
You were on the prevailing side and moved to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider.
Do we need a second for a reconsider?
Yes.
Can you reconsider a call to question? I'm not sure that, I think we have to vote and then reconsider. I don't know that you can recall a, hopefully Brian is still with us.
I love it.
I am, and I'm looking at that right now, the previous question.
Vice Chair Hart,
Yes, ma'am.
while this is happening, I think part of that was my fault. I was highlighting the wrong thing. And so I
Oh.
apologize. So
Okay.
if we can look at, I just
All
need
right.
to know where we're at.
Fair.
So Member Straight had call to question, and then I typed that sentence after, because I was highlighting the other piece that was up there. So
Okay.
that may be my fault, and I own it.
I did look
I-
at that. I was looking right at the screen.
I, you know what, it's gonna come back anyway. I make the determination as the acting chair at this point that we are going to reconsider, because we're gonna reconsider it anyway. So, that's my decision. We now have a motion to reconsider on the floor. We have a second, right, Member Lear? Yes. All right, all in favor of reconsidering? Raise your. We are reconsidering the call to question. Yep. We're revoting basically on the call to question. Raise your hand if you still want the call to question.
You still want the call to question?
Isn't the motion to reconsider?
The motion is to reconsider, so we're reconsidering our vote on call the question.
You don't need to vote to reconsider first and then vote.
So if I raise my hand, what's that?
Oh,
Yes, otherwise it's.
Do I raise my hand?
right, but we're now waiting for.
Yeah, so then we'll vote to reconsider.
So we
then
don't
we'll
wait for
vote
people.
to
He was
Now we-
absent, Karen was
Brent.
absent, I was absent. Many votes have been taken when people use the restroom.
Yeah, and you get texts.
Regardless,
Where are you at? Okay.
the
who
next
wa-
time I'm in the
okay.
restroom, I'm gonna say.
Who would
hold
like
all
to
votes.
reconsider? Who would like to reconsider who would like to revote? That's what you're voting on. Do you want to revote? Raise your hand.
A vote to reconsider.
We're to approve the reconsider motion. We are reconsidering the call to question. I don't know how many times to restate, ways to restate it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 to 6 to reconsider. That motion passes. Do you need, is that
So now we're gonna.
revote on the call to question? On the call to question. All right, we are revoting on the call to question. If you are wanting to call the question on the original amendment, can we go to the original amendment?
I think it's the original motion.
Motion, you're right.
I don't mean to.
No,
correct
you're,
you, but I do believe you mean the
I want to
original
be I want to be right on that. The original motion is moving to the original motion is in blue. Words get hard lately. All right, so what we are calling the question on, voting to call the question on is the actual motion. Raise your hand if you would like to call the question to end debate. Yes. Ending debate, which means we would go straight to a vote on this. So that fails. We are still open for amendments or debate. Oh, I'm sorry. The vote was, will you? Yes, it was a split vote. Member Bogus, do you need a, do
So
you?
I just have a point of order. We're still not announcing the dissenting
I know,
votes.
that's, a whole.
And I just am, I'm just relaying messages
Okay,
from the.
we are gonna need to do, in order to do that, we're gonna need, we're gonna need to do roll call votes because, okay, excellent. Do you need a roll call vote on that one? Do you, okay. Member Bogus, well, we need to roll call vote so that it can be.
For the last vote we just took.
Yes, I'm calling the question. Member Bogus.
Yes.
Member Booth. No? Member Klein.
I'm confused.
I'm sorry, member. That's my fault. We are restating that vote in order to get it in the record.
And that vote was about?
To calling the question on the original motion,
Which would end debate,
which would end debate.
and I don't want to end debate.
You do not want to end debate, then I would suggest a no.
Okay, no.
Member Klein? No. Member Davis?
No.
Vice Chair Earl? Yes. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Hymus?
Yes.
Member Lear? Member Norton?
No.
Member Reel? No. Member Straight?
No.
Member Wood?
No.
Member Moss?
Yes.
And I was a yes. Oh, whoa. Okay, I was gonna say, you can't change your vote. We were just restating our vote. Okay, would you please state it into the record, the no votes, please?
Board members opposed are Booth, Member Klein, Member Davis, Member Lear, Member Norton, Member Reel, Member Straight, and Member Wood.
Thank you. The floor is open. Next up, we have Member Straight.
Yes. I will only make one more motion. I'll take
The
the
floor
other
is
two
yours.
off. Yeah, I appreciate that. But in respect, we'll do just one more. So, number 27. So, 27 is actually quite good. There's only one word change, and that's the word example versus emphasize.
So in there, could you just state that? Substitute what for what?
Substitute examples for emphasize, which is the original terminology.
Okay, do we have a second? No second? Oh, okay, Member Lear is a second. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, and I just want this to make certain that, because I think either way, I think this discussion will be helpful to this amendment. As I looked at I have to look at it, Milankovitch, Enzo cycle, it appeared that sometimes it became a point of political controversy between a liberal view of that versus a more conservative view. And I wouldn't want potential for political conflict over that. Because I did notice that in some instances, it was used to show or to put forth the idea that climate change is not man-made. Now, I'm not asking teachers to take a point of view on either side of that, only to teach and to represent a fair and balanced view. So that's why I am suggesting this change. It goes back to the original verbiage. It may not even mean that. This is one area where there was a comment that these cycles should be taught. I agree. I just want to make certain there's not a politically charged word there that made me misunderstood. I'm not suggesting that this was intentional. I'm just suggesting that the other word might be better for political reasons.
Okay, any comments to that motion? Just give a signal, because I think these lights are for something else.
So I just have a point of clarification.
Okay,
So when Member Straight articulated the motion, he said just to interchange the words example and emphasize, but the language on the screen is examples could include, and I understand that that makes a complete sentence. I just wanted to confirm with Member Straight that that's what he intended.
yes, is that the intent of your motion?
If that makes it
Grammatically correct?
then I'm all for that.
Okay, Member Earl?
So I'll just speak to, I'm not exactly sure what you're referencing. Maybe you can lead me along, but the Enso cycle has to do with the heat temperature across the Pacific Ocean, right? So it has a dramatic effect on the climates around the world, literally, but especially in the US, especially over in Asia area. If I say the name wrong, correct me, Milo. Malkovich, that is the tilt of the earth, and that we fluctuate in the tilt of the earth. So the reason why it's emphasized, and it's all four of those, is because all four of those areas were included. All of those areas should be discussed in some capacity. When you use example, that means pieces of things may get left out. And the point of emphasize, which is part of the standards itself, we hit emphasize when there's things we want to make sure are addressed and touched within the standards. So here we have 4 elements that we want to make sure are touched and addressed. All of these are key to climate. To not include these or to leave them as options, in my view, I think we're not doing a service to the students in these classes. This is meteorology, and so this is a key component that affects weather. So that is why they're included. I'm not sure, I don't remember making a political statement about it, but if there's something there I'm missing, I'm not sure what that is.
Okay.
Well, can I answer the question?
Sure, she did ask a
Yeah,
question.
so thank you. Yeah, there's no accusation at all here. And the cycle, yeah, it helps understand the ice ages, because based on this cycle, it can predict, and there's lots of predicting that can come off of it regarding the temperature of the earth. All I'm saying is it has been used politically to say, see, mankind is not responsible for climate change. And I would hate teachers to be put in the position, because I think there is a slight difference. And you are correct in the use of the word emphasize. The very fact that that cycle is pointed out, both by the writing committee and in your draft, you didn't take it out. You highlighted it because it is important for students to have that. And when we put that in as an example or to emphasize, now the writing committee chose example. I'm only saying that that might be slightly better because it can't be misinterpreted. Well, you're supposed to emphasize my understanding of the enso cycle, and I don't believe this, blah, 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 while you're teaching my kids that. That may not even happen. Who knows? It's a slight change. You know, let's move on, yeah.
Okay. Let's go to a vote on that unless anybody waves at me. Let's go to a vote. The motion on the floor is to change emphasize to examples could include on line 27. All in favor, please raise your hand. Oh, we're doing to examples could include. Yes. We're going to need to do roll call. Is she going to be online?
No.
She's not online? Okay, we need to do roll call so that we can put the names in. Member Bogus?
Yes.
Member Booth? Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Davis?
No.
Member Earl?
No.
Member Green?
No.
Member Hymas?
No.
Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Reel?
Yes.
Member Straight?
Yes.
Member Wood?
No.
Member Moss?
No.
Member Hart is a no. That passes 7-6. Oh. It was six in favor? Well, you got to read the names in anyway. What, do you have it?
favor, Booth in favor, Klein in favor.
Can you speak into your mic? Kill two birds with one stone.
Make sure I have this accurate. These are in favor votes. Bogus, Booth, Klein, and will you count it for me? Lear, Real, Straight, we're in favor. Opposed is Davis, Earl, Green, Hart, Hymus, Wood, and Moss.
So 7 opposed. 7 opposed, and 6 in favor, so that motion fails. All right. Member Bogus?
I call the question.
Okay, we have a call to question. Do we have a second? We have a second from Earl. We're calling the question. We're calling the question on the original amendment that reads, original motion, I move to, the board moves to amend the 5 supplemental science courses previously adopted by the board on May 4th, 23, by adopting and incorporating into the supplemental science standards the 28 amendments contained in the backup document titled June 23 Science Standards Amendments, Final Version 1 as amended. We are now voting on calling the question. All in favor, raise your hand. That carries with Member Klein opposed. We have now called the question. We are now voting on the amendment that was previously stated and will shortly be highlighted. All right. We are now voting on the motion as stated. Please raise your hand in favor. What? Roll call? Oh, yes, sorry. Member Bogus? Oh, okay, thank you. It actually is Moss.
All right.
Are you voting in favor of this or?
I'm a yes.
Wood?
Yes.
Straight?
Yes.
Real?
Yes.
Norton? Lear?
Yes.
Hymus?
Yes.
Green? Earl?
Yes.
Davis?
Yes.
Klein?
I just want to explain my vote. I like many of the amendments that have been put forward, but I can't vote for this because there is so much of the other language that was done by the writing committee that I cannot vote in favor of, so I am a no.
A no? Okay. Member Booth? Member Bogus?
No.
And I was a yes.
No, you did.
10 in favor, 3 opposed. Member Bogus, Member Booth, Member Klein. That motion passes.
Can I have a point of privilege?
What?
Can I speak? Can I speak?
Point of privilege?
Point of privilege,
Sure.
yeah. I wanted to say, I've been watching this through the standards process through ELA, through CTE, through the SEED standards, and it's been very frustrating to me that I know a process that is in place that we currently have, it worked before. It worked before because we respected the writing committee, we respected our educators, and we, as a board, had final say in these standards. We provided input, and we provided, we looked for red flags, we listened to our ELAs, but we were not rewriting these standards. We're not experts in these fields, and it's important that we respect the work of the writing committee, people who we pay, and it's important that we respect our educators who stand in front of the classroom teaching this. And so I just urge the board, as tomorrow we're reevaluating the standards process. I think it's really important to note that it's very clear this process is not working, and it's been really frustrating, and I hope that we can get to a place that better serves our students and reevaluating our role as board members in this process as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Member Green?
Yeah, and we serve on the same committee, and we've all been through this, and it's definitely been interesting, and I don't know that we've had a meeting yet that hasn't been loads of fun. So I've been researching this, and I do just want to highlight to the public that in Utah Code 53E-4-202, 11A, it states that nothing in this section prohibits the state board from amending or adding individual core standards for Utah public schools as the need arises in the state board's ongoing responsibilities. And in that light, I'd also like to just point out that we did have a form that was submitted with amendments that had been worked on and thought out, but we also allowed the space to include other people, members that wanted to bring amendments forward that maybe went outside of the process, that were not submitted before we met, but we allowed that conversation to exist, and therefore fulfilling in honor adding individual core standards for Utah Public Schools as the need arises in the state board's ongoing responsibilities. And so I'd like to continue to encourage a consistency towards how we engage, thoroughness in how we develop these, and quality checks along the way, because as it states, it is in Utah Code. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to move now to item 13. It's a resolution in support of HB 179, Founders and Constitution Recognition. We're going to pretend that it's 2 o'clock. Would you like, is this pertaining to a motion on the floor?
No.
Okay, then we're moving on.
Seeking to go back to something.
Okay. All right.
Also, point of order, would it be possible to put anything that's not time sensitive to the August agenda?
I think that's what the chatter is.
Yeah.
They're chattering. Are you wanting to?
All right, I have one, let me just, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
We had Representative Ballard here earlier, and we referenced that we would possibly bring her proposed bill to our floor to see if we wanted to support it. And then Cindy, Member Davis graciously deferred on hers, and I forgot that deferred Representative Ballard's as well. So I would like to bring that back if I could.
Do you think it's time sensitive?
Yes, because it's going to interim transportation.
Okay.
Committee.
All right,
That's my
understanding that, yes, let's take that. Would you like to make a motion?
I could. I forget the bill language. Deputy Stallings, do you have, you actually might have a motion teed up, huh?
Do you have a motion teed up for us?
Look at that.
Okay.
I move that the board supports Representative Ballard's 2024 draft bill, Safe School Route Evaluations.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were on, somebody just called.
Yeah, no, we're going to figure out which ones we can move to the August board meeting.
So can you tell me what?
So we are, it would be noticed
10.2.
under 10.2, where we were requesting statutory changes. After Representative Ballard spoke to her bill, we indicated that we were going to include that in consideration under statutory changes. But then we decided that we were going to wait till August, but that one can't wait till August because it's got to go to an interim committee. So the motion, do we have a second? Second from Member Wood. Restating, the motion is that the board direct staff to seek,
So
no,
I'm
the
sorry,
board
point of
supports.
order. I think we took a vote on this during the legislative session.
No.
No, we did not?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Did we?
I thought from Deputy Stallings that we had not. I thought we had not moved on this one. If we did, that vote is now dead because we're in a new session, but did we vote on it?
On what, sorry?
Representative Ballard came and discussed a number of bills.
We're talking about earlier today.
Yeah.
Did we vote on it today that you're? No.
No.
This is previous.
Yeah, but we.
Oh, yeah. No, this is
she's bringing this is new language that she's bringing to interim. She's brought the idea a couple of times, and we have liked it before. Yeah. So we have a motion and a second. The motion is that the board support Representative Ballard's 2024 draft bill, safe school route evaluations. Guess we got a roll call.
I know she presented on it, but back up, I don't find a copy of it.
We can ask her to send us one.
Could we look at this draft language and do our due diligence before we vote?
I thought we had.
Yeah, hold on.
So in item 8.1,
We might not be able to get that. That might be privileged.
Deputy Stallings, she emailed me and then you some.
So is that with her permission? Okay, so it's okay? Okay. Yes.
Sorry. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. Just as a reminder, when Representative Ballard was here earlier today, Greg was showing the bill draft so she shared it. And then I just barely sent the PDF a moment ago. So that was the draft bill that she was motioning to during her presentation.
And it was the underlined language that she was referring to. Do you like to give everybody time to read, or would we like to move on and come back to this issue?
I'm sorry, Superintendent Stallings, I'm getting an error that says ATP dynamic delivery. Your attachments are currently being scanned by threat protection.
Can we just go ahead and do that? And then,
They will.
I'll hold on the Constitution.
okay,
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
okay, all right, I understand. Okay, after some discussion, I'm going to depart from usual practice. Do you need time to read this right now, or can we do a matter of business?
I would feel more comfortable voting, having read it in full, yes.
Okay, then, do we need to formally
Yes.
wait?
I'm sorry.
No, we're not going to do that. We're going to do something easy and hope that you can multitask.
I have one from Finance Committee that is time sensitive that has to be done today,
Okay.
just one.
Why don't we, very
Whenever
good,
you're
that's
ready.
good to know. Let's do
an
the
easy one.
audit. It's fairly simple. The audit committee would like to recommend that the board release the licensing audit report to the public. I think it's fairly standard. It's not something, that report is in the executive materials right now because it's not released yet. So is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor of releasing the licensing audit report to the public, please raise your hand. That vote is unanimous. Okay, and we know there's one item from finance. Member Hymas, do you have any items from law and licensing that are time sensitive?
I don't know if it's time sensitive. I know there was a different draft that came.
There are?
Maybe we could ask.
Okay.
Deputy Stallings.
Okay, so let's go to the Finance Committee item. Who will be presenting that? Is that Member Davis? Is that you?
Finance Committee, yep.
Okay.
Yes, so.
You're up.
I don't have the language of the motion in front of me, but, okay. It's, the one that's time sensitive from Finance Committee is item 15.5. Yes, And the committee voted unanimously to recommend that the board approve R277, so I move that the board approve R277110, educator salary adjustment draft 2 on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading. I can speak very briefly to the motion. This has to be done. We have to deliver this educator salary adjustment. We can do it without the vote, but we'll fail in audit. So we really should vote for it right now.
Yes. All in favor of approving R277110, educator salary adjustment draft 2 on the second and final reading, raise your hand. Are you voting for the educator salary adjustment? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Any other items that are time sensitive out of finance, please? No? Okay, moving to law and licensing. No problem. Do we have any out of? We didn't have standards and
Member
assessment.
Hart?
Yes.
With respect, I have finished reading if
You have?
everyone else says.
Okay. We do not have time to saunter, people, so we're just going to go right ahead and go back to the motion on Representative Ballard's. As a reminder, the motion is that the board support Representative Ballard's 2024 draft bill, Safe School Route Evaluations. Is there a second? Second from Member Straight. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, all opposed? Okay, we have that passes 13 to 1 with member, we lost another person? Oh, yeah, okay. Yes, with member Klein opposed. Now, are you ready? Yes. Okay, we are up to law and licensing.
If it's okay with the chair, I've got some selective ones, and then we'll look at time and see what you want to do. Is that okay?
That is fine.
So I'm going to ask the board to keep up. Sorry. We're going to go to agenda item 16.2. This is R277-497, School Accountability Systems. This is.
Do we have a
amendment.
16.2?
Yes.
Mine is 16.3. 16, okay, go ahead.
Okay. The committee moves that the board approve R277-497, School Accountability System Draft 2 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion is the committee moves that the board approve R277-497, School Accountability System Draft 2 on second and final reading. All in favor? Raise your hand. All opposed? That passes 12 to 1 with Member Klein in opposition. Member Hymas, or Chair Hymas, back to you.
Thank you. I'm going to jump, I'm going to skip and then come back to one in particular, but I'm going to skip over to 16.8. This is R277-496, K3 reading software licenses. The committee moves that the board approve R277-496, K3 reading software licenses, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion on the floor is the committee moved that the board approve R277-496, K3 reading software licenses, draft 1 on second and final reading. All in favor? Raise your hand. All opposed? We have 13 in favor and Member Bogus in opposition. Okay? Oh, were you?
I hadn't, one way or the other.
Oh, you're a no too. Okay. And Member Klein. Sorry, Member Klein. Go ahead.
Agenda item 16.10, R277-613, LEA policies and training regarding bullying, cyberbullying, hazing, retaliation, and abusive conduct. This is an amendment and continuation. The committee moves that the board continue and approve R277-613, LEA policies and training regarding bullying, cyberbullying, hazing, retaliation, and abusive conduct Draft 3 on second and final reading.
Okay, the committee moves that the board continue and approve R277-613, LEA policies and training regarding bullying, cyberbullying, hazing, retaliation, and abusive conduct, draft 3 on second and final reading. All in favor, please raise your
I
hand.
have a question.
Okay,
Sorry.
no, you're good.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. I'm just wondering, Mr. Hymas, if you could answer why you guys removed the parental notification in line 1, because I see that it's in line 138 and in line 139. I'm just not clear on why it's changed. What prompted the change to remove timely manner?
I'm going to have to pull this up. I'd be not opposed to any staff feedback.
So I don't know, but on 141, it does designate the format in which notification is provided to a parent and maintained by the LEA on line 141.
And would you like
Ben
to?
Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices, it's on 144.
It was just moved, it wasn't removed.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Member Davis, is that a light for a question?
It's just in queue, I have one more.
Okay.
That we found.
All right. All in favor, raise your hand. Yes, please raise your hand, all in favor. Okay. So that motion passes 13-1 with Klein opposed. 12-1, I'm sorry, correction, 12-1. Member Klein still opposed. Okay, go ahead.
16.12 R277-314, provider-specific licenses. The committee moves that the board approve R277-314, provider-specific licenses, draft 2 on second and final reading.
The committee moves that the board approve R277-314, provider-specific licenses, draft 2 on second and final reading. Any questions? All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. That is what, yes. And that passes 11-2 with Member Bogus and Member Klein opposed.
2 more, Chair.
Sure.
Unless we can keep
No,
going.
go ahead.
But 16.9, again, we're jumping back into the agenda. This is R277-62 or 721 Prime Pilot Program. The committee moves that the board approve R277-721 Prime Pilot Program, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
The committee moves that the board approve R277-721 Prime Pilot Program, Draft 1 on second and final reading. Any questions? All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, all opposed? Okay, that was 10-3 with Member Green, Member Bogus, and Member Klein opposed. Speak fast,
I know,
Alex.
I've got 2, I've got another one. Every time Angie comes up, I've got another one. Agenda item 16.3. I want to just double check. Okay, agenda item 16.3, sections from R277-920. This is sections 5 and 12, school improvement and leadership development. The committee moves that the board approve R277-950, sections 5 and 12, school improvement and leadership development, draft 1 on second and final reading.
The committee moves that the board approve R277-950-5 and -12, school
920.
improvement and leadership development, draft 1 on second and final reading.
That should be 920, Chair.
Sorry, I do have, so now that that's on the floor, can I?
Yes,
So
you
there
may.
was some misunderstanding, and I'm going to invite Deputy Stallings to come up here a
9.
6th time.
Oh, but
This is on 920, this is in section 5. This is draft 1, but I'm going to propose a draft 2.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask Deputy Stallings to speak to this.
Yes.
Because my brain is full and hers never gets full.
Yes.
So, please.
Thank you. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. The short reason for why draft 2 versus draft 1 is we have two sections within USBE that have a role in this. And the one section took what was in rule and recalculated, put percentages in. When the other section reviewed it, in between committee and today, they realized that the old language that was in rule was actually incorrect. It was not in compliance. So although the calculation was appropriate, the original language was not accurate. So the draft 2 has what is the current accurate language and aligns with our ESSA plan. Anything you want to add? So.
What lines are those?
It's actually just lines 19 through 22. 18 has, 18 through 22.
Draft 2. Draft 2.
We're looking, we're going to look at a
920.
draft 2.
Draft,
Okay.
draft 2.
It's not in the.
Is it not on there? I can pass around my paper. Oh.
Is there any way, or is that the packet? Are you showing this packet?
Do you have any others, member?
I do have another one.
It's there. It wasn't
Okay.
refreshed, sorry.
Okay.
So if you go
Look at
down.
line 18.
That's not it. You're on 490.
Right there. Stop.
There we go.
Change. That shows the change right there. The red language is being deleted and replaced with if the LEA is the lowest 5%.
Oh, yes, this is what we had, okay, yeah.
That's the only change.
yes. Understood. So we are now, and I misstated it, so I need to restate. The committee moved that the board approve R277-920-5 and -12,
Draft 2.
draft 2 on second and final reading. All in favor? Raise your hand. All opposed? You're opposed, Member Reel? Oh, okay. 11-1 with Member Klein opposed. Yep.
One more, Chair?
One more?
Point of information, that math doesn't add up.
12 to 1.
12-1.
Okay, thank you.
I am sorry. I'm just doing subtraction and not doing it well.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I wanted to make a comment on that last one,
Oh, sure.
but I wasn't given the opportunity. So I would just say, I
Go ahead.
I take umbrage with this rule, the way it's disaggregating students into groups based on race, implying that needs-based comes from a student's race. If it was English language learning, if it was special needs, if it was something like that, but special needs don't come based solely on race.
On race. Thank you. And I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention to the lights.
Agenda item 16.4, R277-618, Homeless Teen Center Grant Program. The committee moves that the board approve R277-618, Homeless Teen Center Grant Program, Draft 3, on second and final reading. And then once you state that, there's another draft that is in, I believe it's in backup. I have a copy of it here, Draft 4, that I'd like to discuss for a fellow board member.
Oh, okay. The board member talked
Board
to you
member
about that.
Carey,
Okay.
who's
The motion on the floor is that the committee, that the board approve R277-618 Homeless Teen Center Grant Program, Draft 3, on second and final reading. Member Hymus.
I'd like to put before the board, I don't know how to word this. You're so good, thank you. My substitute motion is that the board approve R277-618 Draft 4 on second and final reading.
Any comment? Do we have a second? Do we, if we're
We need a second
substituting, we
because
would see
it's-
what,
yeah.
yes.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second from Member Earl.
I'm going to speak, this
Go
is
for it.
difficult. I'm speaking for Vice Chair Carey. And he has put some work in on this rule. I think he's worked with a couple of the board members, and hopefully they speak up here with some of their thoughts. One of the things that Vice Chair Carey was concerned about was the availability to connect with spiritual and religious resources. That was taken out when we looked at draft either 1 or 2. It has since been put back in. And then there was some wording specifically on line 52 of draft 4 that Vice Chair Carey really preferred. He preferred the wording availability to connect. He really wanted that in there. I don't know how to emphasize this greatly for him, but he felt that it did a much better job of just having a resource available. And so I'm going to speak to, I will speak to that, and then if you don't mind, Vice Chair, I'll just open up or let others speak to if they'd like.
Yeah. Does anyone else have any comments to that?
I do have a comment. I actually would like to make a substitute motion that we postpone this item until we can have additional discussion. Is that possible or not?
I would second that.
So,
In order to speak to that, if I could, I'll wait for your direction.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, it's a motion on the floor, so go
Okay.
ahead.
I would just invite Deputy Stallings, since this is one of the agenda items that
She asked.
when I asked what we need to put forth today, this was one of them, so hopefully we can hear from staff.
Carol, do you? Go ahead.
Additionally, before staff goes on, if we need to vote on, I can tell you that Member Carey's, if we vote on draft 3 and that goes through, it will suffice. It's just not his greatest desire. I don't know how to
I
word it for
understand.
him. This is why you can't leave board meeting. Hopefully they're
Yeah.
listening.
Let it be a lesson to you.
late at night. There's some things in here that I think.
Member Lear, do you have reservations? I do. Okay.
Well, we're on a motion to postpone.
We're on a motion to postpone, so we'll just vote to postpone.
And I cut off staff.
Oh,
if you
yeah.
remember.
Staff, would you like to address that, please? Yeah.
So Chief of Staff Sarah Young, in working with the LEAs, this would delay our ability to move forward with both issuing an application as well as funding. So it's a question of being able to provide those funds to the field before the start of the school year at the interest of the legislative intent.
Member Lear, did that raise a question for you?
No, I just would like to speak at some point to
Yes.
this draft, because I have some reservations about this draft.
The motion on the floor is a motion to postpone, so we need to see if we're going to postpone it and whether you're going to talk now or later.
Thank you.
So all in favor of postponing this item to the next duly noticed board meeting, please raise your hand. We're going to do a roll call vote. Sorry, folks. Member Bogus?
Yes.
Member Booth? Member Klein?
Yes.
Member Davis?
No.
Member Earl?
Yes.
Member Green?
Yes.
Member Hymus?
No.
Member Carey? Member Lear?
No.
Member Norton, Member Reel?
No.
Member Straight? Just so you know, we're going to have to meet again. We have too many pending items.
Special session.
We're going to have a special session if that,
What? No. I don't want to have a special session.
what? Yes? Member Wood?
No.
Member Moss?
Yes.
And I'm a no.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sarah Young, is there a code or a bill that passed that initiated this? rule in the first place? I don't see one referenced.
Member
Or
Young?
is this
Or
just a unilateral,
Chief of
a rule
Staff
that
Young?
we created unilaterally?
It was a request from appropriation from Representative Perucci that was funded. It is listed in the COBE, but it does not have an associated bill language associated with it.
Is that something you could send out to us? The
I'm happy to send the
whatever it's-
COBE link right now.
Are we supposed to be?
Okay, so the vote is, no, it's the vote, it passed. Seven in favor, 6 opposed.
You have to have
It has to
8.
be 8.
Oh, that's right, it does have to be 8.
You guys,
Postpone, you just have to have a simple majority.
this is my
Is it
motion.
postponed a simple majority?
No, it's, our bylaws say it always has to be.
A simple majority of the full board.
Utah code states that a vote of the board has to be at least 8 votes.
Yeah, it does. It has to be
have
8.
8 votes.
Majority of the board.
A majority of the board for everything. So-
It's galled me many times.
So that does not get postponed.
Placed on your own.
So Member Lear,
I'm sort of caught off guard. My feeling is, and we spent a lot of time discussing this in committee, and a number of us have had experience with these teen centers. And my experience is that these teen centers are great places, but they are, aside from being located in schools, they're largely hands-off. They don't put additional burdens on the schools, in my experience and my understanding. And without more discussion with those people I know who, for instance, work at the East High Teen Center, this looks to me like it puts some additional burdens. And they, if they're lucky, they have half a paid staff person to manage these centers. And I want to make sure that this isn't putting more of a responsibility on the high school staff in the case of the one I know. And it looks to me like it is. I'm also not sure what the extended language about FAFSA mean. I mean, I don't know what that's good, that's bad. I'm generally in favor of helping students with FAFSA applications or making them available.
It's okay.
But there's language in here that I'm just not sure if that helps or hurts. So I think we need to pass this. The committee voted on the previous draft, and I'm not prepared to vote on this without the opportunity to talk to some people at the high school. But postponing isn't a very
okay,
realistic
well,
option.
there's
Thank you.
another.
Well, I just wonder, staff, the timeline on this, if we were to have a meeting, and I'm not suggesting that's board leadership's role to suggest when a meeting is, but when would a meeting need to take place by in order to have the time to review this?
So I know that staff and the policy project had plans to present this in a technical help session at the Utah Rural Schools Conference that is happening the second week of July.
I have some problems with this in committee. None of it passed in committee. They put it out to keep working on it.
I guess for me, it would be dependent on when it sounds like the leadership is going to put a meeting together. It sounds like it should probably happen sometime in June. And if that were the case, would that be sufficient time to prepare for the URSA conference?
Yeah.
I know.
Want me to?
I think we're going to need to.
A hesitant yes, yes because you have to, but you'd rather not. Okay. I can answer that for me. That's good.
Can I ask, Molly?
Yes.
Here, call me.
If there are not a bunch of lights about this, can I ask Matt a further question about what my recollection was of the committee's decision?
But can I
And
answer
if I'm-
Matt's question
Yeah.
first?
Okay.
Sarah answered half of it.
Member,
Superintendent.
Superintendent Dixon, if you'd like
I'm a
to.
non-voting member.
Yes. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's an important question to ask, and if we backwards map, so the technical assistance that we have a captive audience of, you've been there, you know, Member Hymas, so you have all of the rural schools who might be interested and staff members there who might be interested with technical assistance. So mapping from that, that means they would have been the application would have been approved and out, and they would have shown interest. So that's generally a month's time. So it goes back to, I guess, when that meeting can be held. Do we have, it's the second week in July, right? Which puts us, can we do all of that in a month's time if we are meeting June 12th? If I'm, that's how I'm thinking about it.
I think we are.
So I guess, Chief of Staff Young, the technical assistant, just so everybody around the table is clear, the technical assistant would be to fill out the application?
That is correct. I'm trying to provide supports related to the fact that this is an expansion of the program. As staff, I will tell you, our goal is to try and always release applications prior to the end of the month of June, because we know that many of our school administrators are on 11-month contracts, so that July period tends to be challenging for them. So my hesitation is just trying to figure out the ability of staff to turn around an application, that is of quality and yet is still available to the field prior to some of our administrators going on leave, so that they don't miss out on an opportunity.
So if I may continue on with that line of thinking, then I guess, and I think we have precedence for this. Normally, staff would not act on putting an application together until we have a rule in place and we hear your vote. Perhaps if the board, if it's the will of the board, we could start working on an application, which is kind of an expansion of the program with some new elements to it, and then have that ready for your consideration, just to make sure you know what the application looks like in accordance with whatever that vote would be on the 12th. I would hate for staff to have to wait until after that to even start putting an application together. That would be at the will of the board, but that's an alternative that might mitigate the concern.
Yeah, if you would, it's your turn.
Okay.
We didn't vote to
I
postpone.
wanted to, that's my turn.
We did not vote to postpone, so debate is
Were you wanting me
continuing.
to address that, or?
I think I just wanted to postpone.
He's just putting it on.
And my question was to Chair Hymas, or maybe Angie remembers, my recollection of this meeting conclusion on this issue was giving direction to staff to put some language in that we directed them to. It wasn't to say, bring us back something else. It was, here's what we want in there, please put it in and we are supportive. So to find this draft that, and when you said expansion of program, Sarah, I wasn't sure if I heard that to mean, this seems to expand what the LEAs running these teen centers would have to do. If you meant expansion of program to mean there are gonna be more teen centers, or maybe it's both. But it just concerns me because I know at East High School, they had a hard time at minimum wage paying somebody for half of the contract. And they would not be able to do the collaboration and the connecting with and the kinds of things that they are being, that are suggested in this final draft. And that troubles me because I absolutely want the teen center I know about to get more money.
Okay, Member Wood.
Yes, I would speak
I'm
against this
sorry.
motion to move draft 4 and go back
yeah,
to
you
move
are.
draft 3. Draft 3 was articulated the way we as a board asked it to. There's a number of additional things that draft 4 requires. And you have to remember, this is an application, so to have a family care plan, they're not sure what students they will be caring for yet. So I don't believe that would be appropriate for the application purpose. I also see there were changes that were made specifically, motions made in committee that were now removed in draft 4. So I would ask the board to vote against draft 4, and I call the question.
Okay, that was, I'm going to correct an error I made. I've
Yeah,
been,
because
I've been
waiting.
reminded 3 times that I skipped over Member Earl.
Just a couple things. Draft 3, and there's a couple things in here. When it comes to this, the teen center, the only measurement tools are the number of students that are served by the teen center annually. In other words, the more students you're serving, then the greater the success. We don't have very many programs that we just say, okay, just show up and then we're going to call it success. This is a very specific, or at least it was supposed to be, very specific program. And we don't even know if we're meeting the needs of the kids that it was supposed to be targeting. Without actually having some kind of measurement tool in here, just measuring students, it's not an accurate measurement tool. There has to be something more to it. Specifically, when we're talking about including some kind of a family care plan, that's what you have two entities in here. You have the wraparound services, and it talks about that. The wraparound services means services that bring families, providers, and key members of the family's social support network together to collaborate to build a customized plan of care that responds to the unique needs of the child and the family. So that's not part of this? If it is, then we better have something in here. This is a definition, but then we don't really have anything in there. And maybe someone else can speak to this too. Unaccompanied minors that are homeless versus homeless families with children. And if you've got children that are part of a homeless family, then certainly you should be working with family members in order to not duplicate services for one thing, but to get the best bang for our buck. Sorry, it's getting late. My mind's not working real well. So I just think whether it's this one or the other one, we've got to have something more accurate measurements versus just the number of kids showing up in the class or in this program. And then also, we need to make sure that we're actually putting in here those wraparound services.
Okay.
I don't know of any students that can receive treatment, whether it's mental health, physical health, any of that, without receiving permission or whatever from families, unless there's legally documented ability to do otherwise. There has to be something in regards to that. So there should be something in here.
Okay, so what we have on the floor is a substitute motion. Then we had a call to question. So we now, having heard the feedback that I should have called on earlier, we have a call to question. Do we have a second? On the call to question? On the substitute motion? We have no more comments. So let's just vote. Okay, all in favor of, oh, wait. That was the problem. Did you want to bring back? Okay, so that's why you made the call to question. All right, all in favor, raise your hand.
I'm sorry, what are we doing?
Restate the motion, please.
Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, the substitute motion is that the board approve R277-618, draft 4, on second and final reading. This is going to have to require.
And we're doing a.
And we are calling the question on that motion, the substitute.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're just voting. We don't have to call the question. All right, so your vote right now is on the substitute motion. On draft 4. Yes. Okay? Member Bogus?
Yes.
Booth? Klein?
I'm against all drafts.
Okay. Okay, we are voting on what is highlighted. Are you
4.
voting on draft 4? Do you want to see that go into rules? So no. Yes. And Member Klein, you are a no? Member Davis?
No.
Vice Chair Earl?
Yes.
Member Green?
Yes.
Voting yes. Member Hymas?
Yes, I am voting yes.
Thank you. Member Lear?
No, I'm voting no.
Member, Member Reel?
Real no.
Member Straight?
No.
Member Wood?
No.
Member Moss?
Yes.
And Member Hart is a no.
So that is eight noes, 5 yeses. The noes no, it fails. So would there be another motion from the floor, or
Yeah, go back to the original.
I think it's out there, and Member Wood, are you going to restate your motion? Or is it it's the committee motion?
yeah,
would be the
but I'm
draft
wondering
three.
if anybody else has a different motion.
Do we need, like to postpone?
No? Okay.
I will make a motion to repeal.
Repeal?
Repeal the rule.
Oh, shoot.
Wow.
You need a second.
Do we have,
Start there, Natalie.
um,
Or Molly.
wait, so are you also making a motion to discuss that with whoever made the rule, the law?
There's no
There's no code on this?
No, no code.
Oh, okay, well,
Just money.
all right, so the motion's been made to repeal the rule. Do we have a second? We have no
I would
second.
second it just to see what she has to say.
Okay, we have a second from Member Bogus. Member Klein, would you like to speak to your amendment, or
Well-
your motion?
I don't have any prepared comments, but Jenny mentioned several things, but beyond that, I don't believe this is the role of the schools. There are welfare programs, there are homeless shelters, there are all kinds of community resources. It's not the role of the school to provide these kind of facilities for teens, especially when they're incentivizing as much use as possible by saying however many people use it, that is the measure of success. Like the more kids use it, like we don't want more kids using a teen center because they're homeless. That's the state incentivizing teen homelessness, and I don't agree with that premise, nor do I agree with the wraparound services, the whole child approach, or the schools providing mental or medical services for students.
Okay.
And a lot of other reasons.
Member Hymas, did you have a comment on that?
Are there any other questions? I'll call the question if I need
had one
to.
more comment.
Are you going to call the question, or are you
Yes.
going to? Okay, the question has been called. Is there a second?
Sure.
Okay, there's a second for a call the question. We are now voting on calling the question. All in favor of calling the question, say yes. Raise your hand. Raise your hand on calling the question. Okay.
There's not,
I'm a no.
there's 10.
There
There'd have
are,
to be 10.
so, wait, raise your hand again, please. All in favor? Okay, all opposed? Yes. All opposed? Are you? Sarah, put your
Mark them
hand,
down, they're not
your
listening.
hand down.
Oh, okay, we're done now.
Your hand up.
Okay, my hand is yes,
Okay.
call the question.
Calling the
No.
question. No. No, no.
I
y'all-
want to call a question, yes.
You just raised your hand to vote no on calling.
Molly.
You only get to be confused once, and that's twice.
of that.
All in favor of calling the question, raise your hand.
Okay.
Yes, because you're making me.
Okay. All opposed? Thank you.
I'm the only no.
That motion passes. We are calling the question with Member Earl opposed. We now are moving to the motion, which is Member Klein's motion that the committee repeal R277, 618 on second and final. Well, repealed. She repealed. So all in favor of repealing the rule, raise your hand. Okay, all opposed, raise your hand. All that aren't voting, please raise your hand.
That would be me.
Okay. That motion fails. She abstained. That motion fails with Member Klein voting in support and Member Bogus abstaining from a vote. All right, now we are back to the original motion, that the committee moves that the board approve R277, 618, homeless teen Center Grant Program, draft 3. Draft 3. If we were in class, you'd put it on your fingers
And we appreciate
on second and final
Right,
reading.
and if somebody goes like this.
Okay, all in favor? Raise your hand.
Yes, this is draft 3.
We're going to call that one out. We'll start from the bottom. Member Moss? Chair Moss?
No.
No. Member Wood?
Yes.
Member Straight?
Yes.
Member Reel?
Yes, you're,
Member Reel?
yes.
Yes.
Member Lear?
Yes,
Member Hymus?
Yes.
Member Green?
I know.
Member Earl?
No.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Klein?
No.
Booth?
Yes.
And Member Bogus?
No.
And I'm a yes. You, I only giggled because you already voted for all. Yes?
Are you yes or no?
Oh, I'm a yes.
I'm gonna,
Can you call out that vote with the 3? You have to use your microphone, please.
yes. See three.
9 in favor and 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed.
And you have to say their names.
Ah,
Well, I'm sure we'll see.
Member Bogus,
I want to. I'm gonna.
Member Klein, Member Earl, and Member Moss were no's.
Okay. Member Davis, did you have one more for finance?
Can I ask, but if
Oh,
we're
I'm
still in
sorry.
law and licensing, there are 5 more. If they require discussion, then I'm happy to save them. If not, I'd be happy to, we could take 3 minutes and vote them out.
Here,
And I'm not telling you how to vote, I'm just saying, don't discuss it.
okay. If there is any discussion, then that's automatically,
If
we're
it's
just
not
moving on to the name.
discussable, I won't discuss it.
Okay.
If that's okay
Now,
with the
I
the
need,
board.
the board needs to understand, we still have to do executive session.
We could do that tomorrow.
That we just put it off.
Okay.
Bump that till tomorrow.
If that's the case, let me just do one final.
Okay.
If that's the case.
I thought we weren't
And it would be
meeting tomorrow.
agenda item 16.13, amendments to board bylaws.
No,
No?
we are?
My Gmail.
All right.
Yeah. Oh,
All right, go for it.
Oh, it'll load eventually. Then it'll load here.
The motion before the board is that the committee moves that the board approve
Oh,
Article
this one.
5, Draft 1 of the board
Okay,
bylaws.
I gotcha.
Okay, the motion, where is it? There it is. The committee moves that the board approve Article 5, Draft 1 on the board bylaws. All in favor? Does anybody, I'm sorry. Does anybody have any?
I'm sorry, I warned you, man.
Okay.
Do you have questions?
I do have a question, but I need to pull the bylaws first.
Okay, Member Lear?
No, I'm sorry.
Member Davis?
I'm of a double mind. I'm going to speak against the motion, but I won't be disappointed if it passed because it's kind of a pain. But I will say, just for leadership purposes, in full disclosure, prior to having this, it probably tripled our work working with the public. So, we got constant calls, texts, phone calls, really, that just said, is this what the board's about? Is this what the board thinks? Is this? And so that bit right there reduced that dramatically.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
just so people are aware, I
Can
do
I-
it all the time, but I won't be crying tears, but
Can someone
it's kind of a hassle.
tell me, doesn't this require a 2/3? And we are missing members. Are you shaking your head yes? We're missing members. I'm not sure we want to,
Let's wait for a full board, is that what
Yes.
you're thinking?
I think it would be.
And I will wait with my question.
Can I, well, someone make a move to postpone. Okay, okay. All in favor of postponing that motion?
Okay.
I feel comfortable with that since it's a board bylaw. I'd like
so we'll have-
everybody to weigh in.
We'll have 5 on the next
Yes.
agenda.
So, Chair, Chair Moss, would you,
So I remember I still have.
while I
finance.
crack open one, why don't we do the finance one and then be ready to talk about plans for moving forward?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. This is the statewide online education program one. The committee moves that the board approve R277-726 statewide online education program draft 1 on second and final reading.
Could you tell me the agenda number?
It's item 15. Wait. 15. 15.9.
On mine, it's 13.10 if you have a different copy.
Okay. Is it 13.9? Okay. Okay. It's .9. Are there, so the motion is that the board approve R277-726 statewide online education program, draft 1, on the second and final reading. Are there any questions? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. That motion passes with Member Bogus and Member Klein opposed. Okay, now, Chair Moss, that's as good as I could do.
Beautiful. Absolutely outstanding. Items left, got a resolution, oops, sorry. Got a resolution on the Constitution. We've got some executive session items. So my understanding from Brian is that we could take care of our executive session items tomorrow remotely after we finish our committee meetings. We could not take care of the remaining business because it wasn't noticed. But in seeking a study session to go on the next step on our strategic plan, the mission and vision, we had a lot of feedback that looked like June 12th was a pretty good date for that. So we could notice up the remaining substantive items for that date, if that's a date that's going to work. If not, we can send out a doodle poll. But those are the options.
Chair?
Tomorrow, we could do the executive session stuff, I think. Yes, Ben?
There are UPAC action items. Those haven't been noticed for tomorrow. So we can, or you're moving the
Well,
UPAC action
okay.
items till tomorrow?
All right. I think my
or
understanding
those-
from Brian was that some could be, but perhaps not everything. then.
Yeah, I would say that the two litigation items that I have can wait till tomorrow because there's no action needed on them. I just need to, yeah. And then as far as the UPAC items, if you want to invoke the urgency, or what is it, the emergency, unexpected, kind of delay provision of the Open and Public Meeting Act, and I think you could push, you can push the UPAC items till tomorrow.
Well, I guess, so we're generally on members tomorrow from 9 to 12, 12:30, right, for our committee meetings. What's the appetite for taking lunch and then coming back on to do some of this work versus doing it tonight versus bumping it out to the point where it's connected to our study session? I think under the emergency provision, we could clean up the UPAC stuff tomorrow, but not the committee stuff, is my understanding, right? So, I think in like 1 to 2, like we finish our committee meetings, take a lunch, come back, log on for half an hour, 45, knock that stuff out, and then we come back to the substantive stuff, June 12th or whatever date we decide. Yeah, I think so, right?
Hold on, I might have something that has
You might.
Someone's birthday, we're gonna.
I have to what? Well, let's see. I mean, that sounds like it makes sense. I think the last committee ends at 12:30. They give us a half hour to log on, then come back at 1 and plan to be done by 2. So we could do it hybrid? June.
I can't come on June 12th.
No, the date says June 12th. Oh, there were 2 doodle polls. Doesn't mean what we can do. Doesn't need a vote, so we can
Executive with the UPAC stuff and the others. We can do all executive stuff tomorrow then.
executive stuff tomorrow.
Right, and then we can do the other stuff June 12th or whatever. Right, okay. All right, it looks like we can do everything that we need to do in executive session tomorrow, 1 to 2, if that works for everybody. We'll finish our committees, take a half-hour break. The other,
Sir, I have a question.
yes.
So is it your intent that we are meeting all online tomorrow afternoon, we are hybrid, and that we are finishing by 2?
I think
Do I
hybrid.
understand that correctly? I just want to make
Some
sure.
will be here and I assume wouldn't get home in time, so I think we probably run it hybrid, 1 o'clock to 2. And, yeah. Use the breakout, yeah.
Do with audit.
Okay, well, if that works, let's try 1 to 2, and then either we can revisit the doodle poll, but it looked like June 12th was a good date for mission and vision, and then we can add the cleanup substantive items that we didn't get to tonight.
Yeah, can I make a
Right.
comment? So, just a comment, just call it my board member comment, I guess. We only have 7 people that have responded to the survey that was sent out. We need every member to go on and do those survey questions. This is your principal speaking. If you haven't gone on or you have trouble with the survey, will you please contact me directly and I will get you some help? But we need more than 7 members' feedback for our employees. They
So-
deserve feedback from all of us.
May I just offer something? Can we start a new survey? Because I go in there and it says, thank you for your response, and I scroll through all the names, and guess whose name is not there?
Okay. All right.
So I
We'll
don't
get
know
with
if
you.
anyone else is having that problem,
We'll get with you.
but yeah.
Yeah. But you told on yourself. You already did it, so you're good.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't do it.
I didn't
Okay.
do it. I'm trying to do it.
Okay. I know. I know. Yes.
Did anyone else not get it?
You didn't get it?
No, I think I got it. This is one of those moments where it was like towards the end of the school year and I took a lot of surveys, so we just let me know if I took it.
It went out again yesterday.
I think- I think I
We
took
have
it.
no way of telling if you did it or not. So,
Okay. I think I did it. I'll try.
Again,
Maybe I'll
because
do it
we didn't have as many fill it out.
there is 0 way to tell unless. You can go back in, but there's no way for anyone else to tell if you, so Matt, you can just go back in and see if you have answers. Okay, own it. Thank you. Yeah, really and truly, in all seriousness, our employees deserve our feedback. Thank you.
So I think we can, if we have any board member comments, we can do that. I have a very, very short board chair comment. It's not even a report. I'm just going to show a couple photos.
Oh, yeah, you've been given this preview.
It's not, I'm not going to speech. I'm not going to speechify. I was going to speechify, but nobody wants that. I do want to just share these photos, and if Kelsey's got them, it just follows what we'd heard earlier. In the meantime, does anybody have board member comment that you want me to come to you afterward? All right.
Yes, but no. I'll forgo.
Yes, but no? Member Straight?
Since it's still queuing up, I had a wonderful time going to 6 graduations. 1 charter school, New Ames, and 5 high schools. And it was an awesome experience. The only thing that absolutely makes me feel in a lot of pain is standing in that line and then trying to think through, well, what phrases am I going to give this graduate? So, I needed back support of some sort. It was a great experience, and I did have the opportunity to visit 4 elementaries as well. And man, elementary people are amazing. So I appreciate that.
Good times. What's that? It's up there? All right. I'll be real quick. So I got to 2 graduations. One was Wasatch High. I had my son graduating, and that was fun. And I'm surprised how that goofy pomp and circumstance song still gets moving. It's so cheesy, and yet it's just the, finish of so much work. And so I won't go off on the people in Wasatch, but they were awesome, and it's our most challenging graduation yet, and they got it. So I wanted to show you here. This is just, if you haven't seen this before, this is waving to deaf students. And so instead of clapping, there was a little mix of that, but that was just a super cool, kind of hands in the air celebration for them. And that's one of the speakers. Next one, you saw they had 10 grads. Cool thing about that is they have every single one of them give a speech, like a valedictorian. And it was awesome to hear where they're going, their favorite teachers, the obstacles they've overcome. I wasn't a big fan of the law of No Child Left Behind, but I sure loved the sentiment and the theme, and that's what they do. I mean, these kids are challenged, and it's just amazing to hear each of them get up there and share, from their earliest days of trying to deal with the blindness or deafness and who got them through it. And all of them have plans for higher ed or employment, and so that was very cool to hear each one of them go through that. And then the last one, this is I think Sid may have mentioned this, Dr. Dixon earlier, about going through the national anthem. And if you haven't seen that signed before, you haven't seen it. That was really cool. And it was, "Oh, say, can you see?" It was, you don't think about this kind of enthusiastic physical demonstration of those words and fight and stuff like this. Leanne could probably do it legitimately, but I just wanted to show a couple, slides or photos because it was really inspiring. And the way they go at it, sometimes in consulting theory, Clayton Christensen talks about innovative disruptors, where sometimes those who are uncomfortable and don't have all the advantages are the ones who innovate because they have to, and those who don't have to maybe are comfortable. These kids and our USDB folks, they're not comfortable. They have to innovate. They have to find ways to reach these kids, and I just have found it really inspiring to hear how they do that. They got a lot of connection. They got a lot of concern, and these kids are motivated and ready to get out there. So anyway, that's it. Just wanted to build on top of what you heard earlier. These are some awesome leaders and teachers over there at USDB. So with that, any further board member comments?
Move to adjourn.
All right. The motion has been made to adjourn. I'll second. All in favor?
Oh, I didn't mean,
Huh?
there were no lights. I wasn't.
I know, but that was a motion, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we were there. All in favor of adjourning, say aye. Aye. All right, we will see you tomorrow, 1 o'clock. We'll send the link. And yeah, thank you, Brian, as always. And we'll follow up on the 12th, folks. Cindy?